end Streamlabs, and I was just recording my live stream. It was just an hour at the end of someone else gaming. And then another time it was someone making like bead bracelets in Asia. And they have like 10,000 people watching them make bead bracelets. Okay, there we go. I was like, I'm sorry if YouTube does not come online. Leah, love you, missed you so much. Okay, we are online on YouTube and, oh my God, come on, Twitch. You're like my easiest one usually. My non-problem child. Okay, we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube. Give me one more second to do the super chat stuff and I'll be right there. Yay! Okay, we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube, we're live on X, but no one's allowed to comment, and I don't care, so I never talk about that. But okay, here's actually an interesting thing. Well, first of all, I'll say this: it's so good to see you all, like my chosen family. I've missed you all so much. It's just, I just sometimes have to, curl into a ball and cry when I don't feel so good. I'm doing well now, and I have so much interesting information. I know. Trust me, I missed you guys. I'm like fiending. Here's actually a funny story. This is something that's quite interesting. So it's actually, and I was looking up in my email, like it was a year ago. If you knew me, like, let's say it's now mid-October or the beginning of October, however you want to look at it. So this time last year, if you remember, like I had stopped working with Jay, RTP, in like the beginning of September. And I had like been invited to the TikTok offices and got like a TikTok account manager. And I was like kind of talking in the Discord about like being in this, like, what was it called? It was called like, it was a program for like up and coming like TikTok creators where it's like being in school, they like, you go and you have like 3 meetings a week on Zoom and they teach you how to like optimize TikTok and all this stuff, so cool. Anyways, but who the hell can go to 3 classroom meetings a week that go for like hours? I mean, I don't know. It's not like they're paying you to do this. But anyways, it's not like if you don't attend, it's not like you get in trouble. So long story short, the reason I'm telling that story from a year ago is because I finally, I applied like 3 or 4 times and I got accepted to like the emerging creators program on YouTube. Like they won't even acknowledge you exist. I've tried, when I had like 3,000 followers, I tried so hard to get in contact with someone because there's so many things about YouTube I don't understand, and like features change fast, and I don't know how to use them. And you can't get a hold of anyone. I applied 3 times for this program because I'm like, maybe if I go to this like school, then I'll be able to learn how to use YouTube and all these features that are coming out and things are changing fast on YouTube. Just in the last month, like they are gearing up to compete with TikTok live streams in every way possible. So anyways, I finally get accepted last week. And I hear from his name's Alex. I'm not going to say his last name, I get like a schedule. It is literally in the next 2 months, there's like 30 different meetings. And I'm like, this is crazy. I was like, this is probably like TikTok though. If you can't go to every meeting, nothing bad happens to you. You're not in trouble. So there's like 3 different, like our first meetings are this week, and 2 have you get 3 options for every like class you're supposed to be in. And I've missed 2. And I just literally got an email from like my account manager being like, you need to be there tomorrow at 1 p.m. And I'm like, this is not a joke. Like, and I was just like, I'm so sorry. Like, I'll be there. He just responded again, like immediately. He's like following around after people being like, will you be in class tomorrow at 1 p.m.? I'm like, oh my God, yes. Which is good though. I need to learn. I also need to do the same thing for Twitch. I need to figure out how to use these platforms. So it's going to be good. But I was just like, oh, this is not a joke. Like you have to like attend class. He's like, if you're not serious, then you don't need, And I was like, I'm serious. So Saturday, Alex is real. I looked him up on LinkedIn because I was like, what is happening? he's real. He's a real person, actually kind of handsome, but that's another story. But anyways, yeah, so I'm in like YouTube school for creators, and they're dead serious. They like follow after you, and they're like, if you're not going to attend class, then we'll just drop you from school. And I'm like, please don't drop me from school. Like, anyways, I thought that was funny. So many interesting things are happening with YouTube. So it'll be interesting to see like how I can use that as TikTok is taken over by, I don't know, I don't know how familiar people are with Larry Ellison outside of the tech world, but I mean, it is very interesting that he is going to be one of the primary shareholders of US TikTok now. So yeah, I think it's a great time to figure out like how to use all these other platforms, because that might become very necessary soon, because Larry Ellison is, who knows? Yeah, subscription was replaced by super fans. I know that, and I'm looking for some super fans. If anyone would like to subscribe, tip, whatever words we're allowed to say, I don't know. I also need to go back to, I have regular, I'm realizing if I had attended all these TikTok classes I'm supposed to be in, I probably would have understood all these changes with the super fan stuff a lot better. So I need to do better about showing up for class when people, oh yeah, oh my God, he emailed me again. See you tomorrow at 1 p.m. for channel memberships boot camp. It's called boot camp on YouTube. We're in boot camp, and if you can't attend, then you can't be in the class. That's crazy. Anyways, I missed you guys so much. I'm so happy to be here. It's episode 111 of the People's Receipts, and man, I have 16. I could stay live for 2 days with all of the content I have. I was trying to debate. What do you guys think? I know, trust me, we could spend the next hour just saying, I miss you. I love seeing, I'm like trying not to read the comments. I'm afraid I'm going to cry. If you guys even knew what my life just been like, trust me. I missed you guys too. Ashley, thank you for the $20. I disengaged from politics myself for a month. Yeah. Glad to see you to catch me up. I missed your hot brain. Smashley, you're the best. Love you too. Yeah, it's like if my personal life completely falls apart and like my, whatever you want to consider my home life falls apart, and then on top of that, there's an active fascist takeover with idiots who can't read or do math cheering it on. Yeah, I have to disengage from something for a while, because it's just like I can handle like a fascist takeover when things are not crumbling at home, but not both at once, and they're also very interconnected, and I just don't want to, for people who are if you're not, join the Discord, link in Linktree to join the Discord, and then you would know. But I've just had a lot of problems with my family. My family contacted a Christian counselor who contacted me. If you know me, I'm in therapy twice a week with people who have graduated from college, to give people actual advice, with psychology degrees. But I was contacted by a Christian counselor who apparently was contacted by my family about their concerns about me being gay. Which it's crazy. You can't even, about me being pansexual, yeah. It's a long sordid tale that goes on and on for like 2 months. Oh, you have no idea. That's the nice part. That's what I'm willing to say online, I decided. But yeah, there were several knockdown, drag out fights. If you've seen how aggressive I can be, imagine what I was raised in to be that aggressive. And when you have people who are not only unbelievably aggressive, but then are also telling you, hey, we have to do this to you because this is what good parenting is. If we didn't do this, we don't love you, right? If we accepted you the way you want us to accept you, that would be bad parenting, because that would be us accepting like in their minds, and this is a quote. Wait, I don't know. I don't think possessed is the right word, but yeah, like the demon of rebellion and homosexuality is living inside me, and I need to address that with Christian counselors, because, real psychologists aren't fixing me fast enough. Anyways, whatever. This has been going on a long time. It's just Miss Julie on Twitch. Love that. Aunt Julie, love you, miss you. It's a lot, and it's not just that. There's a million more things, but yeah. So when that type of stuff happens behind the scenes, it's like I just have to curl into a ball, and that's why I'm in Denver. Just to get away for a while, because as long as I'm away long enough, I do so many things for my dad, my family, my parents, especially to take care of them and their health. Like, then they'll remember why they need me. It's like sometimes you just have to remove yourself from a situation so that people can remember that they actually need you for things. Anyways, Jen missed you, and oh my God, that cat is a doll. I cannot. And my Mr. Rittens is in the custody of is with my parents right now, which is gross. Gross. Anyways, adorable cat. Thanks for the $30. Oh my God, missed you. Big hugs. I know. But anyways, that's neither here nor there, because I don't want to talk about this stuff. I want to talk. First of all, I don't know if you consider this a joke or the absolute, just a further sign of the deterioration of American society, but I just saw this, so you have to see this too.
President Donald J. Trump, and it's Trump time. Hello, everyone. It's President Donald J. Trump, and it's Trump time. Check out this red beauty. It's one of my new watches. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know exactly what it's for, who it represents.
Everyone will know what it's for? You mean like to tell the time? I can't do this anymore.
Really going to be something special. It's for your favorite president. Get your watch today at GetTrumpWatches.com. Please make a great gift. It's Trump time.
I did look. I didn't look up the two in the back, but this front red one you can get on Temu for $10. So if anyone's looking to get this, I think I'm going to get everybody I know this watch, but obviously not from Trump. I'm just going to send everyone this red watch, that we could all wear them. It's like, don't spend money on Trump, obviously, but yeah, you can get this front red watch for like $9 something on Temu. So I don't know. Oh my God. Does anyone know how much he's charging for these? I forgot to look that up. Hold on. Let me look. Trump watches prices. Price list. Oh, please. I'm scared to even. Oh my God. They're $500. I can't do this. I love it. Malika, you guys are I can't. Can you imagine if Biden was hawking $10 TV watches for $500? Oh, can you imagine if Biden's like, everyone buy my watches? And by the way, like, as we go through all of this 10 hours of research I've done, which is going to be fascinating, entertaining, I mean, we're going to laugh, we're going to cry, I think, and we're going to realize Republicans' brains don't work. But can you imagine? I just want to point out, the whole time Biden was president and recovering the best in the G7 from an unavoidable pandemic, dragging our economy out of the shitter, which then lowered crime from 2022 on. Can you imagine if he was hawking watches? People would be like, this man's insane, right? And I'm not sure, I don't want to get into his medical issues, but right now he's at Walter Reed having a quote unquote semi-annual physical. Let's see, it's Friday, I think Wednesday. He was in one of these round table cabinet meetings, and his face stopped working. I don't know if anyone saw that or not. Like, I don't like talking about someone's health and speculating, but Trump can't remember, there's another clip where he did not remember who Ghislaine Maxwell was. He did not remember what habeas corpus was, and he's like, we'll leave that to Kristi Noem, who also has no idea. When she was under in the Senate and in the House, could not tell anyone what habeas corpus in fact was. Like, this man his brain is not working, and there are a bunch of people around him taking advantage of that at this point. I mean, didn't. Well, I'll bring up the clip in a second. It's just I have so many different presentations. I'm not going to go find it, but we'll see. I'll show you the clip if you haven't seen it of when he literally. And most of the time, I know I miss you guys too. I'm so happy to see you, and you're going to love all of this information I'm about to show you. It's just most of the time I'm like, Trump's a pathological liar pretending not to know who Ghislaine Maxwell is. Like, that's what I would say 99.9% of the time. It's just this one clip. Yeah, I actually think he didn't know. And it scared the shit out of me. I was like, holy shit, this man doesn't know in this moment, right? I mean, dementia, like I think sometimes he knows and doesn't know and whatever, but we'll get into it. Anyways, I'm just going to show a couple things. I think that's what I'm going to do because I have 4 different presentations. I'm going to show a couple of things from this one before I move on and show you like the real good stuff. Okay, this is I thought this was, I am loving J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, and I just thought he was talking to Greg Sargent, who's actually, I'm not sure what his new title is, but he's very high up at the Daily Beast. And I just want to play this clip of J.B. Pritzker this morning talking to Greg Sargent about Trump, which remove your background noise so viewers will, sorry, TikTok Studio is telling me that there's no background noise. I'm alone. Okay. Anyways. This is a clip of J.B. Pritzker talking to Greg Sargent from the Daily Beast this morning. And I was like, thank you. Because this is how I feel after after this week. I'm like, I don't think I even, we can be like, oh, look at Trump's hands. Like, they're turning black and he's dragging one leg up the stairs. But like, this was the first week where I was like, holy shit, his brain doesn't work. And we should all be very scared about that.
Well, Governor, the president has called for your arrest. I just want to ask you this pretty bluntly. Do you expect to be arrested soon?
I do not expect to be arrested, and the president of the United States says a lot of crazy things. I genuinely think there is something wrong with him. I wish that his family would intervene because I do think he needs mental health help, and I don't think anybody around him that works for him is going to do that because they're benefiting from his failure of mental health, his dementia. I wish somebody would help out the president of the United States. Meanwhile, he says a lot of crazy things. He doesn't have authority to arrest elected officials or really anybody where you don't have any example of a crime being committed. And I find it ironic that this guy, who's a 34-time convicted felon, is saying that I should be jailed. I've never been accused of or convicted of or, gone on trial for anything. He's the guy who's done that so many times and cheated, by the way, in civil court. And this is just, I don't take it seriously. Other than I think the man has so much power at his fingertips because he's president of the United States that the people around him might try to take it upon themselves to just make something up and come after me or Gavin Newsom. I know they've mentioned that they might jail him or the mayor of the city of Chicago.
Well, Governor,
I mean, truly, and I'll show you more evidence of what I'm talking about, but yeah, I think that I'm not saying Trump's completely out of his mind, but there are definitely moments where it is appearing that he does not know where he is or cannot remember. And if you know anything about dementia, I always talk about my best friend, her name's Kelly, like from childhood, we played on the same, stop. Is this like a fire? I love this. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate it. And I saw someone in the comments say, correct me if I'm wrong, Felice has been gone. Yes, I was gone for like a month or more, and it's a long story. Join the Discord if you want me to ever know about what really goes on with me. But yeah, I'm back and I missed you guys incredibly, and I will prove it to you with all the research I've done, because trust me, I have a lot of lies to debunk. Jeremy, thank you for the $10. Welcome back. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I've just never seen Trump. I just want to show another clip. This J.B. Pritzker, again, the governor of Illinois, posted this clip, which I'm like, J.B. Pritzker is just moving on up by estimation every minute. He posted this clip on X yesterday at like 10:19 p.m. Central Time, which is hilarious.
We also got a very special report filed by J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois.
This is J.B. Pritzker reporting from war-torn Chicago. As you can see, there's utter mayhem and chaos on the ground. It's quite disturbing. The Milwaukee Brewers have come in to attack our Chicago Cubs. We've seen people being forced to eat hot dogs with ketchup on them. And our deep dish pizza, well, has gone shallow. So it's a challenge to survive here in the city of Chicago, but there's no hellscape that I'd rather be in.
Well, thank you, Governor. And please know that you and the Cubs will be in our prayers. So that's how you do it. If you live in one of the war-ravaged communities the president has or is planning to occupy with troops, we want to see just how frightening it is. So make a video, post it to YouTube with the hashtag #ShowMeYourHellhole, and look for a message from us so we can share your nightmare. We also got a
Actually a great idea. Jimmy Kimmel is full of them, by the way. I will say this. It's kind of like what happened with South Park when they challenged Trump. Sorry, I didn't record it, but I was looking, I used to work in advertising. So I look at a lot of media data. Like, Trump did Jimmy Kimmel the biggest favor of all time. Like, Jimmy Kimmel's show is like getting 9 times the viewership it was before Trump tried to, violate Jimmy Kimmel's First Amendment rights. So great job, Donald Trump, having the exact opposite effect that you were trying to have. Literally, Jimmy Kimmel's word is now like canon, thanks to Donald Trump being an idiot. Okay. I do want to show, before I get into like the really interesting stuff, not to say that this is interesting, which a lot of it, we are going to drag Mike Johnson to the depths of hell, which won't be hard because he's already walked there on his own. But Mike Johnson is an unbelievable impotent. Thank you for the gift. I appreciate it so much. We're almost to 50K. Keep tapping. Please gift. Please tip. I appreciate it so much. Okay, so this is just a couple minutes ago. That's why I was 30 minutes late. I was just like, I just need to clip a few things. This is Mike Johnson today. This is not a joke. Which I shouldn't have to say that. He's dead serious. I thought it was a joke. At first I saw people on X joking about this, being like, are you going to the I Hate America rally? And I'm like, oh, is MAGA having a rally? No, this is what they're talking about.
I'll turn it back over to the leader. We take some questions, but we've heard, and many of you have reported already, this Hate America rally that they have coming up for October 18th. The Antifa crowd and the pro-Hamas crowd and the Marxists, they're all going to gather on the mall. We got some House Democrats selling T-shirts for this event. It is an outrageous gathering for outrageous purposes, but the Democrats in the Senate have shown that they're afraid of that crowd, that they don't want to bow, that they want to bow to them, bow the knee to them, and they don't want to take incoming from them. And so they're willing to hold the American people hostage so that they don't have to face an angry mob that's a big chunk of their base. Now, if that's a rumor, they need to come out and clarify that it's not, but that is what we are hearing is their actual motivation, and it is outrageous.
Do you see what he did? Because if you don't know, Mike Johnson's a constitutional lawyer. Like, I'm pretty sure his emphasis was constitutional law. So he made up a lie, and knowing he just made up a lie, what you heard him do was cover his own ass and say, well, that's what we're hearing. So if the lie I just made up about the Democratic Party and its leaders in Congress is in fact not true, they should correct it, because that's what I heard, right? Like hearsay. Mike Gaslight Johnson. Truly, that is a lawyer in true form. Hey, I just made up a pathological lie, and to cover my own ass from any repercussions of that random lie I made up, I'll just be like, excuse me, that's what I heard. So if it's not true, someone should come and correct me. And yes, when he says the I Hate America or Hate America rally, that's a no kings protest. He's talking about a peaceful protest of Americans who would like some health care and, basic rights and, their basic constitutional rights to be recognized and to avoid a fascist takeover in America. That is quite literally, he's saying that is the Hate America rally he is referring to. Oh, and again, let me just show you one more clip, because if you have not seen this week, I have never seen, I would say if you added up all of Mike Johnson's media appearances last month, he's done more this week. I have never seen this, and I'll say this, as someone who comes from the advertising, marketing, and PR world, he'll never recover from this. Mike Johnson may have ruined his political career in 1 week, and not because he's done any of this stuff, not because he's guilty of it, not because it's his idea, but in service of covering for Donald Trump, his political career is quite, and I mean this, quite literally over. Here's one, and so after he does this psychotic, he shows up on Fox News. Oh wait, sorry, I'm getting it in the wrong order. He was on Fox and Friends, then did that press conference. But here's another clip I just want to show you.
Season because of this nonsense, and we're so angry about it. I mean, I'm a very patient guy, but I have had it with these people. They're playing games with real people's lives. The theory we have right now, they have a.
By the way, so I've made, like I said, I have like 5 presentations I've made. I did research for 7 hours yesterday, and like part of my outline, like if you looked at my notes and the outline around these presentations, there's like a whole section of 50 clips titled like Republicans lack self-awareness. So when you hear all these clips I'm going to play, it is true. These people are talking about what they're guilty of and then pointing at someone else, right? Like, listen to what he's saying. You must be talking about yourselves, right? Like, you have to be talking about Republicans here.
And we're so angry about it. I mean, I'm a very patient guy, but I have had it with these people. They're playing games with real people's lives. The theory we have right now, they have a Hate America rally that's scheduled for October 18th on the National Mall. It's all the pro-Hamas wing and the Antifa people. They're all coming out. Some of the House Democrats are selling T-shirts for the event, and it's being told to us that they won't be able to reopen the government until after that rally because they can't face their rabid base. I mean, this is serious business, hurting real people. And
note when he made this lie up at the press conference after this, he said, well, if that's not true, because that's not true, right? Like, and I'll show you Hakeem Jeffries, when that whole confrontation that happened with Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Lawler, and Hakeem Jeffries was just like, can you do math? No, they can't do math. Like, let me help you with the math, Mike Johnson. You are the Speaker of the House. You have the majority in the House. You have the majority in the Senate. You have the Supreme Court. You have the executive branch. This is your problem. You did this. All of your actions, all of the lies, all of the broken promises, when you appropriated funds, when the first time, which I did not, I thought we should have shut down the government the first time, but Chuck Schumer didn't, and got weirdo Fetterman to join him and a couple other people to keep the government open in good faith. And then you took all of the appropriations and misappropriated them, which used to be a crime in America. I'm not sure what's a crime. It's not, but when Congress appropriates funds and then you impound them or misappropriate them, that used to be a crime in this country. And you did all of that. And you're like, oh, what about the workers? Which ones? The ones you're laying off? I just want to be clear. Trump is laying off people. As we speak, they're laying off federal workers. That's what's happening right now. And that's what they were doing before. Stop talking about, oh, we care about people. You don't care about people. You don't care if people have health care. You don't care if people have jobs. You don't care. And I just want to show this. This is a response from the organizers of the No King's Day protest on October 18th. The organizers behind the No King's Day of action on October 18th, the event Johnson called a Hate America rally, have this to say in response. Quote, after a few moments of laughter, the No Kings Coalition issued the following statement. Speaker Johnson is running out of excuses for keeping the government shut down. Instead of reopening the government, preserving affordable health care, or lowering costs for working families, which that's all it would take, right? Is to give some people some health care and lower costs for working families. He's attacking millions of Americans who are peacefully coming together to say that America belongs to its people, not to kings. will see everyone on October 18th. All No Kings events adhere to a shared commitment to nonviolent protest and community safety. Organizers are trained in de-escalation and are working closely with local partners to ensure peaceful and powerful actions nationwide. See, I can read. That was an example of me reading something. MAGA, work on reading and doing research, and that will become, why I'm saying that will become more clear as we go through the never-ending stream of lies from the Republicans. So again, after Mike Johnson, embarrassing Mike Johnson, says all these lies, and guess what he did? This just happened. Speaker Mike Johnson just told Republicans they can all stay home next week. Not even 1 hour later, the Trump administration announced they are moving forward with firing thousands of federal workers. Which which is par for the course, but yeah, again, Republicans, this is like pro forma, they're not coming back to work. They don't give an F. There's no solution. They're just not coming to work. Sorry, this is the clip of
the Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., October 10th, 2025. I hereby designate the period from Tuesday, October 14th, 2025, through Sunday, October 19th, 2025, as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. Tuesday, October 14th, 2025.
Yeah, so nothing, and they can't come back to session, right? If they did, what would happen? They'd have to seat Adelita Grijalva, the amazing representative who's carrying on her family legacy of being a progressive rep in one of the most Hispanic districts in Arizona. And she's what? The 218th vote in the discharge petition for the Epstein files. They can't come back in session because Adelita Grijalva, who has been elected democratically by the people, Mike Johnson refuses to seat. That is what is going on. He's a 3 PDO. He's covering up for 3 PDOs and Donald Trump. Can't seat the person that's going to vote for the discharge petition to release the Epstein files, which we'll get into in more detail. And I'm sorry I have to show you this, but when I saw this today, I was just like, I'm sorry, what the fuck? This is real. This just happened. This just happened, like, right now. Prepare yourself.
President Putin and I have had an open channel of communication regarding the welfare of these children. For the past 3 months, both sides have participated in several back-channel meetings and calls, all in good faith. We have agreed to cooperate with each other for the benefit of all people involved in this war.
I just want to tell you, Trump is at Walter Reed right now pretending he's having a semi-annual physical, which is not normal. Semi-annual physicals aren't like scheduled things that presidents have to do. And like I said, if you just are joining, I've never seen Trump speaking or behaving like he was this week. At one point, he lost, the one side of his face wasn't working. He cannot remember things. Now he's at Walter Reed for a semi-annual physical, and Melania is now confessing to back channeling with Putin, an active enemy of the United States. And this is their best bet, is to have her doing this. So I'm just presenting this. And before I get off this and go into all the stuff I want to talk about, just one more thing that's happening this morning, which I just cannot, it's horrible and weird, but Trump, well, first of all, it's Pam Bondi, because I did clip the Pam Bondi hearing of pathological lying and weird obfuscations and attacks that she engaged in on Tuesday. So we're going to be going over that. I always talked about how Pam Bondi was the swamp. If there is a swamp, Pam Bondi is literally the progenitor of it. She is a foreign agent operating on U.S. soil. She was a back channeler for Qatar, right? Remember how Trump got a plane from them? All of this stuff. Well, apparently, today, while Trump is at the doctor incapacitated, they have announced that Qatar is putting a military base on U.S. soil in Idaho. A foreign Arab country will be having a military base in Idaho. We are going to have. Yeah, no, this is real. Here, I'll let Keg's Breath tell you about it.
No one other than President Trump could have achieved the peace that what we believe will be a lasting peace in Gaza, and Qatar played a substantial role from the beginning, working with our folks to ensure that came about. So I want to thank you for that historic peace. We look forward to joining the president as that gets. It's already been delivered, but as that's formally signed as well. And I'm also proud that today we're announcing
Has not been delivered.
signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. The location will be host a contingent of Qatari F-15s and pilots to enhance our combined training, increase lethality, interoperability. It's just another example of our partnership. And I hope you know, Your Excellency, that you can count on us.
Qatar can count on us. The fuck. And I'm just saying this because, again, I don't mean to tell you how I feel about this, but I could tell you, MAGA, if every moment Trump betrayed you, your lines of logic didn't collapse, then this is where you would abandon him, right? I mean, can you imagine if Biden's like, hey, an Arab country is putting we're going to plop down their pilots and let them fly over the United States and land in Idaho where we train them. I mean, come on. And anyways, this is what I want to say. So Laura Loomer, this is a person who has gotten actual professionals in the government, civil servants, people whose brains work and have done a lifetime of service and can follow lines of logic. She's gotten them fired by apparently just going to the White House and casting casting aspersions and making up her weird paranoia and conspiracies against them. This is what Laura Loomer just posted on X, because I just never thought I'd see Republicans give terror financing Muslims, which I don't like that characterization, but Qatar, the country, absolutely does fund groups who have engaged in horrible attacks on civilians all over the world. This is, the International Criminal Court has traced it back to Qatar over and over and over. This is why it was so... Sorry, I was playing Jeopardy on my Amazon Echo this morning, and one of the questions was about... Or actually, this was a couple days ago. One of the questions was about where the World Cup was. Remember when Qatar had the World Cup? And it was so disputed because they have all these people, slaves, that they've taken their passports and they made them construct all these facilities for the World Cup, basically while they all died and fell into the cement and were kept there. Yeah. I could go into the human rights abuses, the funding of T-ism, the real funding, not Trump just pointing at anyone he doesn't like and calling them a T-ist, actual funding of T-ism coming out of Qatar. This is not up for debate. It's factually been proven in courts of law. The financial records have been traced back to them. This is real. Anyways, let me finish. Laura Loomer just posted this. Never thought I'd see Republicans give terror financing Muslims, which I don't like the word Muslims because Muslims are not the problem. But the government of Qatar Qatar has absolutely funded Teaism. A military base on U.S. soils. Well, she's saying so they could unalive Americans. I would hope that's not why, but whatever. I don't think I'll be voting in 2026. Laura Louver just posted this. I cannot in good conscience make any excuse for harboring of jihadis. I can't. The racism in this is gross. But, I mean, I think this is crazy, right? Because I didn't vote for Donald Trump, right? But I don't know how many times MAGA can be, well, this is how I know MAGA can't follow a line of logic, read or do math. Every single thing Trump has done has been the opposite of America first. And yet you guys are like, keep going, you're doing a great job. Like, it's hilarious. It's just more proof that your brains don't work. Here, and she posted, underneath that, she posted this clips, and I clipped it, so I just want to play the clip she posted. This is Trump in his first term in 2017. That's why you're going to hear him mention Rex Tillerson. Remember, blast from the past, Rex Tillerson? That's why he's talking. This is what Trump said in his first term.
The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level. And in the wake of that conference, nations came together and spoke to me about confronting Qatar over its behavior. So we had a decision to make.
Man, they gave him a plane. The country that gave him a plane. And just by the way, I looked it up before I started this live. 930 million, just shy of $1 billion, that plane cost us of our tax dollars. When he said it was given to him, what it costs to then outfit it, make it safe, whatever, do upgrades you want it, $1 billion. $1 billion of our taxpayer dollars that went into that plane. And as well as, just understand, when he leaves office, that plane is not property of the United States government. It goes with him. It's property of, like, the Donald Trump library. He's taking it with him when he leaves.
Do we take the easy road, or do we finally take a hard but necessary action? We have to stop the funding of terrorism. I decided, along with Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, our great generals and military people, the time had come to call on Qatar to end its funding. They have to end that. The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terror.
This is just happened this morning. I have so many other things to talk about. But yeah, now we're going to be, and I saw someone said this has been happening since 2017. I know there's been, like, I could get into a long story about this. Like, it's not just, there's different military bases, like the Zetas, right? Like when Trump's like, hey, this terrorist organization in Mexico, yeah, that's fully been armed by United States weapons and was also trained on U.S. military bases. You know, like, we have a long history of training Teaist organizations on U.S. soil. So I wouldn't say this is unique, but I would say it is 190% antithetical to what he promised MAGA. So now we're going to have a Qatar Air Force Base in Idaho on U.S. soil. You can't write this stuff. And again, if you just are joining, Laura Loomer just said, I'm not voting in 2026. Like, this is where I draw the line. This is insane. Yeah, because Trump is right now at Walter Reed having a unnecessary semi-annual physical after a week of me watching him at one point not know who Ghislaine Maxwell was. And I would always say, you always hear me say, like, Trump is a combination between, like, declining health, idiocy, and lies. No, in that moment, I actually think he didn't know. And that was one of the scariest things I've ever seen. We're almost great. So Kayla's like, are we great yet? We're getting, Kayla, we just wait it out. Just, you guys, we got this. I won't even tell you about the jobs numbers until they come out. Like, our economy is great. We lowered interest rates to try to help stagflation, and that's still not working. Like, it's not good. Sorry, let me move on. Oh, and this is Ron Filipkowski posted this. Trump and Hegseth give Qatar an air base in Idaho, and Qatari pilots will be flying jets over American airspace. Remember, can I just remind everyone when Biden was president and they were mad about weather balloons? Remember we were shooting down like junior high kids' science experiments because they're like, these are aliens. Does anyone remember when Republicans in Congress, which it was the majority of them, decided that there were aliens off the East Coast? Or remember the drone? Does anyone remember the drones? And they're like, this is the Middle East. They're flying these drones in our airspace, and we have to do. And we're like, that's actually not what's happening if you have a brain. But okay, this is real. Their lavish gifts and personal business deals with Trump worth billions really paid off for them. No, this is the justice for Idaho refusing to follow EMTALA, letting women hemorrhage and die, letting women get sepsis and getting a Supreme Court ruling so they can let them die. Like, you guys have fun with the Qatari Air Force Base. Oh, this is what you get. This is what you deserve, Idaho. Have a great time. You guys are amazing. And this is what happens. Like, can I just say, remember states' rights, brother? Remember that, Idaho? States' rights, brother. We can deny women medical care and let them bleed out while they're airlifted to hospitals in Washington and Oregon. States' rights. This is what happens when you let fascism and the federal government take over your country. Now you guys get to have a Qatari air base plopped down in the middle of Idaho, which, oh my God. I can't. Isn't it? It's kind of beautiful. Idaho deserves this. Trust me. I lived there for 5 years. If you've never lived in Idaho for 5 years, this is what happened. This is beautiful. Billy Ray Dipchit. God, I missed you. Hi, hey Loris. I miss all you guys. It's so good to see you. Okay, Jen, so how do we get label the White House as an HSO or HSN? Wait, can someone tell me what those acronyms, when you say HSO or HSN, what does that mean? Are you talking about like military HSOs? Like housing? I'm confused. Sorry, I'm reading a super chat. So Jen said, so how do we get to label, sorry, I read that wrong. Do we get to label the White House as an HSO or HSN? Oh, Home Shopping Network. Okay, got it. Yes, exactly. Well, that's what MAGA's labeling them right now. MAGA is losing their mother effing minds. I could go. This is. I just don't. MAGA, you guys, your brains don't work. And you know how I love numbers, so I just want to show this poll about the government shutdown real quick, and then we're going to get into like the real meat and potatoes. But this is, I know some people are annoyed by him, but I think I like his energy. So Harry Enton was doing polling and statistical analysis on the government shutdown, and actually I think I like the way he does research. Like he was looking at like initially when a party is blamed for a government shutdown, who is blamed in the end. I found this actually quite fascinating, and I think you will too. Tap this. Oh wait. Oh shit. Sorry, it didn't. Hold on. I have the clip. I just have to. I have to leave this presentation. I have to use my fingers. It's so rude. Okay, here we go. And can we all tap the screen? We should be at 150K. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping is clapping. I'll reset the gift goals and everything. I know I haven't. It's hard. I'm just getting back into the groove. Tapping, aggressive tapping. Wait, hold on. Let me pause this. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of Republicans out there right now strutting around thinking that they're cock of the walk. But
this is a morning show.
I know.
Come on,
but
keep it clean.
We'll try and keep it clean, but shutdowns just get me so excited. Republicans out there thinking they're cock of the walk. But here's the thing to keep in mind. Blame more for the 2025 shutdown. Who do Americans blame more? They blame Republicans. The New York Times, by 7 points, they blame Republicans in Congress and Donald Trump. Marist, look at that. Blame Trump and Republicans by 12 points. How about Washington Post? By a 17-point margin. When you look at the data, what you're actually seeing is that more Americans are blaming Republicans than Democrats, which I think really goes against the conventional wisdom, because a lot of folks are saying, hey, Democrats are so divided. But at this particular point, Americans are placing the blame on the Republican shoulders, at least the plurality of them are.
All right, so looking at this, does this match up to what we see historically? Like how?
This is a teachable moment, MAGA. If any of you are quietly listening, and I do appreciate you not saying asinine things. Did you hear what he said? Let's listen again, because we're going to have a moment where we learn.
Looking at this, does this match up to what we see historically? Like how is this different?
He talks so fast.
At this particular point, Americans are placing the blame on the Republican shoulders, at least the plurality of them are.
Plurality. Now again, let me just help you. Look up the definition of plurality, so that you never again say that a majority of Americans voted for Donald Trump. They didn't. A plurality of Americans voted for Donald Trump. This is a man who understands how to read and do statistical analysis, who correctly understands the difference between majority and plurality. So I'm just showing you, MAGA, there are people whose brains work, who know that Donald Trump did not, in fact, ever win a majority of votes in the last election. It was a plurality. But you would have to understand the meaning of words to get there. I have faith, though. No, I don't. I'm sorry. That was a lie. I don't actually have faith. Oh, yeah, sorry. I have to go back. I just remembered I left the presentation to find that clip. Let me go back. I think that might be let me see, do I have anything else? Nope. Okay, we're moving on. Moving along to more important things. Okay, so I did, like I said, I did 7 hours of research yesterday. Oh no, my one clip that's important is gone. I need to find my clip on Trump's mental health. Not mental health. Mental health is, we all know how Trump's mental health is. Medical health. Give me 1 second. I have it. I just need to. It's somewhere right here. Where are you? Sorry, I'm just looking for this clip because, oh, here it is. Okay. I'm just going to start by playing this clip. This is a clip of Ben Meiselas from Midas Touch talking yesterday. This was filmed yesterday, talking about what was right. And again, just a reminder, Trump is right now at Walter Reed having an unnecessary semi-annual physical that he's like, I'm fine. Yeah, you're fine. You can't remember people's names anymore. You're not fine. And also, here's another learning moment for MAGA. Every single thing you said about Joe Biden, if he was too old, if he was sick, if he couldn't remember things, every single thing now applies to Donald Trump. If you're not an idiot hypocrite in a cult, then all of that energy you directed towards Joe Biden, you would now direct towards Donald Trump. So I'll be waiting for that, but I have a feeling you guys are in a cult and you can't read or do math. God, I did it again. I started playing a clip you can't see. Give me 1 second. Sorry. We made it to 105K. Keep tapping. Okay.
So some very serious health concerns regarding Donald Trump are once again surfacing as he's set to go to Walter Reed Medical Center on Friday for what the White House is referring to as a routine yearly checkup. You see, the issue is that they claimed he already had a routine yearly checkup back on April 11th. There, the purported doctor said that Donald Trump was perfectly healthy as evidenced by the fact that he wins many golf tournaments. That was a direct quote from those what I thought were very phony medical reports at the time. Now, we're also learning about some other data points that suggest real serious health issues, both cognitive as well as physical. There have been many speculating before that Donald Trump had a series of mini strokes that actually date back to his first term, and that may have occurred again. Now, we're seeing, for example, yesterday, Marco Rubio having to write notes to Donald Trump in very big letters that the press was able to capture. We need you to approve your social media post on the Truth Social platform to announce the deal, the purported ceasefire deal in Gaza, which we'll actually see what that really means. Donald Trump announces fake deals all the time, but what was very clear that someone else is writing Donald Trump's posts. But what we also learned is that when Donald Trump thinks he's sending direct messages to his cabinet members, messages that, by the way, are unlawful, he's posted those publicly. So one very serious message that I believe is incredibly illegal, that message that he sent to Pam Bondi, where he said, Pam, I need you to go and attack my political opponents, James Comey, Adam Schiff, and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Well, Wall Street Journal reported yesterday that that message was a direct message to Attorney General Pam Bondi. It was not.
We'll get into. I've clipped this entire hearing, but yes. So just to note, this is illegal. Trump is sending classified information and messages about, well, first of all, Trump as the head of the executive branch, directing targeted investigations against his political enemies is used to be illegal, right? There should be no communication between the DOJ and the president, right? Like there used to be, when this country was a democracy, a complete separation, right? The president does not illegally direct and target people for investigation, which now we know this isn't true. But more importantly, I just want to be clear, it's not like he's sending this through encrypted government sources. He is private messaging her on Truth Social. That's what happened. And then instead of sending it as a private or direct message on Truth Social, he posted that shit. And this is the Wall Street Journal, again, owned by Rupert Murdoch, that confirmed and reported on this, which I love because MAGA's always like, look at Fox News, like telling all the lies we like to hear. Yeah, that like, because they can't read. In the same moment Rupert Murdoch makes all this money off MAGA idiots on Fox, that he actually tells the real truth in the Wall Street Journal, and then completely is just like, yeah, Trump's a fucking liar has dementia and is illegally sending private messages on Truth Social, and then posting, Jess, love you, it's so good to see you, and let's do a lives together soon. Puzzle piece. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Jess Talk 3 is here. One of my favorite creators. Yes, my self-imposed exile is over. But, I mean, that's literally. So I love how everyone's like, well, that's not what Fox News said, which we'll get into because again, 10 hours of research for me is like 800 hours of research for another person. I can't wait to get into how dumb or senile or a combination of both Donald Trump is. But yeah, Rupert Murdoch, while he sells lies to MAGA and gets rich on Fox News, also spends all his time on the Wall Street Journal telling the truth about Trump, which is that he's a senile, pathological liar.
Supposed to be posted public, but Donald Trump accidentally posted it public because he's not really cognitively there anymore. I mean, when you see Donald Trump's response to this government shutdown and just his speech patterns in general, it was always very bad. I think during the 2024 election, it was certainly getting worse, and we called it out a lot. He would tell the stories about Hannibal Lecter.
And just point out that no one would ever report on that, right? Joe Biden was insane. Here's what Joe Biden did do, though. Effectively manage the U.S. government. Place people who were qualified in positions to effectively manage the U.S. government. But he was insane and couldn't manage. And I never heard anyone saying that Trump was insane when he could barely speak, barely walk, nothing. He's talking about sharks and batteries and nothing that made any sense. No one said a word. I'm sorry, and I'm specifically talking about for-profit media, right? Like
his best friend, imaginary serial killer friends that he had. He would talk about shark attacks and his fear of being electrocuted. He would talk about looking at the penises of golfers in showers. Arnold Palmer's penis he would talk about, and corporate media wouldn't talk about it. We would say,
not once, several times. Like that was part of his speech. Like, and everyone acted like that shit was normal. Remember when he started miming fellatio over and over? with the microphone. Yeah, Jack Horner, little Jack Horner. I get what you're doing there with that name. Love it. Yeah. Does anyone remember that? And everyone's like, I love MAGA. Like, and again, MAGA, I just want to say, like, he's ruining your lives too. I love how you think that this guy is helping you. It's just you guys are truly idiotic. And like every time I'm like, they can't be this dumb, then I'm like, oh, they're this dumb. Today, October 10th, 2025, Laura Loomer says she will not vote in the 2026 midterms. That's, sorry, if you're just joining, I already showed that. She just tweeted that. She will not vote anymore because Trump is putting a Qatari Air Force base in Idaho. Remember America First? America First Trump? Like, this is, you guys are idiots. There's no other word for this. There's no justification. You guys are idiots.
Doesn't seem to be there, but it's getting even worse. I mean, now he's out talking about getting $17 trillion in tariff shelves, that there are these tariff shelves with $17 trillion and he has all this money, yet at the same time our government's run out of money, hence we're in a shutdown.
I think that the point that
Hold on. And by the way, because I have I'm not going to say this until it's done, but I have a friend that's an engineer that I used to work with when I worked in the tech industry. Hold on. I have a way to check the tariff revenue. Sorry, I should have saved it somewhere easier to see. So when Trump says we've gone into this. He says he's brought in $7 trillion from the Middle East. That is a complete lie. Chris, I saw you in the chat. Nice to see you, Chris. Missed you. I'll text you later. Yeah, Chris and I debunked that on a live one night. That's not true, right? I think, God, sorry, I need to look into this, but I think we should develop a tariff tracker. Actually, and when I say this, because I want to make this point clear, so I'm going to let a farmer tell it while Trump's selling out every red state and every farmer. Trump's saying he's bringing in trillions of tariff revenue, which is a lie. I believe to date it's $330 billion, which we just borrowed $5 trillion. And I know that MAGA can't do math. I just want to tell you that collecting $330 billion in the fiscal year from tariffs or around that is fine. Is like if I found some change in my couch and then I tried to pay off my debt with it, which was like 100,000x larger. It is delusional. And also, and more importantly, but let's let a soybean farmer, because I know I'm just a woman with a tiny brain that's bigger than apparently all of MAGA men's brains. But, I'm still a woman and I know you can't hear me speak. So I'm going to get a white man to say it to you because I do think he said it quite beautifully. When I heard this, I was like, and in the words of this soybean farmer, he's like, you're telling me that you're going to rob me and then pay me back the money you stole from me and call it a bailout. Every ounce of money he collects from tariffs is stealing from our pockets. And I'll say this, if you buy things on Amazon, which Trump threatened them when I think what Jeff Bezos said he was going to do it, to not do it, but they're doing it, right? You can see the tariff tax on every single thing you buy on Amazon now when you're purchasing it. Look, and it's 28 cents here, 35 cents here, $5 here. You can see the regulatory tariff taxes. They're showing you what they are. Literally. Every time you go to the cash register, wherever, the grocery store, you are paying. And then Trump, you hear him in these press conferences being like, we're collecting trillions. That's a lie. Again, it's like $330 billion. But, which is nothing compared to actually how much we're spending. Again, remember, National Guard in D.C., $1 million a day. National Guard in LA, I think it was 2.4 million a day. Now we're going to try to do this in Illinois and Oregon, which we'll get to, which is fucking absurd. But nobody has spent more with the federal government than Trump. So if you were under the impression, remember, everything he did with Doge saved no money. As a matter of fact, has cost us millions and millions of dollars, and we are not sure of the total amount of damage that we're going to have to pay as a result of Doge, which was, again, supposed to save us money. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Who said that? Oh, my God. Let me follow you for saying something. If you know, I used to live in South America. Following you back, Sally Studer, WRC Pine Queen, love you. Billions to Argentina. Don't get me started. I used to live in South America. My apartment was in Ecuador because they don't extradite to the United States, which is a falsehood. They do. Don't ever believe. If you move to a country that says they don't extradite to the U.S., don't believe that. They do. Anyways, but I traveled all over, including Argentina. Just understand, if you don't know, we are mailing billions. MAGA, for 777 people, I know some of you are lurking idiotically in the background trying to figure out how many ways Trump's betraying you. We are mailing billions and billions and billions of dollars to Argentina. You know why? Well, I mean, we have a long history of coups in South America. But Milei, right? Turns out he's a lying grifter who basically did a crypto rug pull on the entire Argentinian country. They fucking hate him and want him gone. And right now, we're doing a coup in Argentina. But instead of like bringing in the military, we are taking all of our tax dollars, the trillion, that's a lie. It's billions. But we're mailing it to Argentina to keep Javier Milei, a weirdo crypto rug pull grifter, in power. America first, MAGA, keep it up. And I know, MAGA, you don't know that because you'd have to be able to read. You have no idea where, so far 20 billion, B. Thank you, B. I think the initial sending was 20 billion. We just gave it to try to continue to force a coup in Argentina. Not a coup, but to reelect him, right? Like a coup we're not trying to use the military yet, It's not time for Trump, like Trump's last failed coup. Trump is 0 for 1 on actual coups. But right now we mailed them 20 billion. But I just want to quote you. I believe Scott Bessent was this morning on Fox News, and I didn't bother to clip it because I didn't think, thank you. That's so cool, Pine Queen, for knowing about that, because truly no one knows. And I didn't think, I have so many other things domestically to talk about. So I was like, no one's going to have any idea what's going on there. And Scott Bessent was on Fox saying, this is just the beginning. We're sending them more. America first, right, MAGA? Keep it up. All of our now, again, I just want to recap when I say tax dollars. We pay federal taxes, we pay state taxes. Every single time you buy something, you are paying taxes. And Trump is now mailing 20 billion in the first offering to Argentina. And according to Scott Bessent, that's just the start. They're sending much, much more. But America first, keep it up. And meanwhile, Trump's like, hey, MAGA, you guys don't need to go to school. You guys shouldn't go to school. You guys should just work in fast food restaurants. Like, why do you guys need to learn anything? Lest you figure out how to critically think and realize you're being robbed. Oh, yeah, Besson's headphones friend. Oh, well, it's not just, thank you. And Toodle, love you and missed you so much. And thank you. Yes, sometime I will do a whole live, which is going to take like 12 hours, and I could create a whole picture of crypto scams and how foreign governments are linked to them, right? When I call him Javier Rug Pull Milei, there's a reason. He rug pulled all of Argentina at a crypto scam, and these crypto scams are linked to Trump's crypto scams, which are linked to, the UAE, and it's a long story of crypto scams. But yeah, this is all related, right? Like Argentina going under, them not holding that position would be different. But yes, thank you. And Seabass, missed you too. Fish Bastion, God, I could cry with how much I missed all of you. But yeah, this is a long, sordid tale, and they have a vested interest. And remember, by the way, this is what Trump was trying to do in Brazil. Oh, God. Why? Sorry. This is why I love this chat. I never have to remember. What's the guy's name again? The Brazilian that is living in Orlando, and his kids are best friends with Trump's kids, and he's been convicted of trying to do a coup in Brazil. What's his name? His last name? Because we don't need to remember his first name. It starts with a B or something. Bolsonaro. Thank you. Bolsonaro. Thank you. I knew you guys would know, because right now, Bolsonaro is literally in exile, right? They did a J6, which I could link to Trump's campaign people, if you didn't know, everything Trump did on J6, him and his organizers helped to do in Brazil. But the difference is Brazil apparently actually has a justice system that works. And Bolsonaro has been convicted and exiled and can't be there. And Javier Milei is kind of their next replacement, right? Like, he's the crypto red pill dumbass bro that's going to sell all of the minerals and resources out from under our indigenous Argentinians' feet to United States corporations. So they don't want to lose that. But again, just to be clear, remember how Trump said America first? He has mailed $20 billion, and according to Scott Bessent, that's the first sending of our tax dollars to re-elect Javier Milei, who did a crypto scam and ruined everyone's lives in Argentina. But keep going. Anyways, so let me get to this soybean farmer, because that's the reason I'm talking about this, is because Trump keeps sending our tax dollars places it shouldn't be. But this is and I have a whole thing I never did the last time before I disappeared for a month and a half about what Trump's doing to farmers, and particularly with soybeans. This is a farmer saying, literally, because again, I'm just a woman with a tiny brain. So here's a older white male who apparently can do math and is like, let me get this straight. Trump is stealing from me and then trying to give me back my own money and acting like I should be thankful.
I have to ask, where do you stand on the White House's idea of helping farmers with tariff money that is being collected?
That's the most ridiculous thing. Let me explain to you. Okay. Or your listeners, excuse me. Those tariffs I'm paying on inputs just this spring, and all of our parts, many of our parts come from other countries. All right. Just this spring, I go to my local John Deere dealer. I need a chain for my corn planter. I take it out of the box, John Deere box, dealt with these people for 40 years, John Deere part number, turn it over, it says made from China. Okay, I'm thinking, wow, that's odd. I just paid a tariff on that doggone thing. So here's the deal. I'm paying that tariff because my importer, John Deere, paid it. They paid it directly to the Treasury. Now the President of the United States is going to take my money and give it back to me and call it a bailout. That's just comical. And I tell you what, this administration has got agriculture, has got farmers exactly where they want them. And that is in need of what only Trump can deliver, and that's a bailout. What a terrible place for agriculture to be. Farmers are independent. They are independent businessmen and women, and they want to live off the land. They're creating income off the land for their communities, and President Trump has them right.
I have to ask, where do you stand?
It's absolutely absurd. And it goes deeper. I could get more into the soybean farm thing. But I'd rather address, I saw liquid thoughts. Liquid as in brain doesn't work. I don't know. But you said that you went to Amazon. I was lying. So I just have a screenshot of, it's called estimated regulatory fees, which maybe it depends on what state you're in if you're required to tell someone what the tariff revenue is. But yeah, the blue line that says estimated regulatory fees, that's what it is. And currently, it depends. Right now, I'm in Colorado when I purchase off Amazon. So blue states tend to require transparency about things like tariffs. If you're in a red state where transparency is not required, then maybe you don't have the same transparency. But wait, let me just see, because it depends on how fast the cloud updates. But I took a screenshot. Hold on a second. Let me see if it's updated. It hasn't yet, but when it does, I did take a screenshot and I put it, California is another place. But right now I'm currently in Colorado, right? And it depends on if your state requires corporations to say, hey, here's how you're being robbed, right? But yeah, when I say that line of that was never there before in the tariff fees, it's called estimated regulatory fees. Let me just double check that the actual wording. Yeah, estimated regulatory fees. It is a blue hyperlink, W Colorado, but it really, if you're just in a red state where they rob you without telling you, then yeah, just be quiet and just bend over and take it. But yeah, accusing me of being a liar, this is what I'm talking. Can you imagine? Like, I have to be 10,000%, I have to have 10 sources, I have to find white men to say the exact words I say. Like, the idiocy of MAGA is painful. You guys are idiots. Why would I make up lies online? Where do I benefit making up random lies? Like, I know you can do it, Liquid Thoughts. You can't be as dumb as you appear to be. I don't believe you're as dumb as you are coming off right now. There must be you have to be able to think critically. Oh, you did follow what I said. So again, you were wrong. And I followed what you said, where you said I'm a liar. I am not a liar. If you live in a state where Trump is just robbing you with tariffs and you can't see what estimated regulatory fees are, I am sorry for you. Let me tell you what Republicans and people like Curtis Yarvid and Red Pill Bro say. Vote with your feet. Just move to a different state. I understand that moving is expensive, and that's a ridiculous thing to say. I can't help you if you can't figure out every time you buy something, and you can actually. I can help you. Like, here's some advice. The New York Times has an ongoing tariff tracker where you can see per state, because Canada, here's an example. Canada is specifically targeting red states with their tariffs. Other European countries are as well. So if you're in red states, your tariffs are actually higher for certain products, right? There's ways that you can calculate these on your own. It is not my job to teach you how to do math. And you accusing me of lying is hilarious. Like, you can do this. You can do it. Thoughts and prayers. I'm not confident you will ever figure it out. But I also, I have no patience anymore for people that can't figure out how they're being robbed. It's hilarious. You guys, just keep supporting the guy that's home invading you. I'm going to thank you. Oh my gosh. If Cleveland is telling me to do my gift goals, it's serious. I know, I'm going to do them right now. I just have a month and a half of thinking, like, to scream. Hold on one second. I'm going to do it. Let me play another clip really quick, because I'm not going to spend all my time explaining to people how they're being robbed. Hilarious. Wait. Sorry, I'm just having a thought. I need to check one thing. I feel like I have a clip I need to show you guys before I get into Portland. I feel like... Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I just have so much information, and I'm like, how am I going to present all this? Oh, wait. Let me show you guys. I just want to be clear on something before I get into any Portland information. And let me pull up this article, because I think this is the most interesting way to describe it. I love when idiots call me a liar. If you're too dumb to figure things out, that doesn't make me a liar. It makes you an idiot. Are you okay? Okay. The impossibly dumb reason for Trump's invasion of Portland by Justin Glaw. Okay, so I just wanted to show some people some facts about what's happening in Portland before I get into anything about, because we obviously have to talk about this. So, well, wait a minute. I'm watching things on television that are different from what's happening. This is a quote from Donald Trump. So I just want you to, when Donald Trump got the idea to invade Portland, that was a quote from Donald Trump making an incredible admission to the Oregon governor, Tina Kotek, that he was confused about unrest in Portland while watching TV. The call took place on September 26th. That same day, Fox News ran 2 segments in which B-roll, if you don't know what B-roll is, Liquid Thoughts, you can look that up too and learn something from yourself, right? This is background photos. You can see here. Let me try to see if I can see that this, they were talking about Portland's out of control. It's under attack. There's bombs going off. And I'm just giving you, if you've heard Donald Trump saying, like, don't you guys know there's bombs going off in Portland? It's crazy. That's because Fox ran B-roll, right? That was Donald Trump making an incredible admission to Oregon Governor Tina Kotek that he was confused about unrest in Portland, because she's like, yeah, there's no unrest. Crime is going down. This is not what the are you talking about? That call took place on September 26th. That same day, Fox News ran 2 segments in which B-roll of rioting in Portland from 2020. They were playing B-roll of rioting, which I should say Fox Entertainment News, which the reason every time they get sued for their lies, the way they defend themselves is saying, we're not a news network. This is for entertainment. Just so you know, they themselves admit they are not reporting the news. This is, in fact, all for entertainment. So we can lie as much as we want. So the reason that Trump thought that there was a crisis in Portland, admittedly, while talking to the governor of Oregon, was because he had been watching Fox and saw B-roll from 2020 of riots in Portland and thought it was happening now. This is real life, people. The call took place on September 26th. That same day, Fox News ran 2 segments in which B-roll of rioting in Portland from 2020 ran in the background as guests spoke to on-air personalities. A Wall Street Journal report, again, Rupert Murdoch, the same. And this is, I think it's important to highlight these things because I love it. Rupert Murdoch just makes money off MAGA being dumbass idiots, right? On Fox Entertainment Network. And they're like, yeah, this is all real. And he's showing clips from 2020, just profiting. And then in the Wall Street Journal, which is a serious publication because MAGA can't read, so they'll never read any of this, a Wall Street Journal report has details. Trump recounted his conversation with Kotek during a weekend interview with NBC News correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. He alluded to their conflicting accounts of Portland. I spoke to the governor. She was very nice, Trump said. But I said, well, wait a minute. I am watching things on television that are different from what's happening. My people tell me different. They are literally attacking, and there are fires all over that place. It looks like terrible, was his exact quote, which doesn't make sense. Again, these were clips from B-roll being run from 2020. None of that was happening now. Trump says he's authorized Hegseth to use full force against Antifa in war-ravaged Portland. Remember, then he posted this. Trump's confusion isn't just darkly comical and a troubling reminder of the president's growing senility. If you don't know what senility means, MAGA, it's spelled with an E. The second letter is an E, not an I, and you can look that up. It's also a stark illustration of the whiplash-inducing disconnect between this rhetoric and the reality on the ground in cities like Portland and Chicago. Portland is not on fire, as Trump has claimed. In fact, things are so calm there that Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, took time on Tuesday, which I don't know if you guys have seen this clip, but before I even read this article, I'd seen this clip, to stand on the roof of the city's ICE facility and have a staring contest with a man in a chicken suit. It was filmed, of course. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll show you. And I love the guy that's trying to be like, yeah, it's so much worse at night. It's not. This is insane. This is real. Trump is invading Portland because of B-roll that Fox Entertainment News ran from 2020. He's convinced Portland is burning down. And this is on Tuesday. As you can see, yes, the city is burning out. But the best part of this clip comes at the end when, like, I think they realize, because they're trying to get it, they're like, wait, hold on. Actually, I don't know him. But first of all, this is, I don't know why he has military fatigues. This is allegedly someone that works for ICE and military fatigues, which is mind-boggling. But he's like, do you see that man in the chicken suit? Hold on. He zoomed in on 5 more people who are standing doing nothing. Oh, this is definitely, we should spend another $1 million a day releasing the National Guard. That seems like a good use of our tax dollars. I mean, what we don't mail to Argentina, we should maybe just, you know, send all this money to Portland where we have no problems.
Secretary, do you have a message to the protesters, especially the man in the chicken outfit?
Man in the chicken outfit? I just see him now. Goodness sakes. We could do better. Our goal is that people would peacefully protest, but that we would still be allowed to enforce the law in this country. So it's too bad they're uneducated and ill-informed.
It's too bad they're uneducated and ill-informed. The people who can't read or do math. The woman who is traveling around the United States while married with her mister? Allegedly, if you can read reports, you all know. I've reported on this for a long time. The woman who's using tax dollars to have an affair, allegedly, but very clearly, is talking to me. And I'm like, MAGA is the party of family values. I actually think the institution of marriage very clearly doesn't work, you know, based on the 60 to 75% divorce rate. But I mean, you're the ones that say it's wrong. Yeah, Christine Noem, exactly. We should start spelling it that way.
Good. It's good to see. We'll see what we can do to give you better security.
This is absolutely nothing as to what it is at night, though.
No.
Notice how he's like, but wait, it's worse at night, I promise. There's absolutely nothing going on here. So I did, wait, hold on. I did take a screen, and this is, hold on. This is real. I did take a screenshot of what's going on tonight. I don't know. I have it in another presentation. Let me just be clear of, because you're like, why is a guy in a chicken suit, right? That sounds weird. I do want to make clear why. This is an ongoing. So one of the ways Portland is just like, what? There's nothing going on here. This is crazy. Is they're all in inflatable suits. It's not like there's one random man in a chicken suit. Let me just, you know how that guy's like, it's so much worse at night. It is. Can I just show you what is actually, this is an actual clip from Portland protests at night, and I'm not joking. definitely need to spend $1 million a day to do something about these literal animals. There are animals in the streets, and that's why there's a guy in a chicken suit. I'm serious. If you're confused why they're like, do you see that guy in the chicken suit? This is why they've decided to protest in inflatable animal suits while playing rave music and dancing around. This is the protest. Yeah, stay weird, Portland. I mean, truly, is this not the best Portland protest? It is Jurassic Park. We need to do something about these dinosaurs. Wait, who said that? Who said that? Who said that? This is Jurassic Park. Who said that? The Earth is 5,000 years old. If you keep suggesting that dinosaurs are real, I have to block you, because we know, as I learned from my parents and my Christian counselor that tried to confront me about not being straight recently, the Earth is 5,000 years old. There are no dinosaurs. So if you keep implying there are, I may have to block you. Please stop. The Earth is 5,000 years old, as we all well know, backed by no actual scientific findings, just random people's feelings. But again, I just want to let's bring in the National Guard so they can. Oh, that's a unicorn, a giant raccoon, a bear, and a dinosaur. And dinosaurs are not real, so we need to do something about this. So I'm reporting live from Portland. I can't. And again, I just want to be clear that if you can follow the news, which MAGA, you can't read or follow the news, so I don't count on you. But the reason that Trump targeted Portland is because Fox News played B-roll from 2020 of fires and, and he's like, yeah, like there's fires and explosions in the background. While she's talking, because they were playing B-roll of 2020 protests in Portland. And he's not smart enough to differentiate between the two. So the man believes Portland is burning down. And again, MAGA, if you're like, yeah, let's go in there. Yeah, just, again, 2.4, it's somewhere between 2.3 and 2.4 million a day. For the National Guard in LA, it's $1 million a day. Or actually, I think just over in DC, it's going to be way more in Chicago. And now we're going to send the National Guard to dance along with people in inflatable suits in Portland. You guys just keep up the good work. You guys are nailing it. America first. Meanwhile, Trump mailed $20 billion to Argentina, and because you guys can't read, you don't know that. You guys are not well. And by not well, I mean incapable of reading. Okay, so since I'm on this line of logic, I'm going to just stay on it. So yesterday, Josh Shapiro, who is the governor of Pennsylvania, and I shouldn't mention this, but I need to, since MAGA, you can't read or understand what's going on in the world, so I need to help you. Josh Shapiro was almost burned alive in his home a few months ago. With his children in the home. Thank you so much for the gifts. Keep them coming. I love them. With his children in the home was set on fire. The governor's mansion, or the governor's home, it's not a mansion. When I saw it, I was like, that is the opposite of a mansion. It is not a mansion, but whatever. Whatever home in Pennsylvania the governor is supposed to live in was set on fire with Josh Shapiro inside, his entire family. They barely got out alive. And the reason you never heard about that is because Trump was president, and he never fucking mentioned it once. Never. So but I have to hear about, just the same way when little kids are gunned down and unalived and all this shit, that Trump doesn't care. I mean, same thing, really, but just saying, if we're talking about political violence that MAGA seems largely unaware of, Josh Shapiro was almost burned alive inside his home. But anyways, the reason I'm showing you this clip is Josh Shapiro, who's now the governor of Pennsylvania, he was almost Kamala Harris's vice president. He was the former attorney general of Pennsylvania, very astute lawyer who's decided to file an amicus brief, which, if you don't know, if you never took Latin classes like I did, an amicus brief means friend of the court. Like, it's filing a legal document, say, hey, I have standing and information to share in cases, and I'll let him tell you about that.
Is just one piece. I filed that amicus brief last night to make very, very clear that the Pennsylvania National Guard, under the leadership of General Pippi, is under my command. I'm the Commander-in-Chief of the Pennsylvania National Guard. And we use the Guard responsibly, and we are grateful to our Guardsmen and women for the important work that they do here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I think the way the President has chosen to deploy the Guard in other states, and in at least one case, deploy the Guard of one state into another state, Texas into Illinois, is extremely dangerous. I will tell you, as both the Commander-in-Chief of the Pennsylvania National Guard, along with the former Chief Law Enforcement Officer of this Commonwealth, Pennsylvanians' safety is paramount. And the way in which the President of the United States has engaged on this Guard issue does not make us more safe. It creates chaos and real danger in our communities. I've been working tirelessly to make sure we hire more police in Pennsylvania, and we're at about 1,500. I pledged to get to 2,000, and we will surpass that. We've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in violence prevention initiatives here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and violent crime is down 42% across this Commonwealth. If the President really wants to help on safety, he should invest more in policing here in Pennsylvania. He should invest more in violence prevention here in Pennsylvania. He should not attempt to deploy the Guard against my wishes. It's just one piece.
Anyway, yeah, and by the way, I saw in the comments about the South Carolina judge's home. I do know that a judge in South Carolina's home burned down. I have been following it. As far as I can tell in legal documents, like, it's not arson yet. So I just don't want to say unless I'm wrong, Toodle, and you have more information, then text me the link. Because I saw it. I know this is like just recently happened, and I was waiting for a more specific determination. But if there's evidence it is arson, then let me know. So that's why I'm not going to. I think that actually has nothing to do with political violence as of yet. If it turns out different, then send me the link, Toodle, always, and I will look into it. Okay, now we're gonna do a weird turn, and I know we're going on many journeys this live stream, which, by the way, we should be at 400K. We need more tapping. Everyone needs arthritis. I took a month and a half break. Your fingers are not tired. No excuses. Let's violently tap this screen. And I know you're like, why are we about to watch Joe Rogan's show? I know it's gross. Don't judge me until you hear it. This is the crazy thing, because I just want to say, it is mind-boggling to watch Joe Rogan operate, because I've been playing the clips, because I always tell you, I'm keeping an eye on the Red Pill Bros. People are always like, can you just get your clips off Blue Sky, and then you can, the links will link back to Blue Sky? No, I can't, because I got to keep, the people I'm keeping an eye on aren't on Blue. I have to be on X so I can keep an eye on these weirdos, right? So I just want to show this is from hold on. So this is from Joe Rogan show, yesterday or the day before. It's one or the other. Sorry. I've recorded 400 clips in the last 10 hours, so it's hard. But I'm going to show you. It's fascinating to me, because I will say this about Joe Rogan, and I've always thought this of him. Joe Rogan has effective empathy. And I know if you're just joining me, if you're not, and if you're just joining, follow me on all platforms, especially as TikTok is taken over by Larry Ellison. I used to work in the tech industry. I know a lot about Larry Ellison. So follow me on YouTube, follow me on Twitch, where we're live right now, because, yeah, who knows what's about to happen, but we shall see. Any hoot. Watching Joe Rogan definitely has effective empathy. And when I say that, what I mean is, if you are dealing with, and again, I know in current American culture, we're all like, I dated a narcissist, like this guy abused me, it's horrible. Actually, the percentage of, and again, there are people with narcissistic traits, right? And that's all of America. This is a pervasive, and in my opinion, I've talked about this a lot, I think it's a survival, like, narcissistic traits are a defense mechanism against capitalism. That's how you survive. You have to turn off your empathy. You have to display narcissistic traits to survive and succeed in a capitalistic economy. Gumps, by the way, not to get creepy, I miss you so much. Nice to see you in the chat. Sorry. Anyways, so that's how you survive. But when I talk about narcissists, I'm talking about people with narcissistic personality disorder, which I believe the current DSM estimates that is like 2% of the population. I think that's an underestimation as capitalism becomes more pervasive, and I could go into more details about medical studies and why I think this. I was raised by a real narcissist, and when I say that, I mean narcissistic personality disorder, which means you lack effective empathy. Now, you have cognitive empathy, which it's funny, I was just talking, I'm staying in Denver right now with my friend Landon, who has MS, and oh God, never mind. Never mind. I'm not going to say what I was about to say, something so inappropriate. I won't say somebody I've recently met. I suspect has narcissistic personality disorder. Not Landon, but someone related to him. Anyways, but narcissistic personality disorder is a lack of effective empathy. And what that means is you have cognitive empathy, right? It's like, you could look at a person while let's say you're hunting in the forest and someone steps on a bear trap and it closes around their leg and they are screaming in pain. Somebody with narcissistic personality disorder, they can look at that person screaming in pain and they can say, I logically know, I cognitively know that person feels bad. Right? Like I can process that. I understand. I'm looking at them. Thank you so much for the gifts. They are not having a good time. That's cognitive. I'm processing it. Cognitive empathy. Something is wrong with that person. They don't feel good. I can recognize that. Effective empathy is being able to put yourself in someone else's shoes and say, I feel that. I understand. This person is in immense pain. I can feel and understand that, and I want them to be out of pain, right? And people with actual narcissistic personality disorder lack that. The reason I'm saying that is because I have watched Joe Rogan, and I mean, to me, it's just like analyzing. I always talk about how I love reality TV, and people are like, why? It's like watching society develop. It's fascinating to watch people. I have watched Joe Rogan since, remember Fear Factor? Does anyone remember I'm going to just guess. I don't know how tall Joe Rogan is, but I think he's like 5'6" or something. I don't know. But remember Fear Factor, Joe Rogan? Yeah, he has empathy. He has effective empathy. Like Joe Rogan can feel other people's pain. And that's why, like, when I watched him go down this like red pill bro road and make all this money, I was like, it's crazy to me because I know somewhere deep down inside, I've watched it. I know he can feel it. So anyways, I'm going to show you a series of clips from Joe Rogan episode. It's Wednesday.
This is saying that the Democrats want it to come out and the Republicans don't.
Okay.
And party lines. Let's ask Perplexity, why won't they release the Epstein?
So I was going to
There's Eric Swalwell, who's, I guess...
I read it wrong. Read it wrong. No, okay, so the Democrats were not. The Democrats were pushing this. The Republicans fought against it. Okay, I fucked that up. So 51-49 is crazy. So they just voted along party lines. So they're probably told to do this.
Right, so what the fuck's in there, man?
Well, so then they've been... not only is the government shut down right now, I think that might affect it some, but they're in recess, Congress is. And so this, Eric Swalwell said this stuff today. Again, it might not be true, but...
It's coming to an end, guys. I've spoken to a lot of House Republicans this week, and they confided that Trump's movement support is fading. As one told me, this Epstein bomb is about to drop, and no one wants to defend a pedo protector. It's just a matter of time, Swalwell said in a thread. One Republican just texted me that if there's a discharge vote on Epstein, they expect a jailbreak of over 100 members. Trump will go nuts, he added.
So they said, this further goes on to say that if they get back, that this is the first thing on the docket, and that's sort of what's holding them back in recess right here.
Wow.
Again, and by the way, you guys know me. I'm obsessed with the punch bowl. If you're like, what the fuck is the punch bowl? That's the Secret Service code for Capitol Hill. They call it the punch bowl. That's why I always suggest, if you want to understand like the back door sounds weird, but you know what I mean. Like the Punchbowl News, follow Punchbowl News. Every morning, like 3 a.m., you get updates. These are lifetime Capitol Hill reporters who are brilliant. And then I always talk about, like, I follow like the Capitol Hill pages and the Capitol Hill aid blogs. Like, that's when you know what's really happening. And this is real, right? Like, the rumor is that people are like this, but they're too scared to come out against Trump alone. So if they get 50 to 100 people, then they are less scared. Like this is Joe Rogan hearing about this. Thank you so much for the gifts. Keep them coming. Tap the screen. Aggressive tapping for a month and a half. Your fingers had a break. Let's tap that screen and get to 400K. So again, I'm just going to play the end of this, and then this is a series of clips. It's not ending here.
The government shut down right now. I think that might affect it some, but they're in recess, Congress is. And so this, Eric Swalwell said this stuff today.
And that's why Mike Johnson said, don't come back next week, Republicans. If you were here at the beginning of this live, I showed you today, a couple hours ago, Mike Johnson's like, we can't bring the House back because one, Adeliva Grijalva, which from my home state of Arizona, where I vote, right? This is a progressive vote, which one of her election talking points was, I'm the 218th vote on the Epstein discharge petition. So Mike Johnson can't swear her in because she's going to vote to release the Epstein files, which will be the end. And now there's this large brewing of Republicans because they all know. And by the way, I've talked about this. If you've watched the People's Receipts, like I've showed a lot of information about this, how behind closed doors, Republicans fucking hate Trump. They're like, this guy's a psycho. He's leading us down the wrong path. And there's apparently a large faction of Republicans that are banding together and saying, if we do it all together, he can't punish us. If it's too big of a group, he can't primary us all, or he has no power anymore.
Again, it might not be true, but...
It's coming to an end, guys. I've spoken to a lot of House Republicans this week, and they confided that Trump's movement support is fading. As one told me, this Epstein bomb is about to drop, and no one wants to defend a pedo protector. It's just a matter of time, Swalwell said in a thread. One Republican just texted me that if there's a discharge vote on Epstein, they expect a jailbreak of over 100 members. Trump will go nuts, he added.
So they said, this further goes on to say that if they get back, that this is the first thing on the docket, and that's sort of what's holding them back in recess right here.
Wow. We are watching wild history in real time.
Dude!
This is a wild scene.
Love Joe Rogan being like, this is crazy. Really, Joe Rogan? This is the moment you think is wild? I'm sorry, but I'm just saying. My point is, remember, Joe Rogan has effective empathy. So I just going to play more clips of this. This conversation goes on, which is fascinating.
Immigration thing, the way it looks is horrific. When you're just arresting people in front of their kids and just normal regular people that have been here for 20 years, that everybody who has a heart can't get along with that.
No.
Everybody who has a heart sees that and goes, that can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be the only way to do this.
Right.
Because you have to think, look.
Let's get off the tea gel and devil's lettuce, Joe, and let's move towards the right thing.
Yeah, we have to have a border. Yes, it should have been secure. Yes, they should make sure you know who everybody is before they get in.
Yeah.
But when people been here for 20 years, like, come on, man. That's crazy. Like, let's find a way. If they've been productive members of society for 20 years, no criminal record, they worked the entire time, they paid taxes, find them a pathway to citizenship. Find a
Did someone explain to Joe Rogan that undocumented immigrants have been paying taxes into our retirement, of which they will never partake in any way? Oh, did someone finally tell him? Like, I know. I'm not. I just want to watch you, Joe. Like, someone has obviously been trying to explain to Joe Rogan the reality of things, and watching him be like, wait a minute, bro. Like, did you hear about this? Did you know? Yeah. Some of us can read. Some of us can do math. It's so sad that, like, think of it. This is like the number 1, 2, 3, or 4 podcast / YouTube channel every single month. And he's like, hey, you guys, did you guys hear this stuff's going on? Yeah, some of us can read and do math. So yes, some of us did. But do explain to your 100 million followers that none of this makes sense.
Way where you can do this thing that you want to do, which is keep terrorists and cartel members from getting across the border with drugs that kill 100,000 people a year. Okay, but also have a fucking heart. Because if you don't, you're not going to get anybody on your side. If you're doing this stuff publicly, throwing women to the ground, handcuffing people, just for existing on the wrong side of the dirt.
Yeah.
Not a criminal. Not the only crime they ever committed was coming over here as a kid.
Yeah.
They probably didn't even know what the fuck was going on.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
You know, a lot of kids got snuck across when they were already born in Mexico. And they've grown up their entire life in America. They can't even speak Spanish.
Yeah.
And they could get sent back. Immigration thing.
Guys, Joe Rogan's been thinking. I mean, it's almost like somebody told him something. I can't. He's like, wait a minute, guys. I thought about something. Like, I know. I'm not, like, but this is what I want to say. Like, as sad as it is, nobody gives, like, that's why I say, hey, look at me go. Do you see what I'm doing here? If you didn't realize, one of the most influential white men, also on T-Gel, telling you to get into the gym, has recently discovered some information that he's pretending like he didn't know, probably did, whatever. But yeah, like, sadly, because I'm in the mind of men in the United States, I'm just a woman with a tiny brain. And by tiny brain, I mean a brain so big that you can't fathom how intelligent I am or how much information I'm keeping in it. But in your mind, when a woman speaks, that has zero value. So I have to find, no offense, because I know Joe Rogan has empathy, and I did like him from his Fear Factor days. So watching him, and honestly, why is he dressed like a priest? I was going to say this too. Can I just, he's dressed with a priest collar, which I was like, I refuse to watch this entire episode to figure out why. I don't care, but I'm just saying, for some reason, he was that, and you see that shadow on the bottom? That's a giant cross he was wearing. And I'm like, I know, I could go back and figure it out. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I have to keep an eye on these people, but I don't have to know exactly. I just want to tell you, he was dressed as a priest with a giant cross on while saying this.
If you've been here for 25 years, you have a family, your kids go to school here, you speak the language, you're just illegal. but you're a contributing member to the community that up until now has been protected. This is crazy to ask lower income and middle income people who are, kind of getting by, and then all of a sudden you're about to ship them to a country where they've never been. They haven't been since they were 4.
Yeah. Or to South Sudan to be sold as a random animal into slavery. We're not anymore deporting people to their countries of origin. We're just deporting them to terrorist third world countries that will take them. I know, look at Joe thinking we'll dress as a priest. I have no idea what's happening here. I just thought it's important that we watch this.
And you're gonna pull up their family and and they've been in the community like that. That shows no heart. And that's the problem. Like, you're not going to get any reasonable people to want to go along with that. Any kind person would look at that and go, this can't be the only way to do this.
Damn right.
Oh, so after hosting Donald Trump on your show, telling a bunch of lies and helping him get what you believed or not, and let me just be clear. I don't know if Joe Rogan was lying or dumb. Because, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But what I suspect is you got Donald Trump. I mean, if I was Joe Rogan, you got him elected for the tax breaks, and then you are so horrified by what's happening that now you're like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, exactly, Jesse. Both. And same with Trump. It's a combination of both, right? You can be a pathological liar, unbelievably dumb, and also have a sprinkling of dementia, right? Like, it's, multiple things can be true at once, and that's what I keep encouraging people to understand and believe. Like, it's not one or the other, it's a combination of all. But right when his tax dollars were on the line, he got Trump elected in that large interview where he just sent him softball questions. And now he's like, wait a minute. I just had some thoughts about what do you think's going on here? You're like, isn't this crazy? It's like, yeah, it is crazy. Like, it's painful to sit here. Thank you. Oh, real quick. Steph S. Love you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Great to see you again and hope you are well. Yeah, I am okay. None of us are well. I realized that when I was curled in a ball crying. I was like, I can't pretend I'm not okay because it's not okay to just not be okay because no one's okay. Like, you know what I mean? It's like nobody's okay in this economy and this world. Like, Tyrone, hey Queen, I love your content. You go, girl. Thank you so much. That means the world to me, Sue. I saw this. Did you see me? This is Gatorade. This is Gatorade Zero and water mixed together. This is a reminder from my accountant, Sue, to hydrate. Sue, for you only, let me know. I know, Sue. I know. I'm going to do that too. I'm not going to read that part, but sorry for having a nervous breakdown for 3 months. I'll get back to you about that. Michelle, thank you for the $10. Welcome back. I know I missed you more than you know. I missed all of you. Okay, so now it's like, oh, are we done with Joe Rogan? Things are going to get boring. Oh no, they're going to get much weirder. I can't even. And actually, as someone that used to work in advertising and marketing and PR, it's just like, whoever thought this was a good idea should be. I hope they're fired now because worst idea ever, right? Like Mikey J, which I've decided to work backwards in this live. Well, no, I'll start at the beginning soon, but like right now we're working backwards. So if you haven't been following the news because you have a job and you have a life and you have children and you're exhausted and you're just trying to survive, I don't blame you. But Mike Johnson is, whether you're left or right, nobody likes Mike Johnson anymore. He's told many lies. He's like screaming at people. It's crazy. So yesterday, after 2.5 weeks of him telling lies, being berated, like being fact checked about his lies, all of this shit. He goes, the C-SPAN caller show? Oh my God, get prepared to die laughing. It's not funny though, because, this is a fascist takeover of our country. But Mike Johnson, yesterday morning, after 2.5 weeks of lies, goes on the C-SPAN caller show. And I think what happened was this is what I guess, because I used to work in advertising and PR. I think his rep was like, we only want to hear from Republicans, no Democrats. Because every caller I watched this live was Republican. So I think what he said was, I refuse to talk to anyone on the left, just people on the right. And let me tell you, it was like a bloodbath. They were just like, I fucking hate you. They were like, you're a fucking idiot. And I was like, I love it, because they didn't let anyone on the left call, and it was just him being eaten alive by Republicans. I know it is wrong. Well, this is just my theory, and I'm just saying I don't know that. I'm just saying the only callers that came through were Republicans, and if my job as a communications director was to protect Mike Johnson, which the protection would be, this is a terrible idea, we're not going to talk to callers today, that person should be fired. But I think they were like, hey, let's talk to Republicans and see. And it was a bloodbath.
Yes, good morning. Just wanted to ask the speaker a couple of questions. Have you ever voted against anything that Trump set forth as far as policy? That's one question. The other is, what is going on with the swearing in of the congresswoman who will make the 218 vote? I noticed that you were speaking in the hall yesterday with someone regarding...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I did hear that. Yeah, I did hear that. I didn't... Yeah. Sorry. I did not record Good Trouble as a C-SPAN caller. I did not. But I did hear that.
The idea that, maybe she would make the 218th vote that would open up the vote for the Epstein files to be released. This is not something that we are going to forget about. This is serious business. The other thing is that Trump is a dictator. So it doesn't matter what Johnson does or what the guy over in the Senate does. All the things that has to happen is if Trump says open the government, it will be open tomorrow. We have to understand that. And they keep talking about we're putting names out there about Trump being the dictator and this and that. You just called, and he continues to call.
All right, Alexander, and he's talking about Representative Adelita Grijalva being not being sworn in.
Yeah, Alexander gave me a lot to answer there. Let me go real quickly. I typically vote with President Trump. I do, because that's my party, and I lead my party in the House, and our agenda is working for the American people. You can make an argument we had the most productive, successful opening of a Congress and administration in history. The One Big Beautiful Bill was a
Can you imagine saying this? If you can do math, which I have that ability, the One Big Beautiful Bill, we borrowed $5 trillion, which when you borrow $5 trillion from banks around the world, the immediate effect, right, is what? Higher premiums on auto, everything. It's crazy. I love, and watch his face while he says it. He doesn't believe, I don't believe he believes this.
Massive achievement for the American people, and we would need 2 hours for me to unpack all the things that you're going to feel and see that are very positive because of that. President Trump's not a dictator. You said if he says open the government, it will open. President Trump has been calling for the government to be open since before this began. In fact, I was in the meeting in the Oval Office with President Trump and, of course, Leader Schumer, Leader Jeffries, Leader Thune, and I, and he pleaded with Chuck Schumer, don't do this, Chuck. Keep the government open. Why would you do it? We have policy disputes and debates and disagreements. We'll work on that. But we shouldn't harm the American people in the process. With regard to Rep-elect Grijalva, she was elected in a special election to fill her father's seat. That's a great achievement. We applaud her. I look forward to administering the oath of office to her to make her an official member of the House as soon as we get back to regular session. Right now,
I just want to be clear that there was an opportunity. She was in D.C. to be sworn in the same way. When 2 Republicans won those Florida special elections, they were sworn in. Just to be clear, this is a pathological lie. He said, and I'll play this later when we get deeper, because like I said, I'm kind of working backwards here. He said that the reason that they swore the new Florida House representatives in, because their family flew into town. And someone asked him in an interview, so you're saying if her family flies into town, you will swear her in? They were sworn in a pro forma session. The 2 Florida elections sworn in a pro forma section just like this one, where nobody was there when they needed those votes. To say that it's not his fault is absolutely delusional, and it is a lie.
Chuck Schumer holds the cards on when that can happen because he is the one that has shut down the government, and that is...
Again, no. If Chuck Schumer held the cards, then the Florida reps, the 2 Republicans that won the Florida special elections, would still not be sworn in. Mike Johnson can swear Adelita Grijalva into the House anytime he wants. Literally, anytime he wants. But she is the 218th vote on the discharge petition to release the Epstein files. He is pathologically lying. This is a constitutional lawyer beholden to the ethics of the bar lying.
Mr. Speaker, you have, there were 2 others that you did swear in during pro forma sessions. Why won't you do it this time?
Great question. So this was brought up yesterday. Well, you had those 2 Floridians who you did in a pro forma session when not everyone was there.
We were in a pro forma session this entire week when Adelita Grijalva, I just want to be clear, this entire last week was a pro forma session where she was in D.C. waiting to be sworn in. So everything you're about to hear is a lie.
Why wouldn't you do that for Rep. Grijalva? Very important question. The simple answer is those 2 Floridians had pre-scheduled a date for their oath of office, so they had all their family and friends and supporters fly into town. Everybody was here. The House unexpectedly went out of session, and so as a courtesy to them and their families, we went ahead to administer the oath to an empty chamber. It was no fun. They didn't get the same pomp and circumstance everybody else gets. The difference between them and Rep-elect Grijalva,
she gets a parade, you guys,
is that her election was secured after the House was...
Yeah. This is all a lie. I just want to be very clear, and we'll get into that. I'll show you disputes, like people screaming at him that this was a lie. It's absolutely a lie, right? They needed those Florida representatives to be sworn in. They were desperate for the votes, and they're terrified to swear in Adelita Grijalva because she is the last vote on the Epstein files discharge petition. Now, why would you be covering up for 3 PDOs? Like, it's super strange. And like Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying the same thing. None of this makes sense. And wait, I wanted to call out someone's comment because I thought it was a good one. I mean, it's kind of like obvious, but it's like, why? Wait, hold on, sorry. Someone said, sorry, if I can't find it, I don't understand how Joan said, I don't understand how these people just let people lie to them. Yeah, it's MAGA. Well, first of all, I'll say this, and I want to say this clearly, because like I remember when I worked in corporate America in the tech industry, it's like you don't have time. Like the time I have now to, excuse me, to do all this research, you know, like I have a degree in history, and when you get a degree in history, what you learn to do is like tedious research, right? Like that's pretty much the entire thing, is like learn how to find information and synthesize it. So yeah, I think a big part of that is just remember, all American people, including all of us, are just trying to survive in a capitalistic environment filled with wealth inequality. So everyone is busy. But yeah, like it's fascinating to me why you wouldn't figure out the difference, like, or, you know, a lie and the truth, or look up transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. Yeah, it's fascinating to watch how dumb MAGA is, which today, again, if you're just joining, the most fascinating I think truly in the last 3 months, if I could say a signal that MAGA is dumb as is, they are plopping a goddamn Qatta Air Force Base in Idaho. They're going to let an Arab country plop down a military base on U.S. soil and fly planes over American Air Force Base and land them in Idaho. I can't. And this is the America First, right? And Pete Hegseth came out of nowhere and said this. And Laura Loomer is like, I will not be voting in the 2026 election anymore. Like, this is my hard line in the sand. If we plop down Qatta military base in Air Force Base in Idaho, like, I will not vote in the 2026 election. Like, I don't know how much betrayal it will take for MAGA to get the point that Trump's just a grifter, stealing money and supporting other billionaires. This is an oligarchical takeover. It's classic. Like, nobody cares about you. Like, it's mind-boggling to watch MAGA be like, how am I going to justify this? Like, how can I make sense of this in my brain? How is this going to be okay? It's not. This is the opposite of America First. Every single move that has been made is Trump grifting and enriching himself. By the way, again, if you weren't here at the beginning, make sure you get your $500 Trump watch that you can get for $10 on Temu. Do pay the $500 though, MAGA, because, just keep supporting your weird grifter who can't remember who Ghislaine Maxwell is. He had a sex trafficker, the only person been held accountable for a children's trafficking scheme, moved to a minimum security facility with no walls. And he can't remember who she is. Trump is at Walter Reed right now getting medical attention. They say it's for a semi-annual physical. I can tell you that when MAGA was so determined to say something was wrong with Biden, semi-annual physicals are not normal at Walter Reed. Something's very wrong with him, which, is it dragging his leg behind him? Is it that his arm is rotting and turning black? Is it that during a press conference on Monday and Tuesday, half his face literally stopped working? Is it that he could not remember who Ghislaine Maxwell was? And all of these disgusting vultures in the right-wing movement, because I talk about the MAGA cottage industry and people profiting off of it, are just taking now advantage of some guy who can't really figure out what's going on anymore. Yeah, you guys do a great job. Anyways, let's go on with Mike Johnson being accosted by Republicans.
Hi, Mr. Johnson. So my question or comments are related to what you said yesterday about not being open to pass any legislation to ensure that military gets paid. I'm sure you can tell by my voice I'm very shaky. Just want you to hear a little bit about my family. I have 2 medically fragile children. I have a husband who actively serves this country. He suffers from PTSD from his 2 tours in Afghanistan. If we see a lapse in pay come the 15th, my children do not get to get the medication that's needed for them to live their life, because we live paycheck to paycheck. I heard you earlier say that you side with President Trump on anything that he says. Well, I just read an article this morning that said he absolutely wholeheartedly believes that there needs to be legislation put in so that we do not miss a paycheck. You have the power to do that. And as a Republican, I'm very disappointed in my party, and I'm very disappointed in you, because you do have the power to call the House back. You did that, or you refused to do that just for a show. I am begging you to pass this legislation. My kids could die. We don't have the credit because of the medical bills that I have to pay regularly. You could stop this, and you could be the one that could say military's getting paid. And I think that it is awful, and the audacity of someone who makes 6 figures a year to do this to military families. is insane.
All right, Samantha.
Samantha, I'm so sorry to hear about your situation. The reason I've been so angry this week, and they've been calling me out on media, Johnson's angry. I am angry because of situations just like yours. I have a big military district, and my district is the home of the Global Strike Command at Barksdale Air Force Base and Fort Polk, the Joint Readiness Training Center. I have one of the biggest military districts and military families in America. I have a lot of airmen and soldiers who are deployed right now, and they have young families at home, and they have children in health situations like yours. This is what keeps me up at night. I want you to hear something very clearly. The Republicans are the ones delivering for you. We had a vote to pay the troops. It was the continuing resolution 3 weeks ago. Every single Republican but 2 voted to keep.
I want to be clear, well, because I can't listen to him lie. Like, right, this woman is crying and begging. This is the Speaker of the House gaslighting and lying. He can bring a standalone bill at any moment. He can call everyone back to Congress. He can bring a standalone bill to pay the military. This is entirely in this man's power, but he's a cuck. He's not allowed. He could call the House back. He could bring a bill to the floor to pay the military. It is 100% in his power to do that. And he is gaslighting this woman who's crying and begging and lying, which I can barely, I'm sorry, it's painful for me to listen to. And yeah, she should have, she voted wrong. It's painful. Like, oh, you're a Republican? Well, you should start reading more. My advice is to read. But yeah, like, and I don't know if she believes him or not, but yeah, he could absolutely, this is one of the questions that Democrats have been asking Mike Johnson. Why don't you call the Republicans back to Congress, bring a standalone bill in the House to pay the military? And he won't, and not because this is his idea. None of this. He's just some guy taking shots for Trump. It's also like, I hate Pam Bondi, and I could go into a long, which I will, this military base in Qatar. I talked about Pam Bondi is you've heard me say a million times, Pam Bondi's the swamp. Why do you think I used to say that? She's acting as a foreign agent on U.S. soil, which is also known as a spy. Unless you're registered, right? She was a lobbyist for Qatar. And now they're plopping a military base down. Like, this shit is crazy. And because MAGA is literally full of people that can't read or do math, they just keep getting used. And they're like, wait, I don't understand. Like, what's happening? Why is my life getting weirder? It's painful to watch, but... I already played the clip of Melania. Are you talking about Melania being like, I'm back channeling with Putin? Show up on time, Starlight. I'm kidding. Love you. But yeah, I played the clip of Melania being like, yeah, she's got to say that because Trump's probably at Walter Reed, like having a stroke, and they're trying to pretend he's okay. He could not remember. He could barely speak this week. Twice, 2 days, half of his face stopped working. And now Melania's like, I've been back channeling with Putin for months. Like, yeah, and I don't want to say this because, again, I don't want to bring up Melania's past. But again, I did, and you can look up, this is the 111th episode of The People's Receipts. And when Putin was trying to force Trump to stop putting pressure on him, not that I would ever call it pressure, but he released Melania's nudes in Russia, and on Russian state media. He started posting her nudes. This is a woman that's standing up today saying that she's been back channeling with Putin. Yeah, sure did. Thank you, dog. Sure did. And I didn't post the actual content, but I showed it, edited. And she's been back channeling with Putin. Yeah, like, fascinating to learn. We've got a president who's at Walter Reed, whose half his face stopped working twice this week, is dragging one leg up the stairs. He's got a hand rotting and turning black. Can't remember who Ghislaine Maxwell is. I've never, yeah. And now MAGA, again, I'm just going to help you. All that energy you had saying Biden had dementia, this is the time, if you're not in a cult, to say that Trump shouldn't be president anymore. All Biden did while you said he wasn't fit was fix the U.S. economy, was repair the U.S. economy, make us energy independent, lower crime. That's what Biden did. And the opposite is now happening. And you guys are like, everything's fine. I mean, it's fine, I'm sure. Just keep being idiots who can't read or do math. It'll be fine.
The government open so that your paycheck can flow. Every Democrat in the House, except for one, voted to close it. The Democrats are the ones that are preventing you from getting a check. If we did a vote on the floor, pay troops, it's not a lawmaking exercise because Chuck Schumer is going to hold that up in the Senate. He is demonstrating by voting now 6 times to keep the government closed that he does not want the troops.
I just want to point out what a lie this is. Just to be clear, Chuck Schumer is the reason that the government was funded. Does anyone remember this? He went against every other Democrat. He got dumbass Fetterman and other people together, and they kept the government open the last time. Like, are you, like, the lies never end with Mike Johnson. Are you okay, sir? Chuck Schumer's career is over because he helped Trump keep the government open the last time. The lies never end. And now finally Chuck Schumer's like, shit, I guess we need to do something because this is not stopping. I just want to be clear. Whether the government is open or not, Trump's firing federal workers. Whether we have the government open or not, the economy is crashing. If you can do math and understand what's happening. This is an eventuality that he's creating anyways. And just understand, today, while Mike Johnson was giving a press conference saying that the No Kings rally on October 18th is an I Hate America rally or whatever he's calling it, an Antifa rally, right? I mean, this is the reality of this man's lies. I'm sorry.
To be paid. And you should listen to his comments last night, as reported this morning. He is enjoying this. He said every day gets better for us, quote unquote. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are preventing your family from getting the care they need, not Republicans.
I just do want to say again that nobody blames the Democrats. And again, if you can do math, which we're going to get into this because Mike Lawler can't do math and he started screaming for 5 minutes at Hakeem Jeffries about math. I just want to be clear because I can count. I know that MAGA can't. You have a majority in the Senate. You have a majority in the House. And wait, oh my God, let me just, and the best is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Actually, I can't, sorry, I have so many different presentations. I'm not going to be able to find this. Marjorie Taylor Greene herself was like, hey, just so you know, we overrode the filibuster just a couple of days ago. We can do it. Every time they say that they can't open the government, every time Republicans say they can't open the government, they're lying. Marjorie Taylor Greene has admitted it. It's delusional. This is a lie. And honestly, 60% of America is, left-leaning, or let's say 40%, and then 20 are probably independents, and 60% of America at this point through polling, I'm just talking about polling. I was playing Harry Ent's CNN polling, who was quoting WAPO, New York Times, different polls. They do blame the Republicans. And the Republicans who are blamed in the beginning, or whoever's blamed in the beginning for a shutdown, is blamed in the end. You have a majority in every place in the government, and you're talking to us. Not only that, but you've changed rules so that you can do whatever you want at every turn, so you can rob us, so you can lie about math, and now you're saying it's our fault? It's not. Oh, and I love this because, I was like, who's Colin Seaberger? He's the communications director for Notice. And he was like, whoever in the speaker's office thought this appearance was a good idea, bless your heart. Another absolutely brutal media hit for Johnson. It was like literally him this was about Israel and Gaza, which I thought was fascinating.
And then we've just, I guess, resolved Israel and Gaza with the war between them. What about the war that is being caused here in America when our president tells the military to shoot Americans, use the cities as war zones? We have to, before we throw stones at another country, we got to look at our own country, the chaos that we're in now. And Representative Johnson, I've heard you say that President Trump wants to open the government back up, when your words are different from his, when he says this is his opportune time to fire people, to close up different organizations and things that have been able to help people. Please explain that to me.
You gave me a lot to work with there, Ms. Pat, and I wish I had about 30 minutes. Let me do it real quick on each of those matters. Number one, with regard to the big, beautiful bill, I'm so sad that you've been told a lot of things that aren't true about that. When the polling goes out and they look at the individual pieces of that large piece of legislation, they're wildly popular with the American people. Most are 80-20 issues in favor. Because what we did is we reduced taxes for hardworking Americans. That bill was written for middle and lower class earners, and everybody's going to feel the effect of that if you're in those categories very soon, before the election next year, and I think that they'll reward us for that. There's all sorts of provisions in the bill that help in so many ways. We're propping up rural hospitals. We're getting back to American energy dominance, which is good for national security and the economy, and so many other pro-growth policies. Pause that there because there's lots to talk about in the days to come. What you talked about, President Trump's been accused of saying he wants to have a war on American citizens. I have no idea where that comes from. It's obviously a misleading talking point. What the president said is he wants to do in the big cities where we have major crime crises what we've done in D.C. They deployed National Guard troops here, and everyone is safe again. People can walk to and from. My young staffers can walk from their car to the building to work and not have their purses stolen and their cars jammed.
Can you imagine, selling out in this? Every word he just said is a lie. Do you know what I'm saying? Yes, show us your grinder. No, he has accountability partners. He's not allowed to look at corn. His own creepily adopted son that no one can make sense of where he came from is his accountability partner, that they don't look at corn together. He can't be on Grindr. You must know that. I just cannot. 17-year-old son, I should have mentioned. They are accountability partners together to not look at corn. Every word this man is saying is either misdirection, gaslighting, or a lie. Can you imagine?
It was a crisis in D.C., and the liberal Democrat mayor of D.C. has applauded the effort and said, thank you, President Trump, for the reinforcements, because they didn't have enough people in the Metropolitan Police to handle the crime crisis. It's handled now. The crime has dropped 80% in most categories, and it's a great thing. So if we can do that in other cities, it helps citizens. Put the politicians aside.
That's not. Oh my God. I just want to be clear, if you can read or do research on your own, Kash Patel, when he was under oath, remember I was playing these clips, in the Senate, admitted that crime had dropped. This is nothing to do with Trump, right? Crime has been dropping since 2022. It's at its lowest point in D.C. before the National Guard came there. But if I was considering doing crime, which, by the way, the National Guard was only just doing gardening and trash pickup in rich neighborhoods. But if I was there, I'd consider not doing a crime while they were there. I think that's logical. But the problem really is that, I can only speak for DC because it's 1.5 times more expensive. But in DC, it was $1 million a day, right? We're talking about deploying the U.S. military. We have to pay $1 million a day for them to pick up trash. And what? Deter people from crime? This is insane. When crime had already decreased since 2022 all across the United States. And I say that because I can read and I can do math, so I know that Trump has done nothing. But if you are an idiot who cannot, then you may believe that Trump turning the U.S. military on U.S. soil in L.A. we need $2.4 million a day. They did nothing. Like, this is insane. You have to understand that.
Do you want a crime crisis in your city or not? The president is allowing them to go in.
Yeah. The president did say in that speech to military leaders that he wanted to use cities as training grounds for the U.S. military.
Of course. National Guard troops, they drill once a month so they can be trained. Put them in the cities where it's a win-win-win. I've talked to the National Guard troops in D.C. They're enjoying what they're doing. They're walking around smiling. Everybody's smiling here. The sun is shining again. Greatest nation in the history of the world, with the most beautiful capital city. It should be safe for visitors and tourists and school groups, and it is.
Can you imagine turning the U.S. military on American citizens? Everyone's smiling. Everyone's having a great time. $1 million a day. I'm just talking about the cost. Use your brain, MAGA. I know you don't because you can't. I understand. I've done a lot of research on high control groups. I understand that you can't take in information that is contradictory to the cult you're in because it feels dangerous to your continued survival, but you are all idiots, and it is embarrassing. These are your leaders, just people who make up weird lies that don't make any sense or are not based in facts. Oh, here's another great one.
And I also want to know, what is y'all's plan to fix the Obamacare?
Great questions. There's a lot of improvements that are needed. Obamacare did not do what was promised. Everybody can acknowledge that. As I mentioned, premiums are up 60% since it became law in 2010. And you have less access to care and in some parts of the country, lower quality of care. So we got to fix that. Republicans are the party that have the ideas to do that. We have a doctor's caucus inside the Republican conference that works around the clock, putting together these ideas, talking to stakeholders and other providers around the country. We have a lot of ideas to fix it. Some people say, why can't you just rip Obamacare out at the roots and start over? It's very, very...
Nobody says that. Just Republicans in Congress who've got rich off insider trading, that don't give a fuck about the average person, who just wants to be able to go to the doctor. Nobody says that.
Complicated. It affects about 18% of the U.S. economy, healthcare. But there's lots of areas of improvement. We have not, this is not a talking point for us. We've demonstrated it in the one big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cuts. We added lots of provisions, for example, to reform Medicaid. It was being drained. The resources there are intended for U.S. citizens that are in a small number of categories, the disabled, the elderly, young pregnant women in difficult situations, etc.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. Young pregnant women are dying of sepsis at never before seen rates because they're being denied medical care. But and that is actual statistics, not Mike Johnson imagining a reality that's not real.
What's happening is you had illegal aliens draining the resources who are not allowed to do it under.
God, I can't keep correcting the lies. I just want to be clear. I can't keep... When the big beautiful bill was being debated, and I didn't sleep for 48 hours, and I watched every single debate for 48 hours in the Rules Committee when no one slept. If you were there with me during that time, you saw me produce actual evidence that what he just said is a lie. I want to be clear. Medicaid has never given a dime. Federal Medicaid has never given a dime to an undocumented immigrant. This is a factual lie that Republicans keep telling. There are different states, right? Generally, there are blue states, but not always. Actually, Minnesota is one. I don't know if that's a blue state. I wouldn't consider it one. I guess, yeah, it just depends. I mean, they're pretty, but anyways, Arizona is a good example of this because let me give state dollars, not federal Medicaid dollars. Federal Medicaid dollars cannot go to anyone undocumented, but state dollars, right? If you I live in Arizona in a border state, and here's the reality. Undocumented people go to the ER, and if there's some sort of plan to subsidize that, It saves us as a state and actually as a federal government money. Because I just want to be clear, because I know, MAGA, your brains don't work and you don't understand how the government works. So you're like, I'm not paying for any illegals to go to the doctor. Yeah, you are. Do you understand the Hippocratic Oath? If someone goes into the emergency room and needs care, they get it. So I just want to explain to you that undocumented immigrants will always get care, and guess who pays for it? Us. Always. So we could subsidize it in a more effective way and make it cheaper, but anyone, and because I just want to be clear, undocumented immigrants are not our problem. It's poor Americans who have who have zero health insurance, and which I'm just saying, like, I am also one, so I'm not saying this in a derogatory way, who can't go and get what we call a preventative care, right? Regular screenings. They can't go to a general practitioner. So they wait until things are in stage 3, stage 4. They are in so much pain, they're dying, and they show up in the emergency room. And we can't deny them care because that would violate the Hippocratic Oath. We're not just going to watch people without insurance die, unless we are Republicans, because you might enjoy that. Eugenics seems to be your favorite thing, but that will affect. This is the irony. The majority of people in the country that would affect are white Americans in red states. The majority of people on Medicaid are white Americans in red states. So, yeah, anyone who goes into the emergency room desperate for care will receive it. And how do you think that's paid for? Our tax dollars. You're not saving any money. How we save money is providing preventative care solutions through subsidized insurance so it doesn't come to emergent health care. The most expensive health care in America is emergent health care, meaning when you show up in the emergency room. But because MAGA, you guys are so dumb, you can't read, you can't do math, you have no idea how anything works. You're like, I think brown people have all my money and they're showing up places not to pay for it. Nope, that's not what. You guys are idiots. Truly, you guys are idiots. And in Arizona, what we know is that it is cheaper to provide preventative healthcare options, subsidized healthcare options to undocumented immigrants than to wait for them to show up in an emergency room, and then we all pay for it anyways. So if your brain works, and by the way, the emergent healthcare funds, right? When people show up at the emergency room without insurance and we have to treat them, the majority of those people are white people. They're not undocumented, they're white people in red states. So we can provide preventative options that are cheaper, or we can wait for everyone to show up in the emergency room in stage 3, stage 4, and then it's extremely expensive. And we can all decide. But because, MAGA, your brains don't work, and you're just like, I don't want brown people going to doctor. You're paying for it anyways, dumbasses. You can just decide how much it costs. Should it cost the most, or should we get it early when it costs less? You decide, dumb MAGA, how much do you want to pay for it? You're paying for it anyways. Your brain just doesn't work. And again, the people we're paying for in emergency rooms, the vast majority are white people in red states. It's you. It's white people in red states. So if we are going to just start denying people, forgetting the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm, and we're just going to let poor people die in emergency rooms, that the majority will in fact be white people in red states. So yeah, let's keep going down this path. That's what they were asking too. They're like, should we just deny people emergent health care then? Is that what you want? Yeah, let's do. If you don't have insurance, let's deny people health care and we'll see who dies. And I promise you, in America, the majority will be white people in red states, because I can in fact do math. Would you be willing to read my book, Felice? You wrote a book? That's fascinating. I love books. Wait, hold on. I need to read some things I didn't read. None of us are well, and it's okay to not be okay. I missed your lives. Thank you, Savage Mom, for saying that. That means the world to me. What is going on? And by the way, if you like what I do and all the research I do, it takes me a long time. This is my job. Please do tip me, because I'm going to have to replace one of my computers. The trackpad is broken. Freeman, thank you so much. Love you. Welcome back. Love you too. Thank you. That is so kind. But again, okay, let's finish Mike Johnson's pathological lies about health insurance.
And you had young able-bodied men, for example, without dependents who were riding the wagon. We reformed that in our bill. We reduced the cost, and the Congressional Budget Office, the CBO, just analyzed.
Just want to be clear, that's a lie. It was not young able-bodied men. The majority of people that they cut from Medicaid expansion are children. Children and women. I can't stand listening to this. And again, the majority are white people in red states. And it's super strange that MAGA can't figure out that they're being cut off from their own resources in order to give billionaires more money. It's fascinating to watch. And I saw Tom Emmer say this today. I think he's the third ranking Republican representative from Minnesota. He's disgusting, saying basically like, there have never been plans to reform the ACA, meaning easily. Okay, cool. You want to blow up the Affordable Care Act, which they blame on Obama. Because I can do research, I just want to share. Obama's plan, you know when they always say, Obama said you could keep your doctor, or Obama said this, Obama said that, and it was all lies. This black man's a liar, and we should never elect a black person again because they're liars. That's a lie. Let me help you with what happened. The Affordable Care Act, which you can still view in its original form, once you have to move it through Congress, Republicans tore it up, right? Because they're all being, and moderate Democrats, let me be fair, and moderate Democrats who were being paid by pharmaceutical reps and insurance lobbies tore that shit up to the point where it was unrecognizable. And that's what we know as the Affordable Care Act. So it's absolutely fascinating to listen to Republicans be like, Obama lied. No, you guys, the original bill did what Obama said. To move it through Congress, it was unrecognizable at the end. But again, MAGA, you'd have to have a brain to be able to understand that, which you guys don't, so you can't.
Late August, August 25th, in the report, they said it's going to have the desired effect. They project that we're going to save $185 billion in waste and abuse in Medicaid, which will make it work better for the people that it's desired and intended to help. We've got many ideas like that, and many more to come. We've got 2.3 million ineligible recipients off of Medicaid. Republicans are the party that are going to fix it for you, and we have to keep control of Congress to do that.
And is there a Republican plan to fix Obamacare? You said it's been lost for 15 years. Is there a plan that we can read and find out more about?
Yeah, we've been producing plans over the last few years. When I was the chair of the Republican Study Committee, the largest caucus of conservatives in Congress, we actually published a document about that thick with ideas to do it. We're setting up the conditions right now to do that. The president and I have talked about this as recently as yesterday. He wants to fix the healthcare system, and we have a lot of ideas to do that. But it's a complicated, complex thing. You've got to, as we said, build consensus among so many members to get this done. And we have a lot of work to do, but we're excited to get about that work because the American people deserve it.
Just want to be clear, because it's like, you just hear these people telling all these lies, and it's like, it doesn't make sense, and I don't know what he's saying. I want to be clear, because I've heard many Republicans say this. What they are saying is, we want to cancel everyone's health insurance. You have no way to go to the doctor, your premiums. This is what, and I'm going to play, don't worry, we're getting to Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she did make some very valid comments. We are gaslighting you. We are lying to you. Actually, there are no discussions going on behind the scenes for real healthcare plans. We're just gaslighting and lying to you. We want to cancel your healthcare, and then we're telling you we'll figure it out hypothetically, even though Marjorie Taylor Greene and several other, at least 4 other Republicans I could name, have said there are no conversations. There is no healthcare plan. There is no plan. They want to cancel the Affordable Care Act and defund it And there was no plan for anyone to have health care insurance. And I just want to point out, because I knew it was important, but I was tired and pissed off, and something happened, so I never played it. Right? Like, I have an entire clipped hearing of the former CDC director that Trump confirmed and then fired, giving testimony to Congress saying, and the people underneath her that also quit saying, this is eugenics. The plan is to engineer people out of existence through denying them health care, through denying science. This is what they are saying. And they're like, hey, we'll just cancel your thank you, Tammy. Tammy's right. Excuse me, I was wrong. I need to just retract this. You guys, 2 weeks. It's okay. It's been 2 weeks for 10 years since Trump was first elected in 2016. It is. I'm sorry. Thank you, Tammy, for reminding me. In 2 weeks, there will, in fact, be a healthcare plan. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I got that wrong. I'm sure it's coming right down the pipeline. Oh, here we go. This is the grossest moment of Mike Johnson. I was like, this man has lost his fucking mind.
Hi. I just want to start by saying, hearing you say that everyone is smiling in the cities where troops, our National Guard, has been rolled into, feels dystopian and insane to hear you say that, watching the response to this. But that's not actually my question. My question, I just needed to say that while hearing you talk about this. My question is, if Republicans and Democrats can agree to a one-year extension to the ACA subsidies, removing this sort of talking.
Oh, I didn't realize this was good trouble. Okay, so I saw a clip of him saying this on. You're right. Now that I hear it, it is him.
Point of illegal immigrants draining our resources as you sit here and lie about this. Would you support that bill and bring it to a vote on the House floor? This is a big question that I have for you. Thank you.
Yeah, well, not lying. I'm telling you the truth, and you can go look at all the documents yourself. Don't look at Republican paperwork. Look at the Congressional Budget Office, who said that we had at least 1.4 million illegal aliens draining the resources from Medicaid.
They did not say that.
Which is why you put their forms into law and got it signed July 4th. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries' counterproposal for the CR would reverse all that. Look at page 57, section 2141 of the bill that they filed. I made it easy for you. Go to speaker.gov, my website. It's right there on the homepage. See for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Look what they wanted to do. But with regard to whether or not the subsidies could be extended for a year, Hakeem Jeffries came out yesterday and said that is a non-starter.
So I just want to help because I actually can. I can prove it to you because I have the CBO information. But when the big beautiful bill was passed, right, and I stayed up for 48 hours while the CBO was doing all these calculations while Republicans were amending it. No, again, there was not one undocumented immigrant that has ever received federal Medicaid. That's not a thing. It never has been. I mean, unless it's fraudulent in some way and they're misrepresenting themselves, which, by the way, Medicaid fraud, 1%, which is another thing that they lie about, which is, and actual inspector generals have said, like, the way to, if you want 1% is actually pretty low, but if you wanted to reduce that, what would need to happen is technological updates in the government. Has nothing to do with any average person, but that's another story. But again, yeah, no undocumented immigrants receive federal Medicaid. What is happening is in states, and I just explained this, have funded Medicaid. Or no, excuse me, it's not Medicaid. Federal is Medicaid, but a way to subsidize undocumented immigrants so that when they show up in emergency rooms, it doesn't cost as much. This is what we should be doing in Arizona. This is what Minnesota was doing. And what happened was these lies kept being told, which I have a fact check on this somewhere. I'll look it up in a second. Like, it was a really good one. But these lies kept being told, like in Minnesota, right? You know how the Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, was gunned down by a Republican who had a hit list of other Democrats? Yeah. Like, they had to remove the state funding for undocumented immigrants out of the Minnesota bill, which had nothing to do with federal funding, in order for the bill to be funded. It is a complete lie to say this.
You have to ask him why he said that. I'm not sure. But he and I both know that we have a lot of work to do within our respective caucuses to build consensus around that. Many, many people here believe you have to have serious changes and reforms to make it work better. Those subsidies are propping up insurance companies, and it is driving premiums up higher. It is not solving the problem. You think about this. When the government subsidizes something, it means it's not working. The EV mandates, the electric vehicle mandates, the reason the government said we'll pay you $7,500 if you buy an electric vehicle is because nobody was buying electric vehicles. And even when they did the subsidy, it didn't work. So we reversed that. The subsidy means that Obamacare is not working. So we need to fix the root of the problem and not continue to add the taxpayers' funds on top of that.
Hi. I just want to start by saying, hearing you say that everyone is smiling in the cities where troops, our National Guard, has been rolled.
I'm just trying to find if you could see the statistical analyses and fact checks, I'm just looking for the fact check, like the correct details, because I know I have it somewhere. Yeah, so again, okay, I was trying to find the exact language, so I'm not legally wrong. Okay. So, EMTALA, right, which women are denied in places like Idaho. Women are allowed to bleed out while they have to be medevaced and pay for the helicopter to other. Women are being denied EMTALA. But EMTALA is this, emergency healthcare. It's a federal doctrine that if someone shows up in an emergency room, we have to provide them healthcare. So through specific federal programs, some undocumented immigrants are eligible for emergency healthcare services, which are funded by taxpayer dollars. They do not qualify and never have for comprehensive federal health insurance programs like Medicare or Medicaid. And I go into more detail. So why this is correct. It uses, the more detailed and nuanced explanation. Okay. So it's about EMTALA, which, by the way, it's disgusting to try to pretend we're funding undocumented healthcare by saying, hey, if someone shows up in the emergency room bleeding out, we need to save them. Yeah, that's a law, unless you're saying that poor white people without insurance should bleed out and die if they show up. If that's where we're going now, Republicans, I'm with you, because the majority of the people who die will be in red states, and they'll be white. So, whatever. But yeah, I think what he's trying to do here is imply that emergency federal health care, right? Which, that's why I keep saying, we are paying for it anyways, dumbasses. And that's why states who can do math, like Minnesota, are like, hey, if we give some sort of subsidized insurance and employ a preventative healthcare model with undocumented immigrants in our state, that will actually be cheaper. It will save us money. So you can decide. I mean, yeah, we can all, and if we've all, I assume that, I know, I've had no insurance and I had to show up in the emergency room and not been able to pay. Like, as long as that's the healthcare model in the United States, I just want everyone to know that is the maximum cost, the highest cost. It's $500 for Tylenol. And that's not what people are showing up in the emergency room for, but that's how much it costs. And just know you're paying for it every single time through EMTALA. Oh, yeah. Hospitals in red states are oh my gosh. Who said that? Galactic Overlord. Do not read my mind. That's where we're going. Remember how I've shown, if you've watched the People's Receipts for a long time, we're on episode 111, like I keep showing these like town halls of different reps being eaten alive. And Mike Flood, I've always said, I think he has some sort of like fetish for pain and humiliation. Like, he keeps in Nebraska. My Representative Mike Flood is a representative of Nebraska who keeps holding town halls and being run over. Like, it is absolutely terrifying. Like, the people in his district are like, we hate you. You're an idiot. And he's like, I think I should hold another town hall. I think he is getting off on it. Trust me, I've met men. I think he's getting off on being humiliated. And then he's like going to some corner and like getting off on it. There's no other explanation why you want to be humiliated on that level. So yesterday, this same man, Representative Mike Flood, shows up. I hate Joe Scarborough, but anyways. And he's just like, yeah, we're closing rural hospitals in Nebraska. Like, it's unbelievable. He's just like, it's happening.
And then the Nebraska Rural Health Association saying at least 6 rural hospitals would have to close because of this bill. Do you disagree with that?
Well, the Rural Hospital Fund that we put together, the $50 billion, is going to help immensely. And by the way, Chuck Schumer's plan would get rid of that, which was very frustrating. Here's the deal. Like, some hospitals...
Oh, okay. I just want to be clear. He's saying, whilst we are going to defund Medicare expansion, which will devastate and defund 50%, I just want to give some perspective. 50% of births are paid for by Medicaid. 50% of births in the United States are funded by Medicaid. And Trump's trying to defund that. And this guy saying, hey, if we listen to Schumer, this like $50 like fund that will pay for nothing because MAGA can't do math, and that might sound like a lot, will go away. Yeah, because the real proposal is to not fuck everyone over and pay for Medicaid. Like, even that is a lie. But again, MAGA, you'd have to be able to read and do and analyze things to understand that every word that comes out of these people's mouth is an obfuscation or a lie, and you lose at the end of it.
in America that are rural hospitals are going to eventually have to transition from being acute bed hospitals into being like an emergency room model. And that happened in Friend, Nebraska, under Joe Biden's leadership, which was the right thing to do. I think this rural hospital fund is going to allow us to think creatively about.
Just want to be clear. The rural hospital fund is specifically only allocated for red states that don't go against Trump's fascist takeover, and it will not save even 1/3 of the hospitals by the analysis I've seen. It's a joke. It's not real. So good luck, though. Good luck, people in red states believing that $50 billion is going to do a fucking thing. Because again, what I've realized about MAGA is they hear $1 billion, they're like, that's a lot. They're like, Trump's like, we've brought in $330 billion this fiscal year in tariffs. And they're like, that's so much. Yeah, it's not when you borrowed $5 trillion, but you guys can't fathom how much things cost. So you think that these numbers make sense. But when you can't get to a hospital without a 2-hour drive, welcome to hell.
What kind of services we need in really small towns. I mean, if you're in a town of 700 people, you have to look at your market, see what you can do, and then use the government resources the most wisely. That is what the Rural Hospital Fund will allow our rural hospitals to do.
Well, but you are obviously.
It would allow 100 hospitals out of let's say 600. So 500 will close and then 100 hospitals will stay open, but they won't be able to offer full services anymore. They'll just be emergent, meaning we'll triage you and send you away. It's crazy.
Where? I mean, rural hospitals have been at risk over the past decade. Are you saying that even with these cuts, that crisis is not made worse?
Well, in my home state, we are on the upward trend. Listen, I live in a rural community. There's 25,000 people in my town. I watched my wife give birth to both of our children here. I've had great cardiac care.
He watched his wife give birth, everyone. Mike Flood watched a woman have her body ripped apart so he can, you know what I mean. Mike Flood watched somebody. I can't. It's Mike Flood also received cardiac care. So I guess closing 6 rural hospitals in Nebraska is fine.
We have good cancer care. My wife went through breast cancer. Like, I live in rural America. I am part of rural America. I know that when my wife was going through her procedures, she went to Albion, Nebraska for a special sized scan in a town of like 1,500 people. Like, we do have resources out here, and our hospitals and doctors are providing great care. And like, I wouldn't be saying this if I didn't live it. I live it. I live in it. I love it.
And Mike Flood is saying, hey, like, it's okay if you're having a heart attack and there's no hospital to go to, it's 2 hours away. Like, he's describing procedures that don't require immediate care. So just if you're in rural Nebraska, Mike Flood thinks it's okay if you don't have any immediate hospital. Yeah, I know. It's okay, Nebraska. You're probably you're not, most of you won't make it, but Mike Flood said it's fine. Mike Flood watched a woman give birth to 2 children, so that makes him, an expert on women giving birth. And also, he once received cardiac care. I believe that was his evidence for everything's going to be fine. But again, I will never tell you, hey, I once went to the hospital, so I know about hospitals. What I do is I take large data sets and I analyze them, and I know we're in a crisis. Do you understand the difference? This is anecdotal lies. Like, hey, I once watched 2 babies be born, and I once had to go to the hospital and get an EKG, so everything's going to be cool. That's what he said. Like, I would encourage, and I want to say this very clearly, MAGA, I validate your feelings. You guys have so many feelings. I have never seen a group of people with as many feelings as you guys have. I do validate all your feelings, that you guys are feeling a lot. Those aren't facts. Those aren't statistics. Those are just feelings you have. If you've been to a hospital once, that's just an experience you had. Thank you, Mike Flood, for sharing that with us. Oh, you saw 2 babies be born. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that with me, and I validate that experience that you had. None of that has to do with all of the people. And believe me, wait, hold on. I can pull up a statistical, and there's actual people who can do math, who have done an analysis of how many people will die as a result of the Big Beautiful Bill and the Medicaid cuts. Hold on. Let me look it up. Let's all sit in awkward silence of the... Here we go. I'm not reading all this. I do love this. House bill seen causing 51,000 preventable deaths annually. And this is what I'm saying. Like when you talk to MAGA, it's always like, let me tell you about a time I went to a hospital. It's like, yeah, that's not going to help us right now. House bill seen causing 51,000 preventable deaths annually. And that's how statistics work, right? People can do math. This is the universe. Leonard Davis Institute of Health Economics. House bill seen causing 51,000 preventable deaths annually. There's a huge data set that you can export and also analyze. It's not like, hey, once I went to the hospital and got an EKG, and then I watched my wife's body be torn apart twice. So now I can tell you that it's fine to close 6 real hospitals. There's actual people who are qualified to decide how many people will die a year from these cuts from the big, beautiful bill. And this is just the report from the Leonard Davis Institute of Health Economics at the University of Pennsylvania. You know, Ivy League shit. 51,000. So again, you think this is depressing, Triska? Just prepare. I'm sorry. To show you. And whilst all this was going on yesterday, I'm like, I can't live in this country. I hate this place. Here comes John Fetterman. And this is a real thing. Like, the reason this is in this place, in this presentation, is because this is when I saw it and I was like, we're not going to be able to survive idiocy like this. Or traumatic brain injuries. I don't know what's wrong with John Fetterman, but he needs to not be in charge of anything in Pennsylvania.
Do you think the president deserves a Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, I mean, if this sticks, I think the whole point of having a Nobel Peace Prize is for ending wars and promoting peace. And I'm going to make a direct appeal to the president. You know, I hope he chooses to provide the tomahawks to the Ukrainians too, and give them the tools that they need to push back against Russia. And if he brings the Ukrainian war to its end, I'll be the Democrat leading the committee for his Nobel Prize Peace for ending both of these terrible wars.
In the Nobel Peace Prize, can someone, if you're Pennsylvania, you need to come get John. John's not well. And please come get John. Pennsylvania, who's going to come get John? Somebody, one of you needs to come get John. It's not. And by the way, I just want to say, as long as, because I've been watching Trump, so I just want to say, I ended 10 wars. Factually, I have ended 10 wars. So I would like a Nobel Peace Prize. Prove me wrong. I said I did it. So I also won a Nobel Peace Prize. I ended 10 wars. Can we all just say a fake number of things we did and then we get a Nobel? Because I ended 10. So I also won a Nobel Peace Prize. Exactly. Tiger Lily ended 12 wars. So we should all, I mean, who didn't end a bunch of wars? I want mine. If that's all it takes is you just say you did something despite not ever having done it, then where is my Nobel Peace Prize? I ended 10 wars. I demand my Nobel Peace Prize. This is insane. And by the way, I don't ever want you guys to go on X. I promise you, if the little bit of life you have left in you will be snuffed out if you watch the idiots on X. But they are today, because the actual Nobel Peace Prizes were awarded. Thank you so much, Galactive. Oh my God. What do they? I'm a kitsune, right? Is that what they call the foxes with the multiple tails? Don't get me started. I don't want to get into my fascination with things. Thank you. I love that gift. Yeah. So, wait, what was I just saying? Wait, I need to remember this because it was important. Oh, yeah. Today, the actual Nobel Peace Prizes were awarded, or they're starting to, and Trump's not included. And MAGA, I can't. They are on X like, why the fuck didn't Trump get? It's like, because he didn't end any wars. Saying you ended a war doesn't mean you ended a war. They are like furious. They're like, this is such a sham. It's like, I can't. Don't corgi me. Thank you for the corgi, Wayne. Stay in New Zealand where you're safe. You do not want to experience what we're experiencing. I love these kitsune foxtails. I don't want to talk about the books I read and why I'm into that, because you guys are going to lose respect for me. Oh, and by the way, so you remember when I told you I made this? Wait, hold on. I got to remember what I titled this outline, because when we go into these clips, it's going to be funny. Hold on. Let me pull it up before I play them. Because this shit is... You can't even rate this shit with Republicans. Sorry. It's such a long art. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yes, I titled this section. It starts at clip. I played the Fetterman clip, and this section is called Republican Lack of Self-Awareness Presser. So they held this press conference, and I'm like, imagine saying all this stuff. Like I said, it's weird narcissism and projection. It's like, God, Sigmund Freud was brilliant. Like, reinterpretation of dreams. It's like everything the Republican Party is, they're like, no one's ever done this. We're such originals. Like, there's no, it's like, no, Sigmund Freud had you pegged. Like, the projection is real. Imagine just yelling things that you did and then accusing other people of doing them.
If you're Chuck Schumer, and a good day for you is defined by how much suffering you can impose on other people, including our men and women in uniform, maybe you need to look in the mirror and check yourself at the door and wonder what it is you're up here trying to accomplish.
I think maybe that's great advice for you three. I think maybe you three should go find a mirror and look at yourselves and continue. Like, that's a great idea for you guys.
Is that really why Chuck Schumer ran for office? To inflict pain on other people so that he can have a good day, a better day for himself. When that is your measuring stick for a good day, is how much pain you're inflicting on other American families, you have.
I'm sorry, whose measuring stick for a good day is inflicting pain? I hope you guys are going to a mirror to look at yourselves and can you imagine listening to are you guys okay? I mean, stop yelling about yourselves. It's very uncomfortable for the rest of us.
Lost your way. And yet they vote over and over again to keep the government shut down.
This is unbelievable at this point. Oh, here comes, by the way, if you don't know Lisa McLean, she is awful. You know how Matt, USMC angry veteran, always talks about Claudia Tenney, who's the rep in his district, and being like, this woman is fucking awful. And she is disgusting and awful. If I could say another person in the House of Representatives that is right there on her level of awful, it is Lisa McLean. She is, if you don't know who she is, awful. Like, the awfulness, I mean, there's a lot of them, but the awfulness knows no bounds. I want everyone to brace because this is you may possibly throw up when you hear this. I'm just saying, trigger warning for delusion. Let's tap the screen.
And I want to look right to you and say thank you, President Trump, because without you as our leader, this would not have happened.
I do agree. I actually agree. This was the end of the honesty. That was true. Okay, she did. I'm sorry. I apologize. The beginning was something true. I do agree with that part.
And I want to look right to you and say thank you, President Trump, because without you as our leader, this would not have happened. It is Joe Biden, or it was Joe Biden's weakness that got us into this situation. And thank God for you, President Trump, that it is your strength that has gotten us out of this situation. And this didn't happen by accident, right? It happened because of our president's strong leadership that puts America first and peace first. So again, I applaud President Trump for securing this historic peace deal.
Again, Lisa McLean is a Republican in Michigan. If you are in her district, you need to rein down. I mean, honestly, just a dose of reality. Are you okay? And she's not okay, because I've watched her for years be delusional. She is dead ass serious. Like, are you okay? Because mathematically, again, not your feelings, Lisa McLean, that are delusional lies, but mathematically, no. Joe Biden saved us from a pandemic. And once you do that, right, when you economically recover from a pandemic, the beauty is when you recover economically, crime goes down as well. And then every single thing Trump has done since then has been a selfish, fascist takeover that has devastated our economy. And that's her, apparently, analysis of the events. So whoever is electing her in Michigan, are you guys okay? Probably not. Oh, here we go again. Here's another one. Oh my God. This is it is like opposite day.
It's about keeping Congress operating so we can get to health care. We always were going to. They're lying to you, okay? The health care issues were always going to be something discussed and deliberated and contemplated and debated in October and November. It always was. Everybody in the building knows that. It's going on right now. There are conversations that have been going on for months leading up to this. They're lying to you. They're playing political games. They're trying to pretend that a December 31 policy issue has something to do with the fiscal cliff that we faced on September 30th with a shutdown. And not.
Just 2 weeks since 2016. Is anybody okay? Is anybody okay? Oh my gosh, Joby. By the way, Joby, thank you for the $50 when I was dying of depression during my month and a half. And also, thank you for this $50. I missed you so much, Joby1. I appreciate it. God. And thank you. It's going to go towards a new computer because something is wrong. Something has happened to my computer or it doesn't work anymore. Sorry. My trackpad on my computer, I think when I came to Denver, got smashed. I have no idea. It's hard. Ugh. Sorry. I need to just pull up my email on another device. I only have 27. Thanks, Joby1. I appreciate it. You're the best. Missed you. So glad you're back and doing better. I am. I'm okay. I mean, hypothetically, I would also not be okay in 3 to 4 days. We don't know. But can you imagine telling this lie? Oh, we were always... So I just want to be clear again, what they're saying is we are going... And Tom Emmer said it today, and I didn't record the clip. I'll find it and record it for Monday. But Tom Emmer's like, we have no intention of reviving the ACA. They're going to defund it and leave everyone without health care. And he's lying and saying, oh... we're just going to take all your healthcare away and don't worry, we're going to fix it. We're going to figure out something. 2 weeks. Trump has been saying he's doing healthcare for 2 weeks since 2016. It's unbelievable to listen to these people pathologically lie and then point at the left and be like, it's you. Yeah, it's us that always had budgets, always had healthcare plans, always had ideas. Yeah, it's us. Those are the people who put things in writing and spreadsheets.
To keep the lights on and to protect these veterans and military service who are being hurt, why not put a standalone military pay bill on it?
We have already...
And this is a great one. You know how another thing that keeps floating around, remember when we were listening to the C-SPAN callers and that woman was crying and saying, please, I'm a military wife, I can't take my kids to the doctor, please, you can just pass a standalone bill. This reporter, that's what he's asking, because I realize it's hard to hear. He's saying, can you please why not just put a standalone bill and fund military pay? You could do that right now. You can call the House back in session and fund a standalone bill to pay the military. And this is Mike Johnson making up weird lies.
To keep the lights on and to protect these veterans and military service who are being hurt, why not put a standalone military pay bill on it?
We have already voted to pay the troops. We did it 3 weeks ago. We put that bill on the floor, and the Republicans voted to pay the troops, TSA agents, Border Patrol, Air Traffic Control, and everybody else. The Democrats voted no. Go pull the record. It was 3 weeks ago. We had the vote. Only one Democrat voted with us to pay the troops. We've done it. The House has done its job. The reason the House isn't here in regular session is because they turned the lights off.
And again, you have the majority in the House. This man is you have the majority of the votes you need to pass anything. You don't need one Democratic vote to move a bill out of the House, which we've seen time and time again. So pathologically lying about that, because again, I know MAGA can't do math, and they're like, yeah, that's probably true because I can't count to 5, so I can't figure out that's a weird lie. No, you have the majority in the House. Anything you want to move out of the House, you can do it anytime you want, Mike Johnson, unless, of course, other Republicans wouldn't vote with you, the far right fringe doesn't agree with what you're doing, then you couldn't. Like, that's a crazy lie. Oh, here we go. Because he's been doing this, but I do love what, like, this is like, remember the clips, if you were here at the beginning when I was like, when Mike Johnson was yelling this morning, first on Fox, and then like in that presser where he's like, I'm a patient man, but I'm angry. He also did this yesterday. Like, it's all manufactured.
People are upset. I'm upset. I'm a very patient man, but I am very angry right now because this is dangerous stuff.
He's hit this talking point now 25 times. I wonder who wrote it. I mean, just as someone who worked in advertising and PR, someone wrote that line for him. And he doesn't know what else to say, so he just keeps repeating it. You're a patient man, but your home state has the highest one of the highest murder rates in the United States, higher than California, higher than Illinois, higher than Oregon, but you do nothing about it. Your state has one of the highest instances of Medicaid expansion usage, and you're just going to leave all them without health care. Yeah, you're a patient man who doesn't give a fuck about anything but getting on your knees and sucking Donald Trump's tiny D, in my opinion, allegedly. It might be a Andrew Jackson. We don't know. We don't know exactly what's happening. But let's get into Marjorie Taylor Greene's CNN interview yesterday, which I'm sure you've heard about, which she basically was just like, hey, everything the Republican Party is saying is a lie, which I already know. Oh, wait, first let's hear from Pete. I actually should be in jail sessions. My father was removed from being the FBI director in the 90s, was one of the only people ever being removed from being FBI director for corruption. And now me and my brother Jeff are shady weirdos who don't know when to quit. And because I can read and I've read every single court document surrounding J6, I know Pete Sessions is a criminal who should not be in Congress. But that's allegedly, in my opinion, because I can read, but that's an opinion. And this is what happens when you are a Republican who says the truth, right? Now Pete Sessions is trying to say Marjorie Taylor Greene's an idiot, which works for Republicans. You know, it's super easy to just be like, women have tiny brains and they couldn't possibly be saying something that is of any consequence.
Subsidies. She wants them extended. She does blame Democrats, she said in an interview with CNN, for the shutdown, but she also told Manu Raju, Congressman, and the way she put it is, Republicans, you have no solutions. And she wants things to be fixed. What do you say to Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Well, I would say to her that she needs a couple more years in office, and she would learn that we do have ideas on the table. It simply is one that no.
It's not 2 weeks now, it's 2 years. Pete Sessions says 2 more years and maybe you could find a healthcare solution. Every single one of these fossils, and I mean this on the left too, I mean this. I don't give a shit if you're a Democrat or Republican. All of these people need to get the F out. All of them. Anyone else who's like, oh, this is the way it works, and we just negotiate, and then we all get rich in the stock market off insider information. Every single one of these people needs to go. Democrat, Republican. It is, at this point, I can't physically stomach it.
One, not Republican nor Democrat, is willing to accept the Democrats because they don't want any competition against the Affordable Care Act, and Republicans because they really don't understand or.
I just want to be clear because I have listened to every debate in Congress and understand the solutions put forth. I just want to be clear. It's about a stopgap. And I know that Marjorie Taylor Greene's right because I'm obsessed with Capitol Hill. The Republicans have no health care plan outside of the ACA. That's true. She's right and telling the truth about that. But like, what we're looking for is to not one day nobody can go to the doctor, right? It's about a stopgap. We extend this and then, but what is your plan? And there is no plan. They have no plan.
Not for how this would empower every single person. We need competition against the Affordable Care Act, and that's what people are desperate for. So there's more than one idea on the table. So we do have ideas.
And what the fuck are they? Can you guys tell us? And let me just say, it's not hypothetical. It's not 2 weeks. It's not 2 years. Can you produce a PDF of your idea that includes a spreadsheet of financially how that will work, how it will be funded? That's how ideas for healthcare work. You produce one. You know, like how Kamala Harris had a real budget and Trump had 16 pages of shit that made no sense, and now we see why. And he's running the economy into the ground, stealing from us and saying he's making money off terrorists. I want you to say, yeah, he's not made trillions off terrorists, but understand every time he says, I've made so much money off terrorists, that's him robbing us. Like, it's insane to listen to. The only budgets that ever came out were always from the Democrats. You were always getting the same tax extensions. When they say, we gave middle-class America tax cuts, those tax cuts were going to be extended in the Democratic budget as well. I agree with Steve Bannon. We should be giving the middle-class tax cuts. It's the rich that shouldn't be getting them. But because you guys can't read or do any math, and Trump never had a plan. There is no plan. There's no healthcare plan. If you have a plan, then please show it to us. So this interview happened yesterday. Yeah, in the morning on CNN. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene being interviewed and speaking about this. And God, I don't agree with her on much, but this she's spot on about.
I'm one of those that gets real tired of political drama when it's not actually solving a problem. And this is such a crisis that I'm willing to say, okay, everyone, we have to do something about this. It shouldn't be something that we dangle the American people or military pay or all of these things. We shouldn't be dangling them back and forth. We have to fix it.
What are you hearing from your constituents right now? And do you have any regrets about voting for that short-term continuing resolution, that spending bill?
Thank you for that question. Number one, I am a Republican, and I support the president. I was very vocal about I didn't want to vote for a CR. I want to pass our appropriations. That's our constitutional duty, and I want to bring that taxpayer dollars back to my district. I work hard on that, so that was important to me. But I support the president, and I voted for the CR. Number two, what am I hearing from my constituents? It's great. We track all the calls that come into my office. About 60% of the calls coming in right now are of support and saying, yes, health insurance is a crisis. They're telling us stories about how they're already paying $2,000 a month with $10,000 deductibles. I'm getting phone calls from people that are saying if the ACA tax credits expire, they aren't going to be able to have health insurance. They're going to have to drop it. But I'm hearing from people on both sides, people already on the ACA and people that are already getting crushed by high health insurance premiums. I'm one of those that gets real.
Gosh, Kayla Kempf. You sent me a $9.99 super chat on YouTube, and the message is restricted. I hope it was something really horrible. I wish I could see it. I'm fascinated. I want to know what you said. I don't know. I hope it was something horrible and relevant. God, the day I have to agree with Marjorie Taylor. This is Jim McGovern. You guys know how I feel about the ranking member in the Rules Committee, which I know no one understands Congress like me, and so I'll explain it like this. The Rules Committee is the last and final say, like before bills get to the House floor. They're the ones holding up the Epstein, us being able to have access to the Epstein documents. And Jim McGovern is our ranking member in the Rules Committee. Is absolutely brilliant. Anyways, he, after Marjorie Taylor Greene's this interview, he said, Marjorie Taylor Greene and I don't agree on anything. I don't think we could agree on whether 1 and 1 is 2. But even though she knows Republicans are about to double folks' health insurance costs because they won't act, 3 and 4 ACA enrollees live in states that went for Trump in 2024. And I want to repeat that because that's when I was saying, I look forward to you guys shutting down the Affordable Care Act because 3 and 4 enrollees are in red states. So good luck with all that when nobody can go to the doctor when their children have a ear infection. I'm sure it will go over well.
Washington Post poll. It shows that 47% of Americans believe that President Trump and the Republicans are...
Sorry, I don't know what that was. Thank you for the gift, though. That was
Post
cool.
poll. It shows that 47% of Americans believe that President Trump and the Republicans are mainly responsible for the shutdown. You see it here on the screen, compared to just 30% of Americans who blame Democrats. Of course, Republicans...
Let's relive this because, again, I could show you there's multiple other polls, but they are all similar. I just want to be clear. 47% of Americans blame Trump and Republicans in Congress. There are polls that are more severe than this, but I guess this is the current CNN poll. Democrats in Congress, 30%, 23% not sure. And like I said, that's why I was playing that Harry Ant clip when he's like, whoever's blamed in the beginning of a government shutdown, historically and statistically is blamed in the end. You can tell any lies you want and make up stories. This is all your fault.
They're the ones with the power. Do you agree with Americans in that poll that see the shutdown as your party's fault?
You know what? I don't think the shutdown is popular for either side. And so I see the shutdown completely different from maybe my party.
Can I just say something unpopular? Well, maybe it's not an unpopular opinion, but Marjorie Taylor Greene has grown up. Does anyone remember when she first was in Congress, how insane and weird she was? Watch her, just follow lines of logic, hold a party, she's threading a needle here, right? She could not do this 3 years ago. It's fascinating to watch.
Leadership. And I'm not putting the blame on the president. I'm actually putting the blame on the speaker and Leader Thune in the Senate. This should...
This is what pisses me off. Because that's safe, right? If she said the truth, which Donald Trump is, and we'll get to that, because she does... This is one of the most fascinating interviews I've ever seen, because she says, I'm mad at him, and he can call me and talk to me about it, which... is for selfish reasons, and we'll get to that. Stay tuned because this is fascinating. But wait, hold on. Let me just.
President, I'm actually putting the blame on the speaker and.
Yeah, this is my thing. It's the same with Pam Bondi, right? And not to invoke the dead, but Charlie Kirk. If you remember, when him and Megyn Kelly at the last Turning Point USA conference, they tried to railroad who? Pam Bondi. And they're like, it's her. This is her fault. The reason the Epstein files are out, it's Pam Bondi. Understand that it's because if they say Trump's name, holy hell will be rained down upon them. But if you're dumb enough to believe that Mike Johnson is pulling the strings, right? It's just they can't say the truth, right? They can't say... If you believe Pam Bondi has made up whether or not she wants to release the Epstein files and everything that's happening, it's idiotic. It is all Trump. But these people are too cowardly to be like, yeah, we got a crazy person who's doing all this shit. So they're like, I blame Mike Johnson. Really? I've never met a more cowardly, sad man than Mike Johnson in my life. He's never had an original thought. He literally is just there to take the heat for Trump. And she's like, yeah, I blame Mike Johnson, which is the safe bet, which, trust me, it becomes clear she does not. She's mad at Trump.
Leader Thune in the Senate. This should not be happening. And I don't think, look, as a member of Congress, we already have a low enough job approval rating. This shutdown is just going to drive everybody's approval rating that much lower.
Yes. But so you're putting the blame on the leadership of your party.
Absolutely. We control the House. We control the Senate. We have the White House. I've been vocal saying,
can anyone remind me if I said that several times during this speech, that if you're going to blame someone, the only people you can logically blame are Republicans. They have the entire majority in the entire government. Democrats, there's nothing we can do. We don't have the mathematical majority. We couldn't move a vote if we tried. And to watch Mike Johnson be like, this is the Democrats' fault. How? Can you count? That's why, and I'll play this, when Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Lawler got in that insane fight, like on Capitol Hill, like he's like, can you do math? Like, you're blaming me, can you count? Like, are any of you okay? So again, let's listen to a Republican on the far right fringe. Apparently Marjorie Taylor Greene has learned to count. She couldn't before, but it seems like she can count now.
And Leader Thune in the Senate. This should not be happening. And I don't think, look, as a member of Congress, we already have a low enough job approval rating. This shutdown is just going to drive everybody's approval rating that much lower.
Yes. But so you're putting the blame on the leadership of your party.
Absolutely. We control the House. We control the Senate. We have the White House. I've been vocal saying, you can use the nuclear option in the Senate. This doesn't have to be a shutdown. But what we have to do is we have to work for the American people. And our country is so divided right now. We see it all.
Let me show you. I think I added it when she says the nuclear option. Hold on. I added it to one of my, okay. Wait, which presentation is this? Hold on. Sorry. I added it. Oh, it's this one. Hold on. Let me pull it up, because I want it when she says the nuclear option. Let me show you the clip really quick. Or, it's not a clip, it's a post she made, because it's just further clarification. The Republican controlled Senate, right? She's just pointing out anytime this shutdown could end. The Republican controlled Senate used the nuclear option today to override the 60 vote rule in order to confirm 100 Trump nominees, yet continues to claim Democrats are causing the shutdown. Spoiler alert, the Republicans in the Senate can also use the nuclear option to reopen the government and override the Democrats, just like they literally did today to confirm 100 Trump nominees. I don't know. And I'll get into why I think Marjorie Taylor Greene's doing this. I don't think it's because she's a good person. I think she's trying to leverage Trump to give her something she wants. But she's right. Again, they have a majority. While they're pretending the government shut down, they overrode the filibuster and confirmed 100 Trump nominees. I do think it's fascinating that she told on them. Well, they are like, our hands are tied, the government shut down, we can't do anything. Anyways, I just thought when you hear her say the nuclear option, that is what she is referring to. Hold on, let me get back to this clip. Why can't I hear this? What in the hell? Oh, you guys, God, sorry, I'm watching a clip. You guys can't see it again. Wait, am I on that clip? Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out which clip I was on.
Washington Post poll. It shows that 47% of Americans believe that President Trump and the Republicans are mainly responsible for the shutdown. You see it here on the screen, compared to just 30% of Americans who blame Democrats. Of course, Republicans are the ones with the power. Do you agree with Americans in that poll that see the shutdown as your party's fault?
You know what? I don't think the shutdown is popular for either side. And so I see the shutdown completely different from maybe my party leadership. And I'm not putting the blame on the president. I'm actually putting the blame on the speaker and Leader Thune in the Senate. This should not be happening. And I don't think, look, as a member of Congress, we already have a low enough job approval rating. This shutdown is just going to drive everybody's approval rating that much lower.
But so you're putting the blame on the leadership of your party?
Absolutely. We control the House. We control the Senate. We have the White House. I've been vocal saying, you can use the nuclear option in the Senate. This doesn't have to be a shutdown. But what we have to do is we have to work for the American people. And our country is so divided right now. We see it all the time in every single way. It's divided in what I would say very dangerous ways. And we saw that with the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk, which has upset so many people across the board. And look, when it comes to hearing from
I'm sorry, I don't
Washington
know
Post poll. It showed.
Wait, I'm going back to this. I have no idea.
We have the White House. I've been vocal saying, every single way. It's divided in what I would say very dangerous ways. And we saw that with the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk, which has upset so many people across the board. And look, when it comes to hearing from senior citizens or my own friends and neighbors and my own family members and people that voted for me, and they're just saying, Marjorie, we just really want somebody to do something about health insurance premiums. We really want our government and our leaders to actually focus on our country for a change and fix our problems. That is the message I constantly hear from my district, and I'm a representative. I don't have to be a cheerleader for my party. I have to represent my district because those are the people that hired me and sent me here. And I agree with them, and I'm pretty much over it's just drama constantly on TV. No offense, because you guys are on television, but that's all that we see in American politics now.
Now, before I continue this, because this interview just gets more interesting, but why do you think she's doing this? Does anyone in the comments know? Does anyone have any opinion of why she's doing this? Why would Marjorie Taylor Greene be throwing Trump under the bus and saying the truth for once? Is it because she's a good person? No. Poll numbers, election, re-election. I love that. It's like I love listening. She wants to be a senator. Exactly. So what actually happened was she wanted to run for Senate in Georgia against Ossoff, which, no offense, I actually agree, she could never win. I don't know. Ossoff wanted her. I mean, John Ossoff is like a young JFK. He was like begging her to run against him. He was like, I hope Marjorie Taylor Greene runs again. And Trump basically shut her down. It was like, you can't win, shut the fuck up. And ever since then, everything has changed with her. Like, he's been asking people, and I'm saying this because, you're like, how the hell do you know? Well, I read Capitol Hill blogs. And the rumor is ever since that moment when Trump shut her down and was like, no, you can't do this. And also, and again, well, it's also the cabinet positions, right? I don't know if you remember when Trump was elected a second time, she thought she was going to be Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is the head of DHS. That is what she wanted. She has been slighted over and over and over and over by Trump, and she's fucking had it. And that's not a good reason to finally say the truth. So I just want you to know to never think for a second that she has any has any morals or ethics or is trying to do the right thing. She's mad at Donald Trump. I'll prove that to you in a second. She literally says it at this interview, if you want to know why I don't like you, you can call me, right? But it's because she's been passed over and passed over. Kristi Noem's flying her fucking affair, Corey Lewandowski around, effing him while, arresting brown people. And that was Marjorie Taylor Greene's dream. Her and Brian Glenn, if you're like, who the F is Brian Glenn? Remember the first time Zelensky came to the White House and some dumbass said, why aren't you in a suit? That's Branglin. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, who she was sleeping with while she was still married. And she wanted to take her mister and fly around arresting and terrorizing brown people. Like, Kristi Noem's life was her dream. That was the first one. And then she was like, okay, well, if I can't have that dream, then support me for Senate. And he's like, get the out of here, weirdo. Like, nobody will ever support you for Senate. Like, and she is fucking pissed.
There's reporting that President Trump, as you know, recently called at least 2 senior Republicans to ask, and I'm quoting now from these reports, what's going on with Marjorie, end quote. Have you talked to the president about this issue personally? It's obviously so personal for you.
Well, the president has my cell phone number, and he's called me many, many times. So if he wants...
recently? How recent?
Now, so if you're curious that she's pissed at him for all this stuff I just told you, here's when she just says, like, hey, if you want me to stop doing these interviews, you can give me something. Like, just to be clear, I don't care about human beings in my district. Like, if Trump wants me to stop, he can call me and promise me something.
There's reporting that President Trump, as you know, recently called at least 2 senior Republicans to ask, and I'm quoting now from these reports, what's going on with Marjorie, end quote. Have you talked to the president about this issue personally? It's obviously so personal for you.
Well, the president has my cell phone number, and he's called me many, many times. So if he wants...
recently? How recent?
I don't get into that kind of details, but he knows how to call me, and he can ask me himself. But
because when you were unseating Kevin McCarthy, remember when she was handing cell phones to people, like in the Freedom Caucus when they were holding out on votes? Yeah, we all know Trump has your cell phone number because you were handing your cell phone to people that he was threatening on the House floor, which we know that because, technology, people could zoom in and see it. So yes, we do know Trump has your number. And she's saying, hey, I can stop all this. I actually don't care about people in my district. I don't care about saying the truth. All you need to do is call me and make a deal. Republicans are disgusting human beings, allegedly, in my opinion.
Here's the deal. There's also this, and I'm not blaming you guys, but there is a media narrative trying to say that I don't support the president. I absolutely support the president. I campaigned for him for years. But I'm also an action person, and I want my party to solve problems.
And you say he's not getting good advice, though. You told Manu Raju. What specifically?
Well, I don't think it's good advice that a government shutdown is going to help Republicans in the midterms. I don't agree with that. I also don't think it's good advice that Republicans ignoring the health insurance crisis is going to be good for midterms. I actually think that would be very bad for midterms. And I think that just not staying focused on America First policies is detrimental as well.
Yeah, and on that note, are you concerned?
Wonder if spending hundreds of millions of dollars to put a air base in Idaho for a Middle Eastern country is America First. I don't know. That's today's announcement that Qatar is putting an air base. I can't wait for the Middle East to be flying F-15s over Idaho. Ugh, there's just no sweeter. Is that America First? Is one thing Trump's done America First? But Marjorie's just looking for leverage. She wants the Senate, she wants the cabinet, and she didn't get it. So now this is her tantrum. Don't ever think for a second that she cares about humans.
About the cost of living,
Very.
That the President Trump said he would lower.
The inflation crushed people in the past 4.5 years, and the costs have not come down. I myself can tell you my apartment here in Washington, D.C., the electricity bill is $100 more than it was last year, because you can look at your own bill and look at cost. Prices have not come down. That is a reality. People's wages have not gone up. That's another reality. And so Americans are continuing to have a very difficult time getting by. And I'll go a step further. I'm a mom. And so when it comes to what is affecting my adult children's lives, who are 22, 26, and 28, I'm going to be 1,000% fighting for them over any politician and any party. And
I don't know why she's saying that. It's like in her first post when she started attacking Trump to try to get leverage against him, she's like, my own children, which by the way, you know, she owns, don't get me wrong, I've done my research on her, you know, she does have an MBA from the University of Georgia, but she owns a construction company, but not because she started it. Her parents started it and she inherited it. So her kids are, you know, I'm just saying this to say her kids come from a very wealthy background. And her original point, which she's not necessarily stating here, is like, my children, their insurance premiums are increasing by like 18 to 50%. She's like they can't afford it. And like, I'm a mom and like, I'm not going to allow that.
I can tell you right now, that generation, they are barely making it, and they're very hopeless for their future.
So you're a mom for...
I love how she acknowledges that. Have you guys heard me say that a million times about the disinfection? Like, the average age of a homeowner in the United States, like 40, well, not 40 years ago, 30 years ago was like 19, and it is now 42. And now, because it's convenient for her while she's trying to leverage Donald Trump to give her something, this is her negotiating tactic. She just says all true things. So I think it's fascinating. I do think she grew up. I think, like, I realized she was growing up when I watched Kevin McCarthy, like, take her under his wing and teach her how to play politics. And that's when I realized, oh God, she's going to be a monster. And this is the first time I've seen her make like a real move, because she's not on the fringe, right? She's not just like, this is what I believe in, like Thomas Massey, and I'm going to die on this hill or not, right? Like, she wants something from Trump and she's leveraging him. And it's disgusting, because it's like, at least, but then again, and actually, sorry, I don't want this to I'll put it on here before we get this. Oh, actually, this is fascinating. This is from Ron Filipkowski, who I think his current title is editor-in-chief of Midas Touch. The most common response I hear from Dems is, what happened to her? Meaning Margarine. What happened is she wanted to run for Senate, wanted Trump's endorsement first, and Trump told her not to run because she couldn't win. Since then, different march. That's not the start of it. Like, it started with the cabinet. It started with, she wanted DHS. Kristi Noem is living her life. Her and Brian Glenn. She should have her mister in an apartment staying across, and they should be traveling around in private jets, terrorizing brown people together. That was the first time. And I always find it hilarious because, like, it was like Tim Scott is too dumb to even give a fuck, but Byron Donalds was so shocked. He's like, wait a minute. I'm not going to be in Trump's cabinet. No, dumbass idiot, you're not. Like, and then she saw, like, Tim Scott she got effed over. That, it was the start. She was like, hold the fuck on. Kristi Noem gets to travel around and terrorize brown people and do, like, photo ops of her in, like, flak jackets and, like, you know, hold guns the wrong way. That was her dream. And believe me, that is her real DHS secretary, terrorizing brown people while her boyfriend gets to hang out with her, was Marjorine's dream. And that was the start of her being like, oh, this guy's going to F me, then F you. Like, but never because she actually gives a shit about the people in her district, which, by the way, she lives in her district, the backwoods of Georgia, Rome, Georgia. This is one of the most depressed economies in the United States. The most recent influx of jobs was due to the Chips and Sciences Act, which Trump canceled. So she's under unbelievable pressure at this point as well, right? So I think, yeah, it's benefiting her in a lot of ways, but don't ever think Marjorie Taylor Greene gives a shit about anyone.
The Jeffrey Epstein files, wanting to release those. I know Democrats have also been calling for.
I will say this, though. I actually do. God, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm going to say it. I do think that for whatever reason, which I believe is probably from past experience of just being a woman, if you get into your late 30s as a woman, right, like you've had enough experience to feel this way. Same with Nancy Mace, right? It's like you saw Nancy Mace when Epstein's victims were testifying in closed-door hearings in Congress, and she ran out like crying and reportedly threw up in a bathroom. Like, I actually think, if I could say one thing I think Marjorie Taylor Greene cares about, it would be the Epstein victims.
That a few other Republicans as well. The Democrats are accusing Speaker Johnson of delaying the swearing in of Arizona's Democratic Congresswoman-elect because she would give the last vote needed to release those Epstein files. I'm wondering, the Speaker for his part, he has denied that. He said it's because of the shutdown. Have you spoken to him? Do you think she should be sworn in right away?
Well, I'll say it like this. I can't conclusively say if that's why the House is not in session, but the House should be in session. And the House should be in session for many reasons. We have appropriation bills that need to get passed. There is a new Democrat that's been elected that does deserve to be sworn in. Her district elected her. We have other bills that we need to be passing. And if it's to avoid the discharge petition, why drag this out? That is going to have 218 signatures. And so I say go ahead and do it and get it over with.
Mm-hmm.
Amen. Tell the people, Marjorie.
I know a lot of members of Congress are getting threats, which is, we can't tolerate that. But when you say the foreign government or powerful people, who specifically were you alluding to there?
I'm saying anyone, any foreign government, any people of power. I'm talking about the Epstein list. This has been the most, I don't understand why. I genuinely do not understand why there's been any effort to hide this and prevent it.
You know why, Marjorie, stop. You know why, stop.
From coming out, but because of the efforts for years now to hide it and prevent it from coming out, it certainly makes you feel afraid when you're one of the ones truly on the front lines pushing it to come out. I also serve on the Oversight Committee, and we're leading that investigation there, so I'm involved on both fronts. The Oversight Committee investigation as well as my signatures on the discharge petition.
And you don't think Oversight's doing enough then on that?
Actually, to tell you the truth, the Oversight investigation has the power to go much further than Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna's resolution.
But they're not doing that. Why do you think that is, in your view?
Actually, well, number one, there's a government shutdown and the House is not in session, so nothing is happening. But actually, the Oversight Committee has subpoenaed a lot more information than Thomas Massey's resolution specifically calls for. But here's my stance. I'll work on this involves women who were raped. Women at 14 years old who were raped. And they say there's more people.
Younger than that, actually, but go off.
People involved. I don't know how anyone in their good conscience can be against letting that information come out. So I want to help on any front that I can.
Should ask Pam Bondi about that.
You're a courageous politician, but more important, a loving mother. Thanks very much for coming in.
Disagree with all of that. Wolf Blitzer lost his mind there in the end. And it goes on. He's like, you're an amazing person, courageous. No, I wouldn't say that. That's the most self-serving shit. But, and also, here's the other thing I want to say about this. I can't remember. Okay, I can't remember where I saw the article because, my Apple newsfeed. But I saw articles today of people saying, oh, Marjorie, as I will forever call her, Taylor Greene, can fight for Democrats better than they can fight for themselves. No, that's the most idiotic statement. MAGA cannot listen to anybody that's not a dumbass idiot on the far right fringe. We have to hide behind these rare moments where someone who doesn't actually give a shit about anyone and is trying to leverage and is angry at Trump because she didn't get what she wanted. And then we have to be like, see, another dumbass idiot that you guys listen to. It's like dealing with, like, I was a second grade teacher. It's like, hey, 6-year-old, your friend, like, this other dumb child said this, and like, you agree with your friend Billy, right? Like, this is how we have to talk to people, because MAGA, when you're in cognitive dissonance and in an information silo, they will not listen to anyone else. It doesn't matter. I could be like, hey, I can do math, I can read, I can do research, but they're too dumb to listen to me because that's hostile, right? And I just want to say, it's actually neurologically, they're not too dumb. In fairness, sadly, when you're in cognitive dissonance and you're in a high control group, it's a neurological phenomenon. You can't receive new information that is dangerous to you maintaining your position in your high control community. It's actually neurological. So I want to just say they're dumb, and that's kind of the way I say it, but it actually also, I could talk about the way the brain operates in a cult and a high control group. But it's not because, it's because we need people like her or like Thomas Mass, people like, they won't listen to anyone, right? Like, this is someone they thought they could trust. And I promise you, like, if she keeps going, they'll jettison her too, never listen to her again. That's how cognitive dissonance works. That's how information silos work. Like, yeah, they won't listen to us. Like, and these aren't I'm not yelling my feelings. I can back it all up with data. I could just say, this is the reality. And they'll be like, shut up, dumb woman. You got a tiny brain. Like, it's impossible to say anything to these people. Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, let's get into the Letitia James. Oh, God, here we go. We're going to have to do it. You guys are going to love this, though. I have so much getting. Finally did a deep dive. Okay, so Letitia James was indicted, which I don't think I need to play that. This was just the clip announcing it. But I'm going to play, if you don't know, like, if you live in the state of Michigan, you have a treasure, and you probably don't even know it. And I mean a treasure, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Alyssa Slotkin, if you don't know who she is one of the most brilliant people working in the United States government. She's a former CIA analyst. And it's a long story of how I've read a lot of information about her history as a CIA analyst and how brilliant she was. Like, Alyssa Slotkin is possibly the most brilliant senator in Congress. So if you Alyssa Slotkin is the shit. Anyways, so she was doing an interview immediately after Letitia James was indicted, which is the funniest thing I've ever heard. I've also done hours of research about this, so I can't wait to present it. But I want to show this first. So this is yesterday at 2:38 p.m.
Yeah, well, obviously I haven't seen any of it. I'm just hearing it for the first time, but it just is part of a bigger trend of the President of the United States using the Department of Justice, using the legal system to go after political adversaries, using the arms of our democracy to go after political adversaries. Whether it's Comey or now James, Lisa Cook on the Fed, Adam Schiff here in the Senate. And if that doesn't send a shiver down the spine of anybody, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, because turnabout, another administration could be in and suddenly the arms of the government are being wielded against the Republican Party. It's just a broken way to do politics. It's corrupt. And I think that, anyone who cares about the Constitution and cares about our institutions surviving should care that the President of the United States is using Pam Bondi to do his bidding against adversaries. Yeah, well, obviously I haven't seen. Again, it is something that, I don't know if it's unprecedented in the history of our country, but I think most Americans understand that we have three branches of government. They're co-equal, and as our founding fathers set up, you shouldn't be able to sit in the White House and use the courts to get back at your enemies. And Democrats and Republicans, I've worked for them both in the White House, right? I worked for Obama, I worked for Bush, two different parties. But the idea that you would tell your, attorney general, I want to go after these people, just make a case against people I don't like because they annoyed me, they pissed me off, they're from New York, so I pay a lot of attention to them. That to me
is a dangerous, dangerous precedent to set. And again, even if you are not a Democrat and you are a big supporter of President Trump, which a lot of people in my state are, I think people are smarter and they understand that if this is the new trend, what's going to happen when a Democrat's in power? What's going to happen against the people I care about? So it's a really, really dangerous, slippery slope.
Yeah, we're getting there, but let me just play one more clip. So again, and this is like, I don't want to do it because I know I should not do this, but like Casey Hunt, who works at CNN, has driven me crazy a couple of times. I'm like, I should not shit on a woman, but I'm just going to let you. Can you imagine? So Alyssa Slotkin, who's literally, and I say this, I am brilliant. My brain works in ways other people's don't, which makes me antisocial and I have to be alone most of the time. But like, I can recognize she is brilliant. The way she analyzes information, the way she's impartial about it. And I mean that. She's super impartial. If Alyssa Slotkin is working for you, it doesn't matter what you believe in. Like, she's going to do what's fair and it's interesting. And then after she said things that made sense, here comes dumbass Casey Hunt from CNN, who I cannot. Can you imagine saying something like this to a person whose brain works?
Very interesting. I really appreciate you giving us a window into that, because it's not always easy to see it from here in Washington as it is when you all get to go back home. To circle back to what we're talking about here with Letitia James, I take your point about the three branches of government. Republicans that I talk to will point to Letitia James and how she went about doing things as perhaps slightly different than the federal Department of Justice. She's obviously elected, right? It's a different system, and she did talk about going after Donald Trump in a way that.
No, she didn't. Can I just be clear? Because this was something. Okay. And I had to do all this research. Do you remember, like, when Trump was being tried for 34 felonies? And even before that, with the civil fraud trial, which was just disgorgement, right? Like, he committed fraud, and then they're like, here's the money you stole plus interest. It's a mathematical equation. It's not someone's opinion. But anyways, when he was on trial for 34... Wait, hold on. Let me just repeat this, because...
Right, it's a different system, and she did talk about going after Donald Trump in a way that a lot of Republicans felt was kind of a blanket way, essentially saying, I will look for anything I can find.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I had to remember where I was going with this. Yeah, so when Trump was on trial not for the actual, the civil fraud, like inflating mortgages and all that, not the Judge Engoron trial, but the Judge Kaplan trial, the 34 felonies of falsifying business records. Like, it is unbelievably crazy to me to hear these people say this. That is not, God, what is wrong? Sorry.
She's obviously elected, right? It's a different, the three branches of government out here with Letitia James. I take your point about the three branches of government. Republicans that I talk to will point to Letitia James and how she went about doing things as perhaps slightly different than the federal Department of Justice. She's obviously elected, right? It's a different system, and she did talk about going after Donald Trump in a way that a lot of Republicans felt was kind of a blanket.
Oh, yeah. Now I remember. Sorry, I could not remember. So when that 34 felony fraud trial was happening, which, was technically tried by the district attorney of New York City, which at the time was, oh my God, why can't I? What? Wait, his name's what was his name? Alvin, whatever. Anyways, so the crime, they kept saying that, like, Letitia James ran on getting Trump. Alvin, what is his name? What's his last name? Sorry, I should just ask you guys. Bragg, thank you. Alvin Bragg ran on getting Trump. And when, because my job during that whole trial, if you remember, like, Jay and I were working together, and, like, all I did was, like, I read every court document, did all this research, and I can confirm that neither Letitia James nor Alvin Bragg ever ran on getting Trump. As a matter of fact, the only person I ever found who factually ran on getting Trump, which this is fascinating, was Alvin Bragg's opponent, a Republican. Because, you know, and again, I only lived in New York City briefly, and everyone in New York City would say, don't ever claim you're a New Yorker because you have to live here 10 years and otherwise you're not. You know, I just had to be there briefly and had an apartment for work or whatever. And I'm not a New Yorker, but I lived there long enough to understand, like, these people have a deep and ongoing understanding of who Trump is and that he's a complete grifter, lying fraud, which is factual. This was proven in court documents. It's not, again, this is just math. It's not like, hey, did Trump come? I don't believe it. Well, then you can't read, right? This civil fraud trial was just financial records about a fraud that was committed. Now, let's say this. The actual fraud was probably just over 350 million, and then they tacked on interest of the fraud, which brought it up to just under, it was like 400 and something million. And I don't know, apparently that's, you know, it's called disgorgement. Hey, here's what you stole from New Yorkers plus interest, give it back, which apparently is bad, and that's, he doesn't have to pay that fine, whatever. But that's also because he's going to steal federal funds from the state of New York, and they don't know what else to do. But I mean, whatever. The point is the only person I could ever find that campaigned on, I will go after Donald Trump, was Alvin Bragg's Republican opponent running for district attorney. That is not true. And as a matter of fact, what Letitia James and Alvin Bragg said was, hey, I can't promise anything. I will follow the facts of the case and of the law, and if a crime has been committed, I will commit to prosecuting that crime. It is crazy to say that she's like, oh, I ran on getting Trump. She didn't. And either did Alvin Bragg, because actually, if you remember, he was the one that they wanted, you know, that they hated originally. And he didn't either. It was just like, hey, I have to follow the facts of the law. If there's a case, I'll prosecute it, whatever. It was the Republican candidate against Alvin Bragg that said, you guys want Trump, because New Yorkers are like, we want this motherfucker stole from us, get him. And that guy was like, yeah, I'll get Trump. But if anyone can ever, right, like all Letitia James and Alvin Bragg says, like, hey, we have to follow like the law and the facts of a case, and if a crime has been committed, we will prosecute it.
Way, essentially saying, I will look for anything I can find on him. You know, you're someone who thinks a lot about the country in a way that's not always the partisanship that we are used to here in D.C. Do you see anything problematic with the way Letitia James conducted herself that, you know, could potentially have caused Republicans to have the level of mistrust in the system that they clearly had?
You see what this woman is doing? And by the way, I just want to say, so this interview happened on 10/9, right? It's 10/10, so yesterday. And Trump on 10/8 said CNN was full of like degenerates and liars. And still, for-profit media is like, let's keep lying for him. Let's keep saying this. She's like, hey, none of what I'm about to ask you is based in any fact, or it's all fiction. But hey, can you see why? Can you see why Republicans without any facts would go after Letitia James? Like, no, weirdo, we can't. But this is why I say I clip for-profit media so we can critically analyze whether or not they're capable of telling the truth. But Casey Hunt, this woman, like, has lost all credibility.
You know, I can't speak to the individual cases and the things that she particularly brought up. I'm not well educated on the actual legal documents. But I will say we have a legal standard for things, right? You shouldn't just be able to say, well, I don't like Jim, so I'm going to launch an investigation and I'm going to go prosecute against Jim. There's a legal standard that you have to prove in our courts before someone can be, put through the system. And I think those standards should apply whether you are a Democrat or Republican, whether you're in New York or DC or Michigan or Kansas. And that to me is the only thing that keeps our system surviving. It can't be about.
Also, if you're an undocumented immigrant, everyone whose feet are on U.S. soil should have due process.
Personalities. It has to be about a legal standard that we all have to meet. So the proof should be in the pudding. If there's things that have been launched against Donald Trump and they're thin and there's nothing there and they're more political than they are factual, well then it shouldn't survive the gauntlet of getting into our system. Same thing for Donald Trump and his attorney general. If there's no there, and some of the cases that we've started to see against the political enemies of Donald Trump, they are thin as hell. So that to me, I'm not a lawyer, but there should be a legal standard, and whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you got to.
You're not a lawyer, but you are a CIA analyst. He's one of the most brilliant people I've ever heard speak. So yeah, and again, people are saying I'm going to get it. I'm going to show you how thin the cases are, not just of Letitia James, but James Comey. You know me, going and printing everything and reading it. I'm going to prove to you that this is selective and or vindictive prosecution. This is a joke. But again, I don't want to anger anyone, but this is so CNN first had Casey Hunt be like, doesn't she deserve it a little bit for going after Trump? That was basically her question. And then here comes dumbass Scott Jennings. Prepare your breathe. Tap the screen.
Scott.
Well, the implication that I don't support the Constitution that you made notwithstanding.
I did not see that.
Excuse me of being an
He's
original.
just famous for being a constitutional originalist.
Here's what I think. If Democrats like Slotkin are going to come out today and whine about selective prosecutions over Tish James, her entire career is built on the selective prosecution of one man. Now, I also believe what Elliot said. There's a process here. Everybody gets their day in court. Obviously, a grand jury saw enough evidence to bring charges. We don't know what they are, but a grand jury looked at this and says, okay, there's something here. She gets to go to court just like Comey, just like anyone else. But to me, it's just not going to fly to boo-hoo over selective prosecutions on this particular person who promised in her campaigns, who went after him on things, as Jonah said, that had no business ever happening, if not but for the man's last name being Trump. So I'm not going to.
How is that not a two wrongs make a right argument?
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying she gets her day in court. I'm saying a grand jury saw enough evidence to bring charges, and I'm saying she gets to go to court and tell her side of the story, and then we'll see what happens. But I'm just having the political debating issue here. Democrats are going to say, this is the first time we've ever had somebody go down the road of selective prosecutions on her? Yeah. Give me a break.
No, I agree with that.
No, you shouldn't agree with that. Well, here's what I would suggest. I would suggest every single person that was involved in this conversation, besides Alyssa Slotkin, because I know her, she's a CIA analyst, I think she knows the facts. I have read every court document in every prosecution of Donald Trump, and there is every there. Donald Trump is guilty of every single indictment ever brought against him. And I say this because the federal prior to Donald Trump, and I want to be clear, weaponizing the federal government, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about in a second, right? The federal government they had a 98% conviction rate. Like, we're talking about wire fraud, crimes over the wires. These are foregone conclusions, right? He did commit these crimes. He did. I mean, you could say, especially with the civil fraud, I mean, not especially, every crime that he's been accused of committing, he committed, and he's gotten away with countless others. Those are the facts. Like, if you can read, those are the facts. And let me just move on. Wait, hold on. Oh my God. I don't know if I want to. Well, let me just, before I have to make us listen to any more painful things, let me just show you guys some stuff. Because you know me, looking up court documents. You know me reading things and finding out what people are accused of. It is fascinating. I love how they're like, Letitia James did what Donald Trump did. Thank you, Tammy, for sharing the live, because we're about to talk about some important things. Let's keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 700K as fast as possible. We are doing a great job. Let me just hold on. You're not going to believe this. So, because if you guys remember when I used to read through Donald Trump's indictments, remember I had stacks of paper, and I printed them all out. It cost me hundreds of dollars to print out Donald Trump's indictments, and there would be pictures of him committing crimes and text messages of him committing crimes. It was unbelievable. I've never seen indictments like this in my life. It was oh, okay, this case, yeah, he's going to be convicted because they proved the case in the indictment because, yeah, this just happened and it's a crime and now I can read it and I know that. That's, that was my experience. Well, first of all, again, you're going to be why would James Comey's indictment and Letitia James indictment what do they have to do with each other? Oh, they have a lot to do with each other. So I'm going to show you James Comey's indictment is this is it right here. Hold on. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see what I'm looking. This is it. Oh wait, I'm sorry. There's a signature. There it is. Trump's indictments are hundreds of pages of text messages, emails. There are literal photographs of him committing crimes in the indictment. So they're here's all the crimes he committed. They're right here in the indictment. We've taken photographs of the crimes, and here they are. This is James Comey's indictment. I'm not joking. This is it. It's right here. It's that, and it's... Now, I just want to be clear. Siebert, there was a real lawyer who was in charge of the Eastern District of Virginia who was fired because he said unequivocally, I will not bring an indictment against James Comey. There's no crime. I would not bring an indictment against Letitia James. There is no crime. So they fired him. He's gone. And then... Have you guys ever heard of Lindsay Halligan? Because you know who I knew her as? She was a White House aide. She was an assistant to Donald Trump, who I suspected he may or may not be effing. And the reason I say that, well, trust me, I don't say anything for no reason. I really think that. Because who was the last person who was a lawyer who wasn't qualified to be a lawyer, who was bringing charges against people? Remember Alina Habba? And let me, hold on. I'm going to get more, we love receipts. Tammy loves receipts. Oh, Tammy, let me get the real receipts, because there's more. I'm going to have to take us on a longer journey to explain why this is insane. And you guys know me. I told you, I did 10 hours of research. This is not... Hold on, I'm just pulling up let me pull up my Alina Habba situation, and then that's going to bleed into why I think Lindsay Halligan, well, I don't think, I know. So, okay. And it's going to, ew, what is this? Hold on a second. Oh, wait. Sorry, I've got to find my link. Oh, wait, I have to... Sorry, I have this thing. I hate searching on iPads for information. I don't know why. Hold on one second. NYT... I hate this. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I don't know. I messed up the links. Okay, here we go. So, if you remember, the last time I was very angry about Alina Habba, sorry, I have to think for a second because this is technical and I'm going to try to get this right. And if I get any of the numbers wrong, I apologize, but I went over this for 10 hours, so I think I can do it. Oh, actually, really quick, Murphy, thank you for the $5 for doing the good news. And actually, I feel like there's somebody else I need. Yes. And Jennifer, thank you for the $10.26 for the smartest woman I know, and I missed you. And I missed you too. Thank you guys. Sorry, I just have a lot of things on my mind. So I talked about this a while ago. So do you guys remember when a representative who was completely within their legal rights showed up at an unlawful ICE facility in Trenton, New Jersey, and tried to conduct oversight and was convicted of a felony? And I took us through every screenshot of the moment, proving that this woman had never done a thing wrong, never, like, it was insane. But that indictment was written by Alina Habba. Who's Alina Habba? Alina Habba is someone who, in my opinion, was at some point effing Trump, but was her in the second, let me make sure I get this right, sorry, second E. Jean Carroll appeal defended Trump, and Judge Kaplan had to instruct her how to, like, submit information into evidence. He's like, what are you doing? Like, she could not, like, put an exhibit into evidence. It was the saddest, weirdest thing of all time. But here's what, wait, I'm trying to think of the best way to get through this. Okay, so you can, if you're the president of the United States and you're doing a fascist takeover, you can install interim U.S. attorneys, right? And that's what happened with Alina Habba. And who Lindsay Halligan is now, what's happening, the same woman, because any qualified lawyers have quit, and that's several said, I will not, this is not an indictment I will bring, there's nothing, I'm not indicting James Comey, I'm not indicting Letitia James, this is bullshit, I'm not doing it. It was like, he was going to try to do it with her, right? And Ed Martin, if you know Ed Martin, who's been proven to be a neo-Nazi. That's why Tom Tillis is not running for re-election, because Tom Tillis was like, due to information I've received about Ed Martin, who was the interim U.S. attorney in D.C., he's like, I will not confirm him. This is shit, is crazy. And then he was attacked so hard by me. He's like, I'm retiring, like, I'm not going to pretend to lie and be weird. Anyways, so a federal judge, like, I encourage anyone to look up this court ruling, is like, Alina Habba is not qualified. She has no business. She cannot be acting as a U.S. attorney of anything. She's not qualified, and this shit is crazy. And that court ruling, a federal judge on Thursday ruled that Alina Habba had been serving as New Jersey's U.S. attorney without legal authority for more than a month, thrusting the state's already paralyzed federal court system deeper into disarray and potentially placing limits on the president's power to choose his own top federal prosecutors. Faced with the question of whether Ms. Habba is lawfully performing the functions and duties of the office of the United States Attorney for the District of New Jersey, I conclude she is not. Quote, because she is not currently qualified to exercise the functions and duties of the office in an acting capacity. She must be disqualified from participating in any ongoing cases. And if you're asking why I'm bringing this up, trust me, I'm going to bring it all around. So Alina Habba is the one that charged a black congresswoman with a felony, which, if you've been watching the People's Receipts, I showed you she never assaulted anyone. As a matter of fact, I think she herself was assaulted while conducting legal federal oversight. And if you're wondering what I mean by that, since Trump put children in cages or whatever happened when he was first president in his first term. There was a law passed that said any sitting congressperson at any moment can conduct a spontaneous oversight of an ICE facility. She was doing that, and then apparently Alina Habba, who a federal judge has said, you don't go here and you can't sit with us, and you're crazy. She indicted a black congresswoman with a felony, which that's up in the air, and I think based on her not being qualified, hopefully it will be dismissed, but that is still an ongoing thing in New Jersey. But my honest theory is like this was going to be his first, right? Like the first Lindsay Halligan. So again, Lindsay Halligan, up until recently, just in case you don't know this, which it's going to be painful to hear, was just like some White House aide. She's never prosecuted a case in her life. She has no business pretending she has, much like Alina Habba. And the James Comey indictment and the Letitia James indictment were brought by her because everybody has quit or been fired and refused to bring these indictments because this is how much bullshit. They were like, this is crazy. Like, what are you talking about? But I will say this. Hold on. Let me go back to something I need to show you because this is progressive. Hold on. Let me go back to my Comey indictment. Oh, well, actually, I should just go back to the picture, but I'll just do this because this is it live. Yeah, like I told you, it's literally this paragraph and a signature by Lindsay Halligan, who has never prosecuted a case in her life and is not qualified to. She was a White House aide who now is apparently indicting people because every person in the Eastern District of Virginia that had the power to indict was like, I will lose my job because this is ridiculous and these aren't cases. And I just want to be clear because you're like, oh, I've been hearing all of this shit about finally James Comey's getting his and MAGA thinks this is like James Comey's up to something. Do you understand? I just want to explain to you what this indictment is about because they're claiming on September 30th, 2020, right, while he was under oath in Congress, he lied. And I just want to be clear about what he lied about. James B. Comey did willfully and knowingly make a materially false, fictitious, and fraudulent statement in a matter within the jurisdiction of the legislative branch, meaning he was under oath in Congress. Judiciary hearing, he was under oath in the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing that he, James B. Comey, had not authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports. That's it. That's the whole indictment. And I want to explain to you why. I just want to be clear. So the statute of limitations was literally about to be up in a month, if you can do the math, right? So, and this is the sicker part, because I could take you through more research I've done. This is actually about a statement he made in 2017. The statute of limitations is 5 years. So what Trump is clinging to in the September 30th, 2020 Senate Judiciary hearing is that he just said, I stand on what I said in 2017. That's the statement that he's saying he's lied under oath. And honestly, in a weird way, this is great. If this is what we're doing now, get ready, Republicans, because I can name 100. I was counting. It's not 100. I have 97 Republicans that have lied under oath to Congress. So if this is what we're doing now, I can't wait. I just, oh my God, I do hope he is convicted of whatever random weird thing they're saying, which is not a thing. But yes, let's set the precedent that when you're under oath, Kash Patel, who I watched you lie at least 8 times that I counted, under congressional oath in the Senate Judiciary. I do hope that if we're doing this, if this is what we're doing, if people in charge of the FBI and the DOJ, Pam Bondi, get ready, because I've counted your lies. I can't wait. I think this is great. I actually don't care what happens to James Comey. I do think we should just set a precedent that when people lie under oath, we should prosecute them. Because we're prosecuting someone for hypothetically outside of the statute of limitations saying someone wasn't a source reporting something to the news. Get ready, Pam Bondi. Get ready, Kash Patel, because I can count. You guys are going to prison for fucking ever. I can't wait. Like, I actually don't. James Comey is just a Republican. I don't know if this is the only crime. I actually probably would postulate he's committed more crimes than this. But truly, I just want to be clear. The thing that because I think people are like, he did something wrong. Did willfully and knowingly make a materially false, fictitious, and fraudulent statement in a matter within, Senate Judiciary. That he had not authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports. Like, Trump is saying that Comey knew, like, another FBI agent was leaking information to the press. And this actually happened in 2017, but the statute of limitations has already passed. So they're citing a judiciary hearing in 2020 where he said, I stand on what I said before, which is such a blank, that's not going to hold up and it's not going to work, but that's how dumb this shit is. But if we are going to start prosecuting people for lying under oath, Republicans, I cannot fucking wait. Like, this is like the highlight of my life. So if we have to, no offense, you're a Republican too, James Comey. You kind of deserve this for getting in bed with these people. But I just want to, if you're wondering, like, God, this seems sudden. Like, why did all of a sudden James Comey get indicted? The statute of limitations on the 2020, it's 5 years. Do the math, think, count. The statute of limitations was ending, and he was like, the statute of limitations on, like, him just saying, I stand on what I said in 2017. Technically, the statute of limitations was over. And he was like, someone indict this guy. That's why he accidentally posted that shit on Truth Social, which was actually illegal. You can't post, government messages on Truth Social in private DMs. That's why. It was literally days before the statute of limitations would end, and he needed someone to file the indictment. And Lindsay Halligan has never prosecuted a case in her life. She was just working in the White House. And God, it's like that Christina Bob girl in the Trump Talks case that they threw under the bus. It's like absolute idiocy. Like, that's how crazy this is. So anyways, that's the James Comey case. The whole case, it's not that it's that he said once under oath. The original statement in 2017 isn't here, but what they're running off of is him just saying, I stand by what I said in 2017. That's it. And they're saying he was in a Senate hearing lying under oath, which every single member of Trump's cabinet has lied under oath every single time I've seen them in a Senate judiciary hearing. So I love this, actually. I don't give a shit what happens to James Comey personally. I just can't wait. This is going to be great. Anyways, so let's move on from that. That's that one indictment that doesn't make any sense. Let's get into Letitia James, which this is actually longer indictment, and by longer I mean it's 3 pages instead of 1. Literally. Sorry, hold on, let me find my thing so I can pull it up. And actually, I had to do a lot of reading to figure out like what the hell they were talking about. And it's actually more, I don't know if more interesting, but I had to do more work to figure out why this didn't make any sense. So here's best I could, this is actually unbelievably also dumb, but in a different way. So Letitia James bought a house in 2023, and when I first heard Bill Pulte making up lies about mortgage frauds, you know, first it was Lisa Cook, then it was Adam Schiff. This is the first indictment about mortgage fraud. And I want to be clear, they're saying you own a primary residence and then you have a second residence. Well, what I understood in the news is that it's not listed as an actual residence, and you're like, I'm trying to think of how to word this because I've read a lot about it. Okay, anyways, I don't know how to say this. It turns out what Bill Pulte originally said about Letitia James buying this house in 2023, that's not what's in this indictment. And he continues to pretend it is. He's like, oh, she's housing family members in there. Yeah, in 2023, Letitia James bought a house. Letitia James is from Norfolk, Virginia. She bought a house for her niece, right? It was listed as a secondary residence. She's never charged rent for it. And I was like, yeah, this case makes no sense. And then I started reading the 3-page indictment, and it's a different house. So actually, what they were saying in the news is not what they charged her with. In 2020, apparently, Letitia James bought a house in Norfolk, Virginia, where her whole family's from. And they're saying that she signed a rider saying, which most people sign, saying it's a second residence, right? A personal residence, and you will live there for at least a year before you rent it out. And I just want to be clear, she bought it in 2020. And then as of 2021, 2022, 2023, I think she actually on her taxes claimed rental income. This is not going to go well for them. It doesn't even make sense. So I just want to be clear that I don't think, but this is how dumb it is. And I had to hear Eric Trump be like, hey, it's funny that the thing she prosecuted us for, she goes down for. I want to be clear. It's $18,933 that they're saying she profited off her mortgage by checking a box. I don't know if anyone's ever bought a house, but you just sign a bunch of documents and your mortgage broker like gives you like the cheapest price and says, hey, just sign this. Yeah, like it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like I cannot wait for you to try so. And you're asking me, why are you bringing up the $18,933? Because I want to point out, I brought this up. I watched, you know me, I always read about cases. It's my passion to read court documents. You know, there was a woman claiming to have cancer that defrauded people out of like around $250,000. And I was talking about it. And the federal government was like, this is just kind of like a gift. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, we don't, $250,000, it's going to cost us more in fees to try this case or to hold someone accountable. Like, we don't get out of bed for a $250,000 fraud. I just want to be clear. They're saying, which this is not going to go through, and I don't think they will win, but the entire fraud they're saying is perpetrated is $18,933. So this case is going to cost millions of dollars to try. Our tax dollars. We will pay for it because Trump is an insecure weirdo. That's why. It's the same thing with Lisa Cook, like who's serving on the Federal Reserve, which by the way, and my brother is actually, I talk about it, like he gets like, he's like $600 to $700 a billable hour type lawyer. He's a real estate lawyer. He negotiates huge real estate deals. And I talked to him about this. I just want to be clear. There are many reasons you have a primary residence and a secondary residence and someone could be living it. It's not a crime. And when you ask like why I'm saying that, I'm going to show you why I'm saying that, because I'll show you right after we get done trying these people for doing absolutely nothing wrong. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm just looking for my... Where is my ProPublica article? Okay. And if you want to learn the most information you can get about this, and this is before Letitia James was indicted. This is well before, and I talked about this in my lives. Trump is accusing foes with multiple mortgages of fraud. Records show 3 of his cabinet members have them. And I've done the research. If Letitia James is guilty of anything, then there are 3 current members of Donald Trump's cabinet that have done way worse. Scott Duffy, Lee Zeldin, what the hell, Lori Chavez DeRemer, who has a house in Fountain Hills in Arizona. She's pretending as her main residence. So, again, this is a ProPublica. Why am I able to enlarge this and not other articles? Trump is accusing foes with multiple mortgages of fraud. Records show 3 of his cabinet members have them. And they're worse. So I just want to say, if we are wasting federal millions of dollars prosecuting people Trump doesn't like, I really can't wait for the people that are doing much worse. And also, Tulsi Gabbard is another one who they didn't include, and I think she corrected it because she was accused of it in public. But I'm just saying, get ready, Scott Duffy, real washed up, real world guy running the Federal Aviation Administration. Better clean up your shit, Lee Zeldin. Lori Chavez DeRemer. They've done it and worse. And I mean, this article, I'm not going to read through it. It takes 15 minutes. But apparently, we're just choosing who's guilty of this. And I'm not saying guilty because I actually think, and after talking to my brother, who's a real estate lawyer, there are lots of reasons no one's guilty, actually. And that's why all of these prosecutors in the Eastern District of Virginia is like, I'm quitting, I'm not trying these cases. And now we have Lindsay Halligan, a person who's never prosecuted a case in her life, filing these weirdo one-page indictments that they say nothing, literally fucking nothing. It makes no sense. But this ProPublica, it's like a 15-minute article. And I promise, read through the Letitia James indictment. Every single one of these people who are actively serving in Trump's cabinet are guilty of worse. So I do look forward. Again, not that I want Letitia James to get in trouble, because I actually think she won't. I think after talking to my brother, there's a lot of very logical reasons why you have done nothing wrong in these circumstances, or you just sign stacks of papers when you get a mortgage and don't know what you're signing like everyone else does. So I actually don't know, but I am saying, I can't wait, though. If we're setting the precedent, we just accuse random people of things because Trump doesn't like them. I do hope everyone's prepared for the backlash. And I know a lot of people were saying, I love Letitia James. So let me just show you how much I love Letitia James, because I actually love her. She's my favorite person ever. So I just want to show you a couple clips of why I love Letitia James, because when I heard she got indicted yesterday, that's part of the reason. I was like, okay, fine, I've got to do a live because this is ridiculous. You're gonna love this. Okay, well, first I'll just play her a better response. Let me find, I like the okay, this one. Why? Oh, I didn't. Actually, sorry, I'm not playing it from. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Let me get it. I already have it clipped because then we can see it bigger and better. Okay. This is my favorite.
Federal law enforcement. This is nothing more than a continuation of the president's desperate weaponization of our justice system. He is forcing federal law enforcement agencies to do his bidding, all because I did my job as the New York State Attorney General. These charges are baseless, and the president's own public statements make clear that his only goal is political retribution at any cost. The president's actions are a grave violation of our constitutional order and have drawn sharp criticism from members of both parties. His decision to fire a United States attorney who refused to bring charges against me and replace them with someone who is blindly loyal not to the law, but to the president, is antithetical to the bedrock principles of our country. This is the time for leaders on both sides of the aisle to speak out against this blatant perversion of our system of justice. I stand strongly behind my office's litigation against the Trump Organization. We conducted a 2-year investigation.
Let me just say, if you don't know, because it's a long thing, you don't know her history. It's not just the civil fraud trial. It's not just the 34 indictments. Letitia James is 3-0 against Donald Trump. Like, every case she has ever brought against him has hit. That's why he doesn't like her, because she wins.
Based on the facts and evidence, not politics. Judges have upheld the trial court's finding that Donald Trump, his company, and his 2 sons are liable for fraud. I'm a proud woman of faith, and I know that faith and fear cannot share the same space. And so today, I'm not fearful. I'm fearless. And as my faith teaches me, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. We will fight these baseless charges aggressively, and my office will continue to fiercely protect New Yorkers and their rights. And I will continue to do my job.
And we all saw that. I mean, I'm assuming everyone here saw that because we are all like very into politics. But I want to show, well, again, this is Kyle Cheney, which, by the way, I've talked about him a lot. If you want to I think he's on Blue Sky too. I follow him on X, which is not a safe place for any of us. But Kyle Cheney is like the political legal correspondent. He's a lawyer and a journalist for Politico. Trump's handpicked prosecutor in Virginia is criminally charged as second person. He urged Pam Bondi to prosecute now in an accidentally posted True Social post. New York Attorney General Letitia James Halligan brought the charge to the grand jury herself, signaling resistance of career prosecutors. They literally could not find a lawyer. She has never prosecuted a case in her life. Like, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. But anyways, I want to show, actually, that's not, I think I have it. Sorry. I had to post some other things. I want to show you guys why I love Letitia James. Oh my God. Oh wait, hold on.
This is a real caption.
Sorry, that's not. That's another story about why I hate RFK. I want to show you why I love Letitia James. And these are clips. I don't know if I've ever showed anyone, but like, actually I don't have, these are, I just want to show you who she really is. So, oh wait, here we go. So this is a town hall that happened like on May 8th, 2025. So, you know, like before the summer. And I just want to show you why I love this woman. All right, I'm going to have to find the clip. This happens to me sometimes. Hold on. I have it. It's hard for me sometimes to add clips. Where is my Letitia James clips? God, this is okay, got it. Sorry, it's hard for me sometimes. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. And
so this is a woman at a town hall who's like, because by the way, if you don't know, this investigation into Letitia James was open like over almost, I think, 8 months ago. So when it happened, this is a woman who's like expressing her concern.
Thank you. And thank you. I mean,
Don't get it. Come on. Breathe. It's okay. Now go.
we know that you are protecting us, and we are here to protect you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Niall Sally. From Westchester, from White Plains, work for Westchester County. It just seems that we all here are normal people. And if it was us, we'd be in trouble. But it seems like, it constantly seems that we have to go to court. We have to see. And I think many of us know that it's illegal. But I just wonder what the process is to move this forward so that we can survive this.
We're going to be okay, because we're all in this together, one community. And each and every time he issues an executive.
And we're all thinking that, right? Like, how sad, like, I'm crying, like, you know what I mean? Isn't that not what we're all thinking? And here comes Letitia, she's like, stop crying.
And each and every time he issues an executive order, we respond. We prepared for this moment prior to the election. We all came together because I was there during Trump 1, Trump 1.0, and so many others. We analyzed Project 2025. We analyzed jurisdiction. We analyzed claims. We analyzed standing. We distributed all of the subject matter to each respective states. We're ready. We're prepared. Do not give in to fear. We are fearless. This is not the time to be afraid. This is a time to stand up and fight back and to resist any temptation for them to divide us. We're in this together. The rule of law is on our side, and the one institution that has stood by our side is the courts. We will not give in, not give up. We will not capitulate. We will not bow. We will not bend. We will survive.
Anyways, and then I want to show this other clip. I showed this a couple of times because I just love when. Oh wait, sorry, I forgot I had to leave my present. I have to go back to the presentation. Sorry, where hopefully my next clip actually is. God. Oh wait, whoops. Sorry, too many presentations. Confuse them for the other. Okay, so that's the. Here we go. And this was a C-SPAN clip. She was at like, oh my God, what is this name? It's like National Action Network. Yeah, it's a PAC. And she was with, anyways, you'll see. I love this woman.
Again, I apologize. Listen, 57 years after the assassination of Dr. King, and Dr. King talked about that stone of hope. And it's that stone of hope that gives me a fire in my belly each and every morning. It's that stone of hope that allows me to wake up and to stand to Donald Trump and to say, Donald Trump, I'm not afraid of you. It's that stone of hope. It's that stone of hope that gives me power, that's that stone of hope and the belief in each and every one of you to let you know that I'm not going to allow my ancestors, all of those who died for me, to be in this position. I am not going to disgrace them and disappoint them. I am going to use the law both as a sword and as a shield and challenge Donald Trump. And each and every time he issues an illegal executive order, I am going to stand up to him because he represents to me sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. And so DEI, as far as I am concerned, is more than about just black people. Let's be honest.
That's right.
DEI is about paid parental leave. DEI is about disabled children. DEI includes a number of categories. So when they talk about DEI, let them know that they're not only coming after us, but they're coming after all of us. And we've got to stand together, a stand in community, stand with this great organization under the leadership of our civil rights leader, Reverend Al Sharpton, who has been a bright and shining light in the darkness. But I don't know about you. It's that stone of hope that inspires me each and every day. And listen, faith and fear can never share the same space. And so I'm covered by the blood. And I'm not afraid of Donald Trump. You can come after me, but no enemy, nothing formed against me will perish. Nothing formed against me. Nothing formed against me. Nothing formed against me.
All right, all right. Again, I'll stay close. And you thought you could preach, huh?
It's like the minute she was indicted, I thought of that clip. Like I thought of like that day. This was April 4th, 2025 when she said this. I played this on my live like back in April. And I was just like, yeah, she was expecting this. She knew, right? Like, I mean, and that's like the investigation into her was opened, I think, in March. So like, she knew. This is ridiculous. And I just want to be clear. We're talking about $18,933. So we're going to spend millions. We've already spent more in paneling a grand jury over something that's not real to prosecute her than we would ever hope to recover from this fraud. So or alleged fraud, which is not real because. And if this alleged fraud, which, like I said, is fake and not real, then let's get in line for the other people who have filed the same exact mortgage documents. And like I said, according to my brother, his actual profession is real estate law. Yeah, it's not a thing. So it's just fascinating. Like this is selective and illegal prosecution. And I can get more into that later, but like I'll get more into it, especially as it relates to the James Comey prosecution and the difference between like selective and vindictive prosecution and like how we can like what will happen if Lindsay Halligan even has the right to like be bringing these cases. All of this will be brought up, but it probably, let's just say this. It will be dismissed. But wait, oh my God. I need to not get this wrong. I took a screenshot and I was like, I don't know where to save this, so I don't want to get it wrong. And I'm going to find my own screenshot really quick before I save. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I thought it was Latifah. I was like, it might be Comey, so I don't want to say it if it's not. Yeah. And by the way, guess who's been appointed to oversee this case? Yeah, I looked him up. You can look him up. He looks very reasonable and smart. He was appointed by Biden. His U.S. District Judge Jamar K. Walker, a Biden judicial appointee, was chosen by random selection to handle Letitia James' case, who was not arrested, was summoned to appear in court in Norfolk on October 24th. Yeah, I think we got a great judge selection. Why isn't the press all over it? Yeah, well, the press, Because that's a great question. And I want to address this because when I was just curled into a ball for a month and a half because I was dealing with family problems and just couldn't function, I was like, I saw like, oh, James Comey's been indicted. God, he must have done something horrible. And then yesterday, when I was doing all this research, at the end of it, it was like, oh, Letitia James must have done something horrible. And then I did what I do because I can read and I've been trained to research. I just found the indictments and then I was like, oh, they did literally nothing. Like, I actually think what Trump is probably trying to do is just slander them in the media or something. But yeah, you would think everyone should just look this up and be like, they're saying that one time in 2017, Comey said something under oath to the Senate, which they don't think is true. But the statute of limitations was up on that one statement he made. So they said that under oath in 2020, he said, I stand by what I said. That's it. That's the whole case. And then with Letitia James, it is like, at first they were like, oh, it was a house she bought in 2023. And then I read the indictment. It's not. She bought a house in 2020. It's a completely different house. Like, they subpoenaed her niece to testify in front of a grand jury about a house she was living in. And apparently it's not, I looked up the addresses. It's not even the house. Like, this shit is less than nothing, and I can't believe we're wasting our tax dollars on it. But I think Trump just wants everyone to think like they've all done something horrible. And that's the saddest part is like nobody can read. I just found the indictments and I was like, oh, it's like I have to read 2 paragraphs and they did nothing wrong. The total, and by the way, this is a civil fraud thing with Letitia, right? Like this is, it's $18,933. Trump defrauded New Yorkers to the tune of $350 million, and then with interest, right? When he was disgorged, it was like just under or close to $500 million. It was a math equation that you committed a fraud with interest. Here's how much you owe the people of New York. Like, I just want to be clear on how delusional it is to be like, oh yeah, she did the same thing. We're talking about a house that cost $137,000 to buy. It's like a shack. And it's whether or not it was listed as a primary residence or a rental property. I just want to be clear. That's it. But because I can just look up indictments and read, I can figure that out because I'm not a fucking idiot. And meanwhile, everyone's like, MAGA's like, yeah, Letitia James did a crime. No, she did not do any crime that, and by the way, I don't want to be rude, but I don't really care what happens because nothing's going to happen. But I do look forward to prosecuting everyone, the current sitting members of the Trump cabinet who have done the same thing and pretending it's horrible and wasting tax dollars on it. I think that's great. It's interesting, though, that we've got people who are rapists and 34-time felons, and somehow we're talking about someone who checked the wrong box or possibly checked the wrong box on a mortgage application, and they're a criminal. That is what I just want you to know. That's what they're saying. Letitia James checked the wrong box and possibly, which I don't think she did. I actually think I don't think she did that. And there's a million, I don't think she did. Just to be clear, because I've done a deep dive and I talked to my brother about this, like when you buy a home, when you have a primary residence that's your home that you own, and then you purchase a second residence, and you say, it's a secondary residence, I'm not going to rent it out. The rider that you sign just says, so the agreement is, I will live in this for a year, or I'll keep it for myself for a year and then possibly rent it out. And if I don't, I will notify the mortgage company. That's what we're talking about. And she bought it in 2020, declared rental income, I believe, in 2021, 2022, and 2023. we're talking about like negligible months of time. That's how dumb this shit is. And the person that did, everybody has quit and or shielded people in the Justice Department who are like, I refuse to bring this case. So somebody who's never prosecuted a case in their life and it was a White House aide, her name's Lindsay Halligan, has brought both the case against James Comey and Letitia James. And the reason the James Comey case had to happen is because it was like days before the statute of limitations would be up. Like, none of this is going to go well for Trump. But I think he really wants MAGA to stop focusing on the fact he's a 3 PDO covering up for 3 PDOs. You know what I mean? I think that's truly what this is about. Because makes no effing sense what's going on. And let me just show, because I could go into more deep dives, but I want to just show some other stuff. I want to show these fights that happened in Congress. I want to show... Have you guys seen this Mike Lawler fight where he's like... wrong presentation. Sorry, I have so many, I can't keep them straight. Have you seen Mike Lawler and Hakeem Jeffrey screaming at him and be like, you're a fucking loser? Which he is. Mike Lawler is a loser. That is actually facts. Truer words have never been spoken. Mike Lawler is the grossest person, literally, possibly on earth. Wait, where? Sorry. There they are. Okay. And... well, we'll get into that next, of my Arizona senator screaming at people, but I want to show you guys. Mike Lawler is in a swing district in New York and is trying to act like he's a good person. He's an actual idiot. And he's probably going to lose re-election, so I actually can't wait. Where is my... God, I have so many clips, it's scary. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm almost there. Scrolling. Trying not to miss it. Oh my God. Why can I only... well, okay, first I'm going to show... I don't know if you guys heard about this, but... Ruben Gallego, who's the senator from Arizona where I live, and Mark Kelly, they went and attacked Mike Johnson together on Capitol Hill. And then later, Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Lawler got in a fight about the shutdown. Here, let me show you. I'll start with this one. I'm going to find the other one. But you can see, as Senator Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego slam Speaker Mike Johnson for 1, having the House on recess during a shutdown, and 2, not swearing in Adelita Grijalva. This is the first dispute before.
Yeah, reopen the government so we get back to work.
But this excuse just keeps on moving.
No, it's not great if you want representation.
Last week
there's 750.
Wait, let me answer the question. We're happy that she got elected. She's filling her father's seat. That's fantastic. We have a long tradition here and a process of how we administer the oath to a member. You know, he served here for a while. We're going to do that as soon as we get back to work, but we need the lights turned back on, so we encourage both of you to go open the government.
Didn't we
so
do that with the
back to
Virginia Republican swore the person in under the same circumstance?
The exception is there were 2 Floridians who were elected in a special election. This happened a couple months back.
Just want to remind you all that they were in a pro forma section. The Florida special elections happened. 2 Republicans were elected. They immediately swore them in. And they're refusing to swear in Adelita Grijalva, who's the 218th vote on the discharge petition. Mike Johnson is lying.
They were here on a day, they had their families here, they had a scheduled day for the oath of office, and the House was called out of session that day. They had all their family and friends here, so we went ahead and went through the process.
Mr. Speaker, with all due
let me
respect,
finish. Wait, let me answer the question if you can ask it. And so that was the exception we did because the family was here. Ms. Grijalva, Rep-elect Grijalva, has not yet had a scheduled date because she was elected after the House was out of session. So I am anxious to administer the oath to her.
How much is this
as soon as you guys
just
vote
don't
to
want
open
her
the
to be on
government.
the Epstein. You don't want her to be on the Epstein discharge. How much?
It's totally absurd. You guys
no,
are experts at
keep
red
on moving
herrings
this.
and
You keep
distraction.
moving along.
No, no, there's nothing to do with Epstein. The House Oversight Committee is working on the Epstein files right now, releasing 34,000 pages and more on the way.
You know she's key to that discharge petition.
Let me finish. The House Oversight
You just
Committee.
keep coming up with excuses. This is an excuse so she doesn't sign on to that.
This is absurd.
This is the longest time the House
Do you
has
want me
been
to
out of
answer the
session.
question? If you ask
Because
questions,
you're
let
not
me answer.
actually answering the question. This
Okay.
entirely has to do with the
Okay,
Epstein
you
list.
see, this is a publicity stunt. Let me tell you what's happening. The House Oversight Committee is working on release of the Epstein files. There are some of the biggest bulldogs in Congress and the Republican and Democrat side who are working on that aggressively. I met with the victims before they went out and did the press conference, and the House Oversight is doing its job. Did you know, you might not, because we haven't been in session, the House Oversight has its lawyers in New York City combing through the Epstein estate files. None of that had been anticipated by discharge petitions or anything else. They have subpoenas that are being supplied. They're being
I don't want to point out like how bad he's floundering, but the point is if you don't fear the Epstein files being released, then just swear her in. She's the 218th signature, and I don't want to point out lines of logic, but he collapsed his own. Mike Johnson that was like, but did you guys know? Well, like we're doing other investigations that we can control the information that comes out of them, so it's not a giant lie. Jess, I'm so glad you're here. Sorry, Jess is my favorite creator. Have you seen?
Here. I can only stay for a little bit because I have to run the food pantry in the morning, and again, if I don't go to bed,
Stop trying to help people. No, I'm just kidding.
Damn me.
Disgusting. Weird. Have you seen this video where he's like, I don't know. I'm not covering up the Epstein files and stopping Adelita Grijalva from being sworn, I swear.
I didn't. I don't know if I saw it. It sounded familiar. I was trying to find my camera stand when it was playing, and it sounded familiar. Is that when they said something about, yeah, well, Democrats are something too? I can't remember.
These are the two Democratic senators from Arizona, and Adelita Grijalva is the representative who was elected, and they're refusing to swear her in because she said, I'm the 218th vote on the discharge petition for the Epstein files. Mm-hmm. And this was Wednesday, where like the two Democrats, this is Ruben Gallego and Mark Kelly, they went and confronted Mike Johnson and were like, yeah, you're a liar and a weirdo and a creep who covers for 3 PDOs, which actually Ruben Gallego started typing online over and over.
I did not see it then. That must be new. I'm going to have to go watch it over again.
Well, no.
Yeah,
do you want? Well, I'm playing. Do you want to watch it? How long do you have, or should we talk about other things?
No, we got a minute. No, we got a minute.
Cool. Because I don't know what you mean by I have to go soon. Okay, because if we need,
no, I've got like 15, 20 minutes. We got some time.
Yeah.
Followed through on by the Department of Justice. We have more subpoenas that are outstanding for big name persons, Democrats and Republicans, and there are more documents coming through. They're doing the work, they're doing it methodically, they're doing it with subpoena power, and you don't need an act of Congress for that to happen because they're already on it.
So
and I was in the room with all of them.
Why are you blocking her then?
I'm not blocking her, I just
This
told
is the
you.
longest time that House Representative has been out of session that's not in a regular office session. This is the longest time it's taken for someone to be sworn in, and it all happens to coincide with the fact that she's going to be the deciding vote on the discharge petition.
I know why you're upset. I know why you're upset.
Mike,
you get a lot of heat because the government is closed down and you guys
Well, we're
made
not.
the decision.
Actually, no, actually.
You made it 5 times
Mike,
to
I
keep
got
the
a
government
request.
closed.
I got a request.
Yes.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you bring back your Republican members so we can have a serious negotiation with
We're
them
going to have plenty of
about this?
negotiations as
Well,
soon as you open the government.
Why don't we
Let me
bring
tell
it
you
back?
what.
Just want to point out, this is astronaut Mike Kelly. We have an astronaut as a senator because you can only replace John McCain with an astronaut. Like, and by the way, like I'm gonna show you this after. So notice how Ruben Gallego has his arms crossed like this. After this exchange where Mike Johnson has no leg to stand on, and he says that Ruben Gallego had his arms crossed because he's a liar and felt guilty about lying. And I'll show you what Ruben Gallego said. He's like, Mike Johnson doesn't know why Marines cross their arms. What? I just got a violation for doing it. Can we all tap the screen? I did nothing wrong, but anyways, as usual.
It could be just my face.
14 days since July 25th.
Yeah, and real people.
Two queer people on one live. You did it. You ruined it.
We overqueered it.
They're not on vacation.
Bring it back.
Wait a minute,
I have
wait
an
a minute.
opportunity. I can talk to every one of my Republican colleagues down there, and we're talking about
Every
this
day
all
we're
the
talking
time.
Yeah, and they're talking about it over here as well.
And our Republican members from Arizona, where are they? They are
They're in their
Arizona.
district. They're in their districts working.
They're sitting. They're sitting.
Oh, hey, Mike
they're
Waller.
sitting in their job.
They did their
They're
job.
sitting in their base.
Come here, Mike Waller from New York. Tell
With
them.
all due respect, you voted multiple times to keep the government shut down, okay? The Republican members from Arizona voted to keep the government open.
They did.
So don't sit here and try to lecture us about whether or not we did our job. We did our job. You did not.
What's going to happen with your job right now?
Oh, you mean the bill?
Do you find it fascinating? I looked this up why they have their arms crossed. It's a military thing. It's like an actual sign of respect and restraint, apparently, which Ruben Gallego was like. 3 PDO, he posted this, 3 PDO defender Mike doesn't know why Marines cross their arms. And I was like, this is insane.
That I'm signed on to extend it? Oh, yeah,
When is
cute, right,
that gonna
because you know
happen?
what? We actually have put forth legislation to do it. You guys just keep pontificating. How about you go down the hall and go vote to open the government up? That would be great.
All right,
Here's the clean CR. Go vote to open the government up. Thank you very much.
We're going to have lots of. Wait a minute.
Mike, if you bring them back, we will have a discussion with them. It's very simple.
You're holding the American people hostage because you want to have a policy debate. We have policy debates here every day.
This policy debate-
There's no policy debate and nobody's there. You're talking to yourself and this guy here.
We're having the debate
My
all around
constituents
the
and
clock.
yours, I imagine yours are going to be hurt even worse than ours
with
these premium increases.
We have a lot of
We have
issues to work
fix
on
this.
together,
When
and the
people-
Republicans
when
are the
people don't
party.
have healthcare,
Wait a minute. Wait just a
people
minute.
The party that's going to kill healthcare.
No,
That's exactly what's gonna happen.
By the way, healthcare premiums since 2010 when Obamacare passed have risen by over 60%. So what
Cool
you're,
stats.
what
So
you're,
you want to cut now? You want to cut now?
You're not upset about that? You should be upset about
Well, then
that.
get going.
You should
Get
be
your
upset
people in
about
line and
that.
get
That your
reforms.
constituents have
We're ready. We're ready to talk about
premiums under Obamacare.
300%. 300%. And I imagine Louisiana is that high.
Yeah, no, there are big
My
problems with
folks can't
healthcare. There's
afford
big problems with Obamacare. It needs a lot of reform. The
We're going to
Republicans
talk about that.
have pages
We're
of
gonna talk
ideas.
about that.
Get the government open.
We have hundreds of ideas. Guys,
Get
we
your
got to get
people
the
in.
government open and turn the lights on so we can get everybody
Get
back
your
here and get
people
the regular
in and
session.
stop covering up for the pedophiles.
There's not, that's ridiculous.
Nobody's covering up for pedophiles.
I love Mark Kelly because Mark Kelly is an astronaut and like he is Joe McCain. And Ruben Gallego is like a Marine who's like, stop covering up for 3 PDs. Like Ruben Gallego is like, I'm just gonna say it like it is. And Mark Kelly is like, you'll never hear him. That's why he's our senior senator. But it is fun having Ruben Gallego just be like, stop covering up for 3 PDOs, like you weirdos. I gotta, and I have something else to show. Wait, hold on. I had to leave my. Is this my present? I want to show you like his post after it. He was.
Video of PBS.
Oh wait, listen to
and then he had
this.
to call
Okay.
in.
Listen to this. You'll wait. Just listen. This is what he did. So,
but now I believe I heard you say to those senators that you'll swear her in once the government is reopened. Am I right? Did you change your terms there?
No, I didn't change my terms. You can look at that
Such a
video,
fucking
play it back
liar.
in slow-mo. Watch Ruben Gallego's body language.
So again, this is so, and I don't have time because Jess has limited time, so I just want to show her she understands what we're going to talk about. Is after he got confronted by the 2 senators from Arizona, one being an astronaut, one being a Marine, and he told a bunch of lies. He said that because both of them had their arms crossed, they were liars. He told Jake Tapper this. He's like, look at their body language. They're just liars. Like, liars cross their arms, right? So Ruben Gallego posted this video of him watching Mike Johnson make up lies about him. And it's like, this is, I think we have the best Senate team. We have an astronaut and a person who can't control themselves and just yells the truth.
But now
So there
I
was-
believe I heard you say to those senators that you'll swear her in once the government is reopened. Am I right? Did you change your terms there?
No, I didn't change my terms. You can look at that
Such a
video,
fucking
play it back
liar.
in slow-mo. Watch Ruben Gallego's body language. He's folding his arms. He's very uncomfortable. He's
Gallegos?
not telling you the truth. This doesn't have anything whatsoever to do with Epstein. They try to make everything about Epstein. This is about the House not being in regular session because the Democrats in the Senate have decided to shut everything down.
he's such a fucking liar. And what a creep. Like, he just telling, like, what I'm thinking. I literally told him what I'm thinking. He is absolutely holding Anita Grijalva hostage, so that way she can't be the 218th vote on the discharge petition. That's it. It's just that simple. And his reasons keep on changing. You know, I think he gets away with the press because they don't actually, push him on it. But I did yesterday, and he should be happy I had my arms folded. There's a reason why Marines fold their arms. It's because it's a way to make sure that we restrain ourselves.
But now
Okay, now what do you? I just wanted to show you that. Just again, and Arizona senators are out of their minds. We're just attacking people on Capitol Hill at this point.
I'm glad they confronted him. I'm glad they took the opportunity to confront him, because it just, every time Mike Johnson speaks, he says another lie, another provable lie. We caught you in another lie, because he did say, I will swear her in as soon as she wants to be sworn in. That was the first thing he said. And then he said, I'll swear her in after the government reopens.
Wait, and then the
So he
third
was
lie. Wait, let's get all the third. The third lie was he said, well, the reason we swore in the 2 Florida special election people outside of session was because their families were there, and it would have been weird. And at one point, Ruben Guy goes screaming at him, so if her family flies in, are we going to swear her in? I'm like, that's a great question, Mike. Like, the lie, like, and this is what happens when, like, actually, Mike Johnson's a cuck. You know what I mean? Like, he has no power. Like, he's just, like, I'm just thinking up lies. I'm hiding in my office and thinking up lies to cover for Trump, who's at Walter Reed and possibly being diagnosed with dementia.
My God, I hope. I mean, we don't need a diagnosis. We know he's crazy. Did you see his 5 o'clock post?
No, wait, what? I've been live for like almost 6 hours.
Okay, well, at around 5 o'clock, he posted this rant about how China is changing their export controls for other countries. He's pissed about it. He's slapping an additional 100% tariff on Chinese goods on top of what they're already being tariffed because of these export controls. And I had to do a little digging to find out the difference between export controls and tariffs. I'm not up to speed on that. I guess it has more to do with, like, things that are more useful to countries, like technology. Maybe the minerals would come into play here, things like that. And he's pissed. It's just a long 2-pager.
Stupid. Yeah, I mean, I think he's trying to prove he doesn't have dementia, and in doing so, proving he does. It's like,
Proving he does.
I mean, just keep going. I mean, did you see the clip where and I would always say, because don't get me wrong, I always say this, like, multiple things can be true. Like, Trump's a liar, he's an idiot, like, and he might be a little sick. But, like, that clip this week when he didn't know who Ghislaine Maxwell was, that was when I was like, oh no. Like, he's actually, oh no. Like, he had no idea. Do you know what I mean? And she kept saying, like,
Yeah.
well, she's a sex trafficker. And he was like he had no clue who Caitlyn called. And that was when I was like, oh no. Like, he's not, I guess he's not just, his hands aren't just turning black and rotting off. Like, and he's dragging one leg up the stairs. Like, apparently whatever is wrong is actually affecting his brain. Like, he's like, who? Like, I've never heard of this person of which we are speaking.
I have a hard time believing that he didn't remember her, but then I also have a hard time believing that the dementia isn't so bad that he didn't remember.
In this
Do you know
one
what I'm saying?
moment, no, trust me, I don't believe, I will always say Trump's lying. I will say that over any sort of claims of he's sick. I always think Trump's lying. This one moment, it was the look on his face. Like, he was confused.
Yeah.
I have it somewhere. I can find it. It was like for a second, it was like, he didn't know.
I have to go
and I was
relook
like,
at it.
oh my
I
God.
think I
Well,
just
I
saw
have it.
that
I'll find it.
article.
But actually, I want to show you something. Have you seen the fight that, after that argument, have you seen the fight that happened, like, with Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Lawler, where he was just like, you're fucking clown, a malignant clown. Have you seen it? Like
No.
Mike Lawler is going to lose. He's in a swing district in New York. Well,
Yeah,
you know,
I think he's gonna
have you
lose.
Walter? You know who Walter Masterson is, right? Like who's the most amazing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who
Okay,
doesn't?
well, Walter Masterson like dedicates his life to terrorizing Mike Lawler in New York. He shows up to like every campaign rally and like just like shits on him and embarrasses him and shaves him. It's like, oh my God, Walter Masterson terrorizing Mike Lawler is my favorite thing. But so what happened is after Mike Johnson was embarrassed by Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego, Lawler's like, I'm going to go call out Hakeem Jeffries, which Hakeem Jeffries is from Brooklyn. And he's just like, you're a fucking clown. And then, like, watch this. I just have to show you because people don't know what goes on Capitol Hill. That's why we say, like, Capitol Hill is like the Super Bowl. It's so interesting.
Where did you get this clip, by the way? Where did you get this?
Oh, I'm a researcher. I don't know, on X. Do you have an iPhone, right? I can share you on all my outlines and then you can have all the links. It's going to be
do
over.
that, Sister Sledge.
I will. Don't try to be, I would love to be your best friend.
Get permission from your boss.
Why don't we sign on right now?
Did your boss Donald
You can
Trump?
easily extend the ACA
Did your
right
boss
now.
Donald Trump
He's
give
not
you
my
permission?
boss.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. And by the way,
So let me ask you a
why
question.
did you vote to
Let me
shut
ask
the
you a
government
question.
down?
You
Why
know
did you vote to shut it
Let
down?
me ask you a question.
For years, you always lectured about how we need to keep the government open.
You're making a show of this to make
it's
yourself
sad.
relevant.
It's sad. You could easily sign on to
You're
this.
embarrassing yourself right now.
You could sign on to this. The only
You're
embarrassment
chasing
here is
clout.
you.
You're an embarrassment.
You could sign on to the bill.
Let me ask you a question.
You have 4 Democrats on here.
Let me ask
Why
you a
won't you
question.
sign on
Let me
to
ask you a
it?
question.
It's a clean extension for 1 year.
You voted for the one big
Clean
ugly bill,
extension.
correct?
I voted for a tax cut bill that gave the largest tax cut to Americans in history, including, by the way, the average New Yorker getting a $4,000 tax cut. Are you against that?
You're embarrassing yourself right now.
You want to cut this?
I just want to correct Mike Lawler's lies, who's in a swing district, and I'm just predicting based on the statistics in his district, will not be reelected because he continues to lie. I just want to say that anyone can read the tax cuts. The only leg Republicans have to stand on is continuing to say, but we cut taxes for Americans. Yeah, as were the only people that produced a real budget that would have showed you how we're going to manage the government was in fact the Democrats. Trump produced 16 pages of anti-trans and weird information that have nothing to do with economics. He's like, I don't like trans people. The gays are up to something. I'll let you know how I feel about the economy, like inflation and things. Like it was like nothing. We had a 90-page budget that included the same tax cut. So when they're like, we cut taxes, you did not do shit. Middle America needs tax cuts. Who doesn't is the giant tax cuts at the top of the economy.
Standard deduction in
The largest cut to Medicaid in American history. You voted for that.
Fraud and abuse, by the way.
You voted
Tom DiNapoli, the
for a
Democratic
permanent-
controller of New York,
Let me ask you a question.
pointed out that $1.2 billion were wasted.
Listen, you're not going to talk. You're not going to talk to me.
Wasted
You're not going to talk to me and talk
and
over
non-New
me
York residents
because you don't
getting
want to
paid.
hear what I have to say.
Oh, I'm listening.
So why don't
Go
you
ahead.
just keep your mouth shut?
Oh,
because you
is
showed
that-
up.
is that the way to
You
talk?
showed up. You showed up.
Yeah.
And so you voted for this one big
I signed
ugly
on
bill.
to this. You can extend it right
A
now.
permanent extension of massive tax breaks for your billionaire donors.
So 90% of Americans.
So they can get a permanent extension.
90% of Americans
but working
take the
class
standard
Americans
deduction.
can't? Is that right?
90% of Americans take the standard deduction.
Is that
right? If you had your way, the standard deduction would have been cut in half. That would have been a massive tax increase on Americans all across the country.
You're
You support
here,
that?
unfortunately,
You're against
to do
lifting the
the
cap on
bidding
salt?
of your billionaire donors.
The
That's
billionaire
unfortunate.
donors lifting the
That's
cap on
correct.
salt. We put a income cap in place.
Why are you here right now?
An income
Where
cap.
the
Well,
rest
didn't
of
you
your
want all
Republican
Republicans
colleagues?
to be here?
Where
I'm
the rest?
here.
Where the rest of your
You
Republican
wanted
colleagues?
Republicans to be here. I'm here.
Why are you
And
here?
by the way, you can pass an ACA extension right now. Sign on to this bill.
Did your boss
sign
Donald
on
Trump?
to the bill?
Is your boss Donald Donald Trump behind that?
HR 5145. Why don't you get on it?
Mike, is your boss Donald Trump behind that?
Why won't you get on it?
Because you don't work for the American people.
Oh, I do. I work for the people of New
17th
York. I work
Congressional
for the
District.
people of my district.
Is that why you? Is that
I'm
why
here.
You got 145.
And by the way, I voted for a clean CR to keep the government open
Mike,
and funded.
you're-
You voted to shut it
You're
down.
embarrassing yourself right now.
Yeah, leader, with all due
Well, as we would
respect,
say
you're
back
the
in the-
one.
why are you playing yourself?
You're the one
Why are
who
you playing
actually
yourself with
voted
these
to shut the
theatrics?
government down.
Actually, you
It's
know
sad.
that's not true.
It's sad. You voted to shut the government
Listen,
down.
do Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency?
Right, and
correct?
you're smart enough to know
Is
that,
right?
you need 60 votes in the Senate,
Is that right? No.
Do you need 60 votes in the Senate
Were
or no?
60 votes needed to pass your one?
My favorite part where Hakeem Jeffries is like, can you count? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, can any of these people count? Like when Republicans have the nerve, and I know he was like, okay, like Mike Johnson was embarrassed. You saw him in the back of that clip with Ruben Guy. That was him. That was Mike Lawler. So he's like, I'm going to go confront Hakeem Jeffries and I'm going to go embarrass him. Yeah, like if you can count, you have the majority in the House. You have the majority in the Senate. You have the judiciary. You have the executive branch. And as Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I showed has favorably, not because she's a good person, because she's mad because Trump wouldn't back her to run against John Ossoff in the Senate, has said
Took her job away from her.
They used the nuclear option just 2 days ago, bypassed the Senate filibuster, and confirmed 100 Trump nominees.
Yep.
Behind the scenes, like anytime the Republicans want to turn the government on, they have shown they don't care about any rules or law. They just do it. Like, this is a joke, but watch. Hakeem Jeffries like, can you count? And I'm like, thank God someone's finally asking Republicans if they can count. Like, can any of you count? No, they can't.
Lose re-election? No, I'm not going to lose re-election. You spent $42 million last cycle. You didn't do that great.
Why aren't you running for governor right now?
Because I actually enjoy.
You don't understand why he's saying that. Mike Lawler tried to run for governor of New York, and Trump shut him down. It was like, no one's going to vote for you, weirdo. You're not running for governor of New York. Shut the fuck up. No one likes you. Trump himself, same thing that happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's like, nobody likes you. You're not running for governor of New York, you weirdo. Shut up and just try to get reelected. Like, Trump shut Mike Lawler down.
Enjoy this job, and I'm here to do it. And by the way, you could actually pass. You could actually pass.
You enjoy being a lackey for
subsidy
Donald
right
Trump?
now
Is that
to
right?
ensure that people don't have health care premiums going up. Why won't you support this one-year bill?
Let me ask you a question.
Tom Swazi's on it. Jared Golden.
Let me ask you a question.
Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez.
Let me ask you
Are
a
they
question.
wrong?
Your
John
other,
Davis?
your other boss.
Are they wrong?
Your other boss, Mike Johnson. I challenged him to a debate.
Yeah.
On the floor. Did he send you?
No, I'm here on
his
my behalf
because
of
he's
my
afraid to debate.
constituents
Is
because
that
you
right?
shut the government down. And my constituents are suffering as a result of your ridiculous ploy because you're so afraid of Zohran Mandami. By the way, when are you endorsing him?
By the way,
do you endorse him for mayor?
First of all, are you
going to endorse him for mayor?
Listen, you're a complete and total embarrassment right now.
Oh, why is that? Because you don't want to answer the question?
Is this supposed to be a video for your failed re-election? Is that what's going on right now?
You don't want to answer the question? Do you support Zohran? By the way, did you see his statement yesterday?
Listen.
An embarrassment on October 7th blaming the Jews? You support that? Should he be?
He never did that, by the way. I cannot stand this Mom Dami shit. He never blamed the... I can't. But that's a lot.
The Democratic nominee for mayor.
First of all, I don't answer to you. You
Should
don't
he be
even
the Democratic
answer to
mayor?
yourself.
Should he be the
You don't
Democratic nominee
I'll
for
answer
mayor?
whatever questions I need to answer about
Okay,
the
so you
mayor's race.
think his statement yesterday was okay?
First of all,
All right. That's sad.
First of all,
it's unfortunate.
Don't come with this phony...
These are bills.
No.
These are bills. They're not phony.
It's
They're
not
real
a bill
bills.
that Republicans are even prepared to bring to the floor.
There's 11 Republicans on it. There's 4 Democrats. It's a bipartisan bill to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies. If you believe in it so
do you
so
understand
much,
math?
why won't you sign on to it?
Do you understand math?
You could get your whole conference to
You
sign
have
on
t-
today.
there are 220
Your whole conference could sign on to this.
There are 220 Republicans in the House right now.
You have
You come to a
215
bill
Democrats.
with me with 11?
You have 215
Is that right?
Democrats. Well, how many votes does it take in the House?
That's the real issue. They can't count.
to me
I'm
with
telling
11?
you. Like you're yelling at us. Let me get this straight. You have the House. You're stopping us from swearing in one more person that still won't give us the majority. All it will do is give us the last signature on the Understand, if we swear in Adelita Grijalva, it doesn't give us shit except for I guess, the last signature on the Epstein discharge petition.
Someone is going to throw their body on those files and refuse to let them get released. I mean, something's going to happen where it is not going to get released.
They're going to be burned in a bonfire. Like, are you kidding me? They're never. Can I just show you where so this is the best part of this whole thing. So Hakeem Jeffries started screaming after this that Mike Lawler is a malignant clown, which I think is actually hilarious. Like, I don't know. I've never seen Hakeem Jeffries do this, but he went on a podcast like hours later and was like, Mike Lawler is a malignant clown. Listen to this.
Today, Mike Lawler got in your face at the House and words were exchanged. Can you give us a brief recap on what was supposed to happen did he ambush you or were you ready for him? What happened there?
Yeah, so House Democratic leadership, we just held a press conference demanding that Republicans show up for work, return from vacation, stop canceling votes, swear in Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, and do something, most importantly, to address the Republican healthcare crisis that's devastating people all across the country. So we conclude this press conference, and I hear that Mike Lawler, who's a complete and total fraud, is waiting outside to step to me. I think some of my team would have probably preferred that I just ignore him, but I'm like, you know, don't come for me unless I send for you. And I did not send for this malignant clown. I think he thought he was confronting Beltway Hakeem, but he saw Brooklyn Hakeem.
Today.
and that's the energy we're going to need. Hey, weirdos who continue to lie, please do not come for us unless we send for you. Because some of us can count, some of us can do math and read.
I don't think that the American people fully understand the gravity of what this administration has done to the Medicare, Medicaid portion of our country and what the Medicaid and Medicare portion still does. It keeps hospitals running, is the sole major funding source for many hospitals in rural communities. So when it is gone, so is your hospital. Well, they don't get it.
And like in these fights, like when Ruben Gallego and Mark Kelly, my amazing astronaut senator and the crazy PST afflicted Marine, I also have PST. I think it's fun that Ruben Gallego is clearly not. So am I. Sometimes you need a little crazy to get things done. You do. You need someone that's just like, hey, I'm nuts and you're a bitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're a fucking bitch and a liar. I love that energy.
100%.
Like, let's keep that energy going, Ruben. Let's keep acting nuts. But yeah, like exactly what you're saying. Like that is the reality. 3 and 4, which by the way, I did this math. 3 and 4, like Medicaid recipients, by the way, are in red states. So first of all, good luck. Good luck. 3 and 4 Medicaid expansion. I said it wrong. Recipients are in red states. So I think that people don't realize, like, while you're believing that it's the brown people that are undocumented that are on the Medicaid, I spent hours, I showed documents. You know, I've spent days debunking these lies. There's no way for undocumented immigrants to receive federal Medicaid. In certain states, there are plans which are smart because if you are in a state where there are plans to subsidize undocumented immigrant healthcare, that means that you are saving money. That means that someone did a statistical analysis of how to save taxpayers money and realized, hey, if we wait to the point where undocumented immigrants, and by the way, not just undocumented immigrants, because that's this tiny percent, but of any human being without health insurance to show up in an ER, as we call it, emergent healthcare versus preventative, it is 10x to 20x more expensive. So if we provide any sort of ability to keep these people out of the emergency room, we will save federal taxpayers and state taxpayers money. Because I promise you, if you think by saying, we got to get rid of these undocumented. We're still paying for them. Look up, and anytime someone shows up in an ER, we have to care for them, you know?
Yes.
Do no harm, the Hippocratic Oath. We are paying for it anyways. And there are cheaper ways that if we keep people out of the emergency room when they're in dire need and stage 3 and stage 4, if we can do preventative screenings and cut it off at the pass, it is cheaper.
These mouth breathers have no care in the world about the numbers you tell them. I mean, the honest truth is they would rather pay $1 million extra to keep a brown person out of an American hospital. They don't care savings or the sense that it makes. They're just plain racist. Period.
Well, and they can't count up the numbers anyway, so I don't think they would know. I don't think they could figure it out.
The majority, when the ACA opened up, it was kind of slow to take off. But after COVID, when the ACA enrollment time happened, it exploded. And the majority of enrollees were people in red states. Texas made up half of the enrollees on the ACA. I mean, and to this day, it remains so. These people are fucked.
That's the other interesting
and they don't know
thing.
yet. They don't even know yet.
And I know, because I've seen the. It's interesting. Also, speaking of Texas, so today, Mark Elias and the Mark Elias law firm, is the reason Trump is going after Perkins Coie is because of Mark Elias. He's the guy. And then he left Perkins Coie to form his own law firm, and now he fights all the voting rights cases for the Democratic Party. They're in court today in Texas, and the head of the Republican Texas redistricting of racial redistricting commission is testifying in court today, and I think it's I actually am feeling good about it all. You want to know why? Because the more I read these court documents and read the testimony, I do think they made a mistake. They redistricted Texas based on who voted for Trump. And every single piece of growth in population in Texas, I mean, not to say no white people gave birth to babies, but when you look at the moves, the growth in population, it's the Hispanic population in Texas. And a lot of the Hispanic population in Texas made the mistake of voting for Trump. So they redistricted based on, Mexicans won't be mad when you start terrorizing them and fucking their lives up. Yeah, I think this is all, I actually am feeling, the more I read into these court documents and look at how they redistricted, I'm like, this is not going to
this is going to bite him in the ass.
It's not going to
bite him in the ass,
mathematically. Then you terrorized all your voters, the entire population growth of Texas, you've terrorized them and made them afraid to did you see? They're dragging moms in the pickup lines of schools, out of their cars while people scream and cry. And you're don't worry, we got this. I'm sure it'll be fine. And by 2040, again, because there are math can help you figure things out about who to not alienate or alienate, white people. And you guys, your population is growing actually negatively. Nobody is reproducing that is white. And by 2040, the able-bodied worker population will largely be residing in Africa. So as we continue to pretend that the United States has not been built on immigration and the acceptance of people coming to our country to create good ideas and work, we're biting off our nose to spite our face. It's fascinating to watch.
I feel like we will stay in this government until Democrats end up caving. Fine, you'll get what you asked for. And Republicans, be warned right now. Right now, hear my voice. This big, beautiful bill has done, even if you aren't on Medicare or Medicaid, it affects you greatly in rural areas. in your access to medicine, to emergent healthcare. It affects you in ways you can't even comprehend in this moment. And you'll have to own it when it happens. I think that the Democrats will cave eventually, probably sooner than later. I'm going to guess like next week. I don't think they'll hold it much in this, personally.
Oh no, yeah, and sorry, I was just reading people's comments. Where have I been? I know, I'm sorry, I've been gone. It's just sometimes the world becomes overwhelming. But yeah, no, Jess, they'll never listen to you until they experience it. That is wait.
That's right.
It is.
Right. No, they're right.
I do think that, God, I wish I could remember what I'm thinking. I was just reading an example of where someone said that, like, people won't.
They have to feel it.
What is it that's, God, I wish I could remember what I'm thinking. Where have you, okay, sorry. I'm just reading, there was another comment. I'm in Texas, really hoping what you're saying is true. Well, I am sure that the way they redistricted mathematically was based on people that voted for Trump. But since the original 2020 census, the majority of the population growth in Texas has undoubtedly been Hispanic. So, yeah.
And and Felice, you're not the only one saying that. There has been studies and that have come out and said that their maps are quite literally going to bite them in their own asses, and they think that this is going to be a clean sweep for them. And they may very well likely lose in a lot of districts because of what you're saying.
But let's never forget that all those Hispanic voters were like, yeah, I can be a fascist too for a second. Like, I'm on board with this shit. Like, that is, and I say this because my father is is half indigenous Mexican and half black, and he votes for Trump, and so does my mother. And it's fascinating to watch delusional Hispanics be like, oh, but not me. Yes, you dumbass idiot. Yes, you. Like, yeah, go outside. You could be tackled at any moment and taken away. You fucking idiots. Like, are any of you guys
I would hate for that to happen to him, but it very well might.
He might learn
on the basis of skin color.
Well, no, but like, this is what I've explained. And I remember, like, prior to this election, I was trying to explain to people about how the Spanish-speaking world works and about colorism, and how there's this belief, and not just colorism, but American citizenship, where like Puerto Ricans who have, citizenship in the United States believe they're better than Mexicans, and like once Mexicans have citizenship in the US, they're like, fuck all these people, build a wall. Like, if you understood this, like, there is unbelievable classism and colorism happening in the Spanish speaking world, and layered on that
somebody in your comment.
Oh yes, please do.
There's some douchebag in your comments.
There's always one idiot.
Deported. And I want to talk about that. They
what did he say? Say the comment, because we're on YouTube. Yeah, read it aloud.
The comment says, how many U.S. citizens have been deported? Still standing at 0, and he's being facetious, and I want to address it. It's not necessarily about the deportation of an American citizen as it is the violation of our constitutional rights to not be judged by the color of our skin, to not be arrested simply because, ICE doesn't like what we say, or for speaking our mind, or for protesting peacefully. And those rights are being violated. ICE is provoking these crowds to get them riled up, and then turning around to arrest American citizens based on their violence. Their violence. And these people are being violated left and right. That woman got shot 5 times, and they lied. The whole time they lied. These ICE agents lied. They boxed her in. He said, do something, bitch, and shot her 5 times, and they reported it as she was the aggressor. And that's what they have been doing, violating the rights of American citizens. And if you stand for it happening to any one person in this country, regardless of whether you like me or not, you stand for fascism. You stand to watch them wipe their ass with our Constitution. And if you think it won't come for you eventually, think again, sweetheart. Think again.
Yeah, on jalapeno. If you're asking like how many what are you saying? How many American citizens' constitutional rights have been violated? Countless. You know that, right? Like you have to
Daily.
understand. Angel Pena was ripped out of his car and beaten within an inch of his life because they thought, he was undocumented. Part of the reason in the federal ruling that the National Guard couldn't be in LA and Tom Homan was because Tom Homan said publicly, yeah, like the way we're deciding is by accents, by the language you speak, by how you look, which is unconstitutional to be profiled by those ideas. And that is part of the federal ruling that has now stopped the National Guard from being in LA and stopped the National Guard from being in Oregon. But apparently, your name is Nope, which...
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a troll, but it's a good point to address because it's something they keep saying.
It's idiotic. It's because if you don't believe that American citizens are being terrorized, I could give you 100 examples right now. I actually have I'm keeping an outline of American citizens who've been beaten, arrested, locked up, terrorized, almost deported.
A WGN journalist, an older woman, probably in her 50s, mid 50s. I'm not exactly sure what she did, but she's very kind, sweet, gentle mannered. And there's 3 ICE agents on top of her back. And she's like, I don't know what I did, but I'm getting arrested. She's like, I'm just here reporting on this. And they're just throwing her to the ground and arresting her. That's the media. They are crossing the line also because these ICE agents are not properly trained. I had to spend years learning the law, going through books and books. I had to read the motor vehicle code twice for Michigan in order to get, certified to be a cop. These people are getting a $50,000 bonus and a flak jacket, telling them go out and arrest brown people. So they don't even know the laws that they're violating yet. And I need for the American people who are getting violated to find an attorney and start suing. And I mean it. Every arrest is documented by the officer who arrested you, and they will get the name. I don't care if their face is covered. You get a copy of that report, you get the cop's name, and you file a civil rights lawsuit immediately. It will not stop until that shit starts happening. You can't just be like, oh, they released me. Phew. If they violated your rights, you sue. Period.
Jess was a police officer, which I can't believe you survived being a police officer. Must have been disgusting for you to.
It's heartbreaking. The whole thing is heartbreaking.
I can't even imagine. I know. That's how I felt being a teacher. I was like, I cannot survive this. Like, I cannot watch children being treated this way. I will not survive. That's exactly how I felt. I was like crying on my lunch breaks at a car, sobbing, being like, this can't be the reality of how this works. And meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have dumbass white people being like, we're just rounding up the undocumented immigrants. Let me help you with the undocumented immigrants. By the way, which I want to help everyone because there have been reports released, and actually these investigations have been duplicated, which if you understand how science works, when you know something is true, it's when reports are duplicated, multiple results of investigations are duplicated. So now that people that have been released from, that hellhole in El Salvador, they've gone back to Venezuela and other places, and these reports have been duplicated about how they were beaten, raped, multiple times, raped. These are people that were legally in the U.S. Legally in the U.S. had asylum cases and were legally there, were beaten and raped in Secot in El Salvador.
Because their rights were violated. And that's totally the fault of this administration. They were beaten and raped because of Donald Trump. Let's say it. Beaten and raped because of Donald Trump violating their rights.
Praise the Lord, though. Everything's fine. Yeah, but it's totally fine. And to go into it, because I touched on this in other lives on the People's Receipts, but I've never done a deep dive, but I have all the documentation. Just know that I've talked about how Sikhote has been sanctioned by the International Criminal Court. It is in fact a concentration camp. Whatever his name is, Bukele's political rivals have left there with pieces of their brain missing out of there. And now, some of the best investigations, which have been replicated by multiple sources, is that Bukele is being protected, in fact, by the U.S., right? This is the shittiest of all shitty situations. And because MAGA, and I want to help you through this, but until you learn to read and count, we're not going to be able to help you at this point. Because you guys can't read or count. You're just like, we just get the brown people. I thought about it. White power.
I thought brown was bad. Brown bad, deport.
And whilst
good.
that's happening, our economy is in stagflation. But because you guys can't read, you guys don't know what that means, and you guys can't count. No, but how do you help people that can't figure out that you are being while you're like, yeah, Donald Trump loves me. He's stealing from you. He's shitting on you. He's laughing at you. And you can't.
Every day that he gets out here and tells them, your grocery prices have come down, your gas prices have come down, and meanwhile we're literally all looking at our bills going, the he did. Marjorie Taylor Greene just got in the news and said your grocery prices.
I played the whole
Oh,
interview. Yeah, they've all seen it.
so
I just played the whole interview. Yeah,
know.
I played it live. And people are like, why is Marjorie Taylor Greene messaging for the Democrats better than they can? No, that's not what's happening. It's that if we don't present one of your own cult leader idiots who says the truth, you guys can't hear anyone speaking. That's scientific, and I also explain that to them about an information silo and cognitive dissonance. When you're trapped in a high control community, you actually can't hear people who are presenting information that is detrimental to your survival within that community. So when Marjorie Taylor Greene speaks, you're like, wait a minute, what? And you can hear her. Yeah, we've all been yelling that, but you're like, fuck the liberals, they can't. We can count and we can read. At least we can do that. We have some skills that you guys don't have. We're able to do math and we can read.
It's been a 10-year, a decade-long shit show. This just getting worse. And I would really like to be alive for the psychiatric and scientific and medical studies that get done on the mind of a MAGA and how they sucked them into this. And I mean it. There was something that they did that I think it has to do with ego. Really, I think that it centers on personal ego and this feeling of you are superior, and if you don't help me, the superiority is, going to be taken away. I just feel it surrounds nothing but ego. It's based in you have to be
and
better
blind
than brown
faith,
people.
under delusion of religion, right? Like if I no longer have to prove anything to anyone,
right?
You know what I'm saying?
Right, I can be dumb.
If I
can be dumb.
I have to sit here and I've been live for 6 hours and 3 minutes, and every time I speak, I'm like, don't believe me. I have a clip of a old white man saying it, so because I'm just a woman and no one believes me. So here's 7 clips of white men saying the same thing, so that I mean it, right? Like I have to be 210% right. I have to have 18 supporting sources so that people get it, that I know what I'm speaking about, right? Like it is, if you imagine if it's just like, trust me, bro, Jesus said,
right?
Like, praise the Lord. Like this is a religious war. And that's one part of it. It's not the whole part, right? Because it's not all of it, but a big part is once you have the evangelicals and Trump's like, I'm a Christian. I can't cite one where he's like, praise the Lord, I'm selling Bibles for $50 fucking dollars, like that cost $1, and praise him. Like it is insane. And they're like, yeah, this is our guy. He's gonna just stop women from voting.
Handpicked.
Well, and I said this, like, I've done the whole line of logic, like the real Christian nationalists, which Charlie Kirk was, Joel Webbin, right? Like all of these people who say, like, the only thing that is the problem is if we stamp out liberalism. This is a quote from Joel Webbin, who's the director of the office of OMB Russell Vogt, is his best friend. And he said, if we stamp out liberalism completely, but women still have the right to vote, 10 years later, it will be back. The only answer is to stop women from voting. And that's what the SAVE Act is. It's to, you can't just say, hey, women, you can't vote. That would be, then conservative women might be like, what the fuck? But we can stop a lot of them. We can take out a huge cross section of women for voting. And because MAGA, no offense, but you guys are idiots. You can't count, you can't do math, you can't read, you can't figure out what's going on, and it's all feelings. I feel like someone's trying to take something from me. And I'm white. And I am so used to having everything. So I don't think I should feel this way. Like, why are people trying to take something from me? If I could describe every white man who's ever confronted me in my life, that is what they're saying. They're not saying those words, but it's like, why are you trying to take something from me? I have everything and I don't really want to give it up. I don't understand. Just shut up and have sex with me. It's like I choose death.
What we're dealing with MAGA, and truly, this is not me making it up, is an entire mass group of people who never cared about politics. They never cared. They knew they voted red. They liked that those people were racist, and underneath it all, they knew what they stood for, and the electeds knew what their voters stood for. But they never concerned themselves with literal politics, rules, policy, none of it. And when they had to jump in to start defending Donald Trump, we started dealing with the feelings crowd. I feel because I feel this way.
I wish they would say that. They should say. Why can't they say that?
Say it.
I wish every conservative would say, "I'm feeling a lot of things, and I'm going to yell them at you right now." Like none of it is actually based in statistical analysis or reality.
Right.
I'm about to yell some feelings I have at you and anecdotal evidence. I saw something happen, so I've decided that this is what's happening everywhere, and I just need to yell my anecdotal evidence and feelings at you.
Oh, is there anything else you want to go over before I duck out and get to bed?
No, you can go to bed, but I would like you to come back more. Like, I love you.
I totally do. We have
You made me so
busy
happy.
life. We'll come back as often as possible.
Oh no!
Every
I'm
time
gonna
you're
be
live,
texting
you
Don't
can
worry,
text me
I'm gonna
anytime.
force my way into your life. I'm apologize in advance.
From Arizona.
Oh, don't test me. I will. I have nothing going on, nothing better to do. I need friends that actually are not insane. I know. We all love Jess. Let's all love Jess. Okay, good. You can go to sleep.
Thank you,
I'll
guys.
stop tormenting.
Okay, we're gonna run the food pantry in the morning. That's why we're going to bed. We don't need Jesus to do good things.
Oh my God, I love you. I love
We
you
just
so
do good things because we're good people, and it's the right thing to do.
Isn't that the weirdest thing? How people don't need Jesus to just not be
You just do the right
shitbags?
thing.
Yeah, it's so weird. You can just not be a shitbag logically and ethically. You could just be like, hey, I have
don't get
empathy
that.
and I feel bad when people don't have shit, so I'm going to try to help them. So strange.
Right.
Love
Everybody
you.
have a good night. I love you all. Love you too. Have a
Later,
good night.
Gator. I love her. I love her character. She's amazing. I can't believe she survived as a police officer. I would literally die if I had to be a police officer. I don't know how she does that. Anyways, I've been live for 6 hours. I have so many more things to go over, so I'll either do it tomorrow or Monday. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here with me. I know, Jess is the best, literally. Trust me. When I was having a nervous breakdown, she was so kind to me. Oh, and Daniel, thank you so much for the $10 because you do the details of the news and I love you. Oh, I haven't even gotten into all the details. Believe me, I have hours more to go of Republican lies. Like I said, if I do 10 hours of research, I have hundreds of thousands of lies to debunk. We're going to go over this Pam Bondi congressional hearing at some point because I've never heard more lies. And also, let me show you guys something. I don't know how, I'll just tease it, but it's fascinating. Hold on, wait. I have to switch presentations because they have so many. I want to just find this clip that came out because it's so fascinating. Like, if you didn't see this Pam Bondi interview, it's like, well, I didn't need to see this clip to know that it was happening, but it's like, she just kept being like, yeah, like, I don't know what you're talking about. You're a fucking liar who, and she would just like accuse them of something. And it was super weird. It was like, she would be looking at a folder and then she would say that they did something. And it's like, that's what you accused the last person of. Like, that's what you said about the last person. So is that what they did or is that what this person did? And it turns out I was not crazy because I was like, she just has these like weird bullet point talking points. And she never answered one question, which is crazy. Like, your job is to us. You're the head of the Department of Justice. Your duty is to the American people. And instead of being honest, you just attacked the people that asked you questions over and over. And she kept looking at this folder. And thank God for technology when it turns out that someone's a fucking liar.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has been busted. Remember yesterday when she gave that disastrous hearing before a Senate committee and everybody was saying that it felt like she was giving a performance? Well, it turns out that she was. She was literally reading from a script. A Reuters photographer named Jonathan Erst noticed that Bondi flipped open her file during the Senate hearing and he zoomed in, and inside he saw her notes about the senators. Basically, for each Democratic senator on the committee, she had scripted lines to attack them. Normally, the official being questioned would have notes that actually have facts and data and things.
I think, because I watched the entire hearing, I think she was flustered at times and was like yelling attacks that were for someone else at a different person. It was like you could see them be like, what? That's what you said to that person. Like, why are you saying it to me? I was like, she said like the same thing to like 3 people. And that's when I knew. I was like, this is completely scripted. Like, you're just yelling things and you're flustered. And yeah, and you don't need to hear this to know. If you watch that hearing, it was so clear. It was like, this is super strange. Like, why wouldn't you just answer any questions? And she'd just be like, well, you lied about military service in Vietnam. You'd be like, what? Like, all of these people did, or just one person? Like, we're getting really confused at this point.
That they could reference to answer their questions, but she was purely there for political theater. She was purely there to try to attack the Democrats, to try to smear the people who were trying to get answers. And so if you rotate this image so it's upright like this, you're able to see her notes about Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. She has a tweet here, and then she has her various lines that she wrote down that she could say when she's asked questions. For example, you claim to be a social justice warrior.
He said every single one of these lines, too. Everyone take a screenshot. And when I show you this hearing, every single one of these attacks on Sheldon Whitehouse that someone else told her, and she kept doing it. And people were like, yeah, you keep attacking me. Can you just answer a question? My job is to do oversight and accountability. And you keep saying weird shit. Like, and she wouldn't stop. She's just like, well, you said like you were Marine and you didn't go to Nam. And people are like, no, that was a different person. Like, like it was the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life, which I will go through this entire hearing so you guys can witness it. It was insane. Like, exactly. You claim to be social. These are the words. You claim to be social justice warrior, but you're a member. Yeah. You rail against dark money, but you work with dark money. And they kept bringing up Reid Hoffman. And she brought Reid Hoffman up to like 7 people. And I'm like, are you reading like the wrong bullet point at this point? Like, it was so weird.
You're a member of.
Look, and look how it says, you're a total hypocrite. Like, they literally told her, read these lines. And she did. Would you see this hearing? It's like she read them all.
You rail against dark money, but you work with dark money groups. You are a total hypocrite. You talk about corruption, but you push for legislation that would. Here are her pre-scripted lines for if she's asked about firings at the DOJ, and here is her pre-scripted line if she's...
It's insane.
...asked about Epstein. So what do you make of those notes, and what did you make of that hearing anyway?
And I will go through this hearing, but I've been live for 6 hours and 15 minutes, so I do need... Wait, did I say, Daniel, thank you so much for the $10 if I didn't say it before, because you do the details of news and I love you. And I will. And we're going over this hearing because it is, I've never seen more corruption in my life. And if she couldn't use those weird statements to just obfuscate, she'd be like, ask Kash Patel. And they're like, Kash Patel is your boss, or you're Kash Patel's boss, and he was under oath, and he said to ask my boss, and she's like, ask him. It was the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life. Lizette, thank you so much. I miss you guys more than you know. You have no idea. I just need to eat and drink. Sue would tell me to eat and drink water right now, so I'm going to, but we'll do this again. And I'm sorry I've been gone so long. It's just, you know, we're all dying inside slowly.